cover station 29.
Okay, friends, we're listening to Ventura County. Welcome. Sorry, this is a real brief intro. Then I have to go probably for at least an hour. Sorry, that's a very loud phone. Watch duty's popping off here. I'll return as soon as I can. I'm going to leave this on. Sorry, I'm going to leave this on. And my helpful mods have volunteered to get you guys the information that you need about wildfires through the links in the chat. So, sorry, when my family has an emergency and it comes up, I got to attend to it. We have level 3 go now evacuations here in Ventura County with the sharp fire. So we're listening to that right now. Hey, jury selection, welcome.
FedEx truck 35, are you available for another medical on the north?
4, cover station 6, squad 3 covers 4.
So the home's along Ditch Road and
Operations Division Alpha with green IWI when you're ready to copy.
so
All units on the brush fire standby with emergency traffic from Division Alpha. Division Alpha, go ahead with your IWI.
okay, sorry, I do have to go for about an hour.
29-year-old male, heat-related illness, currently being assessed by Mech Engine 52 paramedics. Like to start a ground ambulance in the area of Division Alpha. That's going to be Township and Sharp. How to copy?
There's somebody with an injury. I just
Copies. Division Alpha has a green medical.
66 minutes 450 for electric reaction. I see the mobile home park.
sorry. Let me see if I can tune out medical.
Quick, go ahead.
I don't know that I can. No. It's going to bleed into the firefighting, just random medical calls. Sorry, but this is level.
It's definitely going to be off Sharp where all resources on Division Alpha have been making access.
They have mandatory evacuations.
We'll go ahead and respond only 150 to tie in directly with Division Alpha. And Division Alpha, are you seeing IC of the IWI? Yeah, that's affirmative, and preferred method of transport will be walking individual off the line to meet the RA down at the bottom of the hill. Operations copy. Preferred method will be walking them down to RA 150's location. Division Alpha will retain the IC. Patient is currently seeking or receiving care, and they're working on walking them down. Break IC, did you copy? Affirmative IC copy. All traffic, including the location break. Staging area manager RA 150 from IC.
That's not the same fire, Angela. Hey guys, how are you doing? I'll have to go.
Break Ventura Sharp IC.
Yep.
Ventura, go ahead and start in the ambulance. Code 3 to. Is it calling Helico on underground? Go ahead.
43.
Okay, we're listening to Ventura County. There's injuries and
Sharp IC, standby for identifier. It'll be medic 4.
mandatory evacuations. I'll be back in an hour, friends. Sorry.
2, model Sharp incident. Just want a Sharp in Township.
Okay, 357 at comp.
Your copies, medic 431.
Of operations, submission 357, you're available, staging and available. We'll take 357 if underneath. Resources, we got an IWI in progress. Hold your traffic unless this is an urgent. Division Alpha operations.
Go ahead. Agent 181, we still have you covering the west side of Simi.
Okay.
At Erringer and Cochran, is that correct? Agent 181, that's affirmative. 181, copy.
Alpha from the IC operations trying to get a hold of you on command.
Yeah, operations, Alpha.
Connecting with you, make sure you're supported with everything you need, and then looking to see if you need the command channel cleared still.
Are you able to respond on 342? Copy 29, we'll show you on that. Affirmative.
Okay. And we'll resume normal traffic on the command channel. Come direct to me if you need any additional resources as it relates to the green medical.
Alpha copies, and then just to confirm, are we getting RA-150?
That's affirmative. You can go direct with RA-150. They're coming to your location. We also have a code 3 AMR ambulance in route.
Alpha. Operations from Rescue Ambulance 41.
41, go ahead.
RA-41 is clear off of Alpha and available in RA-50's old location, requesting assignment.
If you're in RA-150's old location, I'm going to have you see the staging area manager.
41 staging.
I see. I see, go ahead.
I'll take the unit identifier from the injured firefighter.
Copy. Stand by and I'll try and get that to you. Break Alpha operations.
Operations Alpha.
If you got civil service, can you text me the personal information of your patient?
Affirmative, stand by one, give me a call.
Okay, additionally, staging area manager operations.
Go for your staging.
Yeah, what do you got in staging area now?
357 in staging right now.
Okay, I'd like to reassign 357 to structure group 2. It's going to be training 11. They're going to be operating on northwest side of the fire off of Young Wolf and Eagle Flight area. They'll be operating on V-Fire 26.
Copy, send 357 to... Say again, Simon.
Structure group 2, V-Fire 26.
Copy, structure group 2, V-Fire 26.
Engine 26, cancel.
This is Engine 26, confirming cancel. Copy, Engine 26. You can cancel from the incident. We're going to be moving up to Camarillo. 26, copy. Shut down the line. Operations from staging area manager. Drop point 102, engine 56, drop point 401. 5.
Air attack 1-2, Ventura.
Ventura operations.
Operations, go ahead.
To make a request for 2 Type 1 helicopters.
Insurance 166.
Engine 166, go ahead.
Key to Hill, make 454. We are several miles out on the freeway. Delayed response. The first still needs to respond in.
Medic 454, Ventura. Ventura.
Tied up right now, keep the ASM coming.
Ventura.
Staging operations.
Go ahead for staging.
You were trying to reach me?
Copy applications, I have water tender 25 in staging.
Now I copy assignment to Alpha, left flank. TAC 9.
Utilities 40 to brush fire. Pace with water tender 25. Copy, it's utility 40.
454 Ventura.
You update CAD for water tender 25 and engine 357. Show them on screen, please.
Ventura.
IC operations.
Go ahead.
I'm going to get back to you right now with an evacuation warning. I think we'd be prudent around the north end of the fire. I'll get you specifics. Stand by.
Can you repeat that one last time?
Yeah, just going to give you some cross streets for an evacuation warning.
Copy, I'm ready.
Stand by one. I see you still.
For the IC.
Shut down the Y.
Six cancel.
1667. Operations and staging.
No, I see operations.
4 medic 472, call patient, 1241 Pettit.
If SWAT's over to push down and gets to the bottom, that'll be our trigger to initiate it.
Yeah, I see your location on the map. Looks like you're in the Fox Court neighborhood as well as probably where Training 11 is on Silver Star. Is that correct? Just as a heads up, though, yes.
I see from medic 433.
Go ahead for sharp IC.
I see we're going past all the engines. We're continuing up the dirt road off of Sharp. Are we past the engines and ambulance?
I want you to go direct with Division Alpha. Direct with Division Alpha.
Ventura, Copter 9.
Go ahead.
Copter 9 lifting. 4 souls on board ALS. Maintenance flight, Sycamore Canyon. We'd like to establish flight following. Please advise.
Yeah, sharp IC, Division Alpha. 9 4 souls, ALS, Sycamore Canyon, positive. Early 40.
50 and captain medic engine 36.
433, you copy Division Alpha's traffic.
Hey there, ambulance.
422 available. .433, sharp IC. Go for 433. Confirm you copy Division Alpha's traffic of the location of the injured firefighter. Sharp IC.
IC from 433, we're backing up down the dirt road, attempting to locate Division Alpha.
Copy, the injured firefighter is at RA 150's location with Captain Medic Engine 36.
433, copy.
Staging area manager.
The staging area manager.
And 305 Davenport.
Yeah, I copy. Let's assign Captain 40 to staging area manager, and we can make RA 41 available. Assuming that's that RA 150 is remaining attached to the incident.
Copy, is that RA 41 available for the city or available for the incident?
You know what, let's just hold them right now. I'll advise you shortly on their needs.
Sharp IC Division Alpha on command.
For Sharp IC.
Sharp IC Division Alpha, just information, patient is patient.
Behavioral 3373, Armada Drive.
Destination Simi Valley.
433 transporting Simi Valley. RA 150 accompanying. Thank you.
Division Alpha, uncomfortable posing out there.
Operations does 14. The 14. Drops up here on the northeast corner of the fire. It's going to jump the ridge line, and if it gets past this ridge line, it's going to get a lot bigger. Okay, I copy, Scotty. Are you, I'm guessing you're furthest edge of the fire of all the resources? Copy.
Division Alpha from Sharp IC. I concur with closing out the IWI.
Structure Group 1 operations.
Response to Sharp incident on Command 8.
Structure Group 1 operations, command. Lance, Battalion 11, you up on command? Go ahead, Op. Need a hand structure group off to one of the captains, and I need you to start taking a look out ahead of Division Yankee on the northeast corner of the...
David State, Paul Patient 2475, Saviors.
Size. So, Yankee's just going to get outpaced real quick here, and it's going to end up keep going out into the old golf course. I copy, and then resource needs, you think in a couple additional golf strike teams and a...
665, heart problem. 1601, Raiders Way.
He needs, and right now, all I have is 2 engines on structure protection here, but I still should be good for right now. Okay, I copy. I see operations.
Go ahead for Sharp IC.
Just looking at the file, it's continuing to progress, and we're still going to have a bunch of open lines, so I'd like to make an order for 2 additional golf strike teams, 1 dozer, and, you know, if we get some Type 3s out here, if we order 5 additional Type 3s, we can work on starting to phase back the Type 1s back into the system. Copy that. Request for 1 dozer, 2 golf strikes. And 5 Type 3s. Operations from IC. From Sharp IC when able. IC, go ahead. Yeah, I just want to confirm that the order for 5 Type 3s, you want that from our department, you want to go outside? Sorry, IC, just on the phone with AirTac. Go again with your traffic. Let's confirm that the 5 Type 3 engines you want those from VNC, or are we going outside for this? Yeah, I'd say whatever we can get, Bob. Copy that. Break Ventura, Sharp IC.
Sharp IC, go ahead.
Place a resource request for 1 dozer, 2 golf strike teams, and 5 Type 3 engines. If you can make that happen within Ventura County, that'd be great. If you have to go outside, that's also okay.
Ventura County Sharp IC, we have, correction, 3 Type 3 engines from within the county. The other 2 will place out.
Copy that.
See, I'll take those 2 additional Type 3s, and then let's request the Type 3 strike team from LA County that they have on a preposition.
You already had 3 Type 3s coming. You want to fill out the remainder of that with 2 of ours, and then an additional 1 Type 3 strike team for LA County, correct?
That's affirmative. AirTac, stand by 1. I'd also like to make a request per AirTac for 2 additional air tankers, preferred lats, but we'll take any type. And then I got an update for you, ICU, when you get a chance.
Copy. The additional request for 2 additional air tankers, lats, not D-lats, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We'll take whatever they have available, but if they have lats, we'll take those.
Stand by 1 on the update. I'm going to reconcile Ventura. Sharp IC.
Sharp IC, go ahead.
Ventura have a resource request for you. In addition to 357, 328, and 342 that were already ordered, we'll send an additional 2 Type 3s from Ventura County. On top of that, we'd like to order 1 Type 3 strike team. I believe LA County has one prepared.
Ventura, Sharp IC.
Ventura from IC. Additionally, I'd like to request 2 additional air tankers, 2 lats for any type if that's not available.
Ventura County Sharp IC.
IC operations. Go ahead.
Okay, last conversation with AirTac
was it does have the potential to impact Lost Canyons. So So I would like to go ahead and put Lost Canyons currently under an evacuation warning. And then, as this thing just starts to cover ground, I might split this into two branches, have someone take one side and someone else take the other. And Battalion 11 is available, and I believe Chief Spikerman is on scene.
Yeah, I copy that. And I just want to confirm the evacuation warnings will be off of Swift Fox, Quartz, Legends, Silver Star, those neighborhoods. Is that correct?
Yeah, we'll put it from Lost Canyons and Eagles Flight east all the way back to Walnut.
Lost Canyons and Eagle Flight all the way to Lost Canyons and Walnut, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And again, that's an evacuation warning for right now.
Copy that. I'll tie in with OES.
And Battalion 11 operations.
Ops go for Battalion 11.
Okay, have you gone around the east side of the fire?
Yeah, I see you on the map. Stay right where you're at. I'm going to come face to face with you.
Additionally, Chief Spikerman, if you're on the command.
I got the message via text. Operations, Division 11, command, when able.
Division 11, go ahead.
Tony, just due to potential and the need for going direct perimeter control, what do you think about 3 Type 3 strike teams, immediate need?
Yeah, I'm good with that. That'll give us a plan to get through the evening and then start looking at tomorrow. And then would like to request, I don't know if you're available, I think we need to break this up and probably split it into 2 branches. So either, if you want to take ops and I can slide into a branch or vice versa, it might be a good call.
When able, if you get to Lemon Park, we can figure that out, and we'll place that order for 3 Type 3 strike teams, immediate need.
Okay, I copy.
Metro IC, do you copy the request for 3 immediate need Type 3 strike teams?
Center copy, Sharp IC, 3 additional Type 3 strike teams.
Staging area manager, operations.
Staging area manager.
Do you have any engines in stage area now? Looks like you got 328.
I had 328, and then Water Center 25 is no longer needed in Alpha, so they're back in staging.
Okay. Let's assign 328 into Division Yankee. That'll be Battalion 24, and they're operating on B-Fire 23.
Copy, 328, Division Yankee, for Battalion 24, B-Fire 23. Operations Yankee, command.
Operations Alpha,
Command. Operations Alpha, command.
The Alpha on the phone with air attack.
81 minute 661, stroke patient, 2200 Gonzalez.
Structure Group 1, operations. Command. Ops, I heard that traffic. Okay, Lance, we're going to need to shift those resources that are working back towards the heel over, eastbound, however that makes sense to you. I'll just keep you in that role for now. And then let me know what you're going to need. We got 3 immediate need strike teams en route and 2 Type 3 engines. I'll tell you right here. Division Alpha operations. Operations command. Sharp IC.
Sharp IC, go ahead.
So just for documentation purposes, with OES, we've initiated evacuation warning from Lost Canyons Drive at Eagle Flight Drive all the way to Lost Canyons Drive at Walnut.
Center Kirby, Sharp IC.
Division Alpha operations. Stated.
Division Alpha operations command. Operations Alpha. Yeah, traffic. Yeah, Tony, I got a water tender that was assigned into me. We're on a fixed water source, so looking to back into the system. Okay, and then how are you looking in terms of progress and resource needs? I know you've got 2 crews and a handful of engines. We're going to need probably more crews and hose, I'm guessing. Yeah, affirmative. We'll take, at least 2 more crews or a Gulf strike team, couple more engines, and then another thought as our hose line gets further out on the slope here, we're going to need to swap out 46 with a Type 3. Okay, I copy that. We'll get you those Type 3s when they get in here. I've placed an order for 2 Gulf strike teams, and then I'll go direct with the IC. We'll up it to additional 2 to a total of 4 Gulf strike teams, and that'll help support us for tomorrow. I copy that, and update over here. Everything seems to be holding in the retardant going north to where this thing takes a turn back going east. Okay, I copy that.
Operations IC.
Go ahead.
Tony, an update. The op area is completely drawn down. The Type 3s are unavailable due to staffing, so I will up the order to 5 immediate need Type 3 strike teams, and we'll also add those 4 Gulf strike teams to that resource order. Essentially, we're going to have to hold with what we have and share resources within divisions, prioritize life, structured threat, and then perimeter the incident.
Okay, I copy that, and, my thought is we got to ride it out a couple more.
44 Medic 447 chest pain, 3680 more Park Road. Copy. Additionally, I've got that LA County Type 1 pre-post strike team. We put in a resource request to region for that. So when we get those, we'll get those to you for utilization.
Okay, and then just, looking forward, if we can hold it to Lost Canyons, we'll be good. Obviously the jumps Lost Canyons will have some issues looking north and east.
Yeah, we'll stay with that as our northern edge or the southern control line, and then I'll look at the map further out. Additionally, as we reconfigure our command structure, in all likelihood, I'll end up taking command, and then we'll establish branches and come up with our night plan.
Okay, copy that.
Sharp IC, Ventura.
Sharp IC.
Sharp IC. First thoughts, no additional air tankers. However, we can get 1 ELAT out of the stack if that would be requested.
Stand by 1.
Roger.
Union 371, port of the brush fire, 2801 Sharp Road, Sharp incident, command 8.
Group 2 operations. Structure Group 2, Training 11, operations on command.
Disregard Towns. Thanks, 43 434, difficulty breathing at Kaiser, 3900 Alamo.
Okay, 357, I'm going to need to reassign you to Structure Group 1.
I need you to make contact with Training 11.
No.
But you're going to report tying with Battalion 11, who's Structure Group 1, at the intersection of Copper Canyon and Walnut Street.
Copy that. Copper Canyon to Walnut Street.
472 cleared. That's our copies.
You attach us to the check chain with clip 44. Yankee. Confirming Lance got reassigned somewhere else, and 330 and 55 are still in my area. You want me to just bring them under my branch?
No, he's still assuming Structure Group 1. I'll have him go direct with you. I'm with him right now.
Okay, we're going to take a little impact on the homes here pretty quick. Shouldn't be anything major, but it's going to bump the fence probably within a half hour.
Okay, I copy, and then we got another Type 3 heading down that direction as well.
Okay. If you need to reassign him, I'm fine with taking those structure engines under my umbrella.
Okay, copy.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll enter a sharp IC.
Sharp AC, go ahead.
To confirm, we'll take the VLAT. They can report directly to AirTAC, and additionally, if you
205 Granada.
teams immediate need.
Confirming the 4 gulfs are on top of the original 2.
A total, so an additional 2 for a total of 4, and a total of 5 Type 3 strike teams for perimeter control state mission.
9 and quarters. Copy, Captain 9.
Would like to...
Sure, copy.
Copy, closure, Lost Canyons, Copperstone, and Walnut.
That's affirmative. It's just getting gummed up with traffic and just getting around this looking at it. I think we're looking good. The AirTAC engaging the fixed wing is helping on that northeast corner. And right now I think we got a good plan in place to keep it within the box.
And additionally, you copy that traffic between myself and AirTAC, ordered a VLAT, no additional fixed wing available per south ops.
Yep, understand that.
And your Gulf and Type 3 stand and resource orders have been placed.
I copy, and I'll see if I get updated acres from AirTAC.
From IC.
From IC when ready.
I see you cut off the first part of your traffic. Are you looking for operations?
That's perfect. I just want to clarify the evacuation warnings. Your initial westward cutoff was Eagle Flight at Lost Canyons. Do you want to just take all of Lost Canyons, everything that is east of Lost Canyons and Erringer, and south of Lost Canyons?
Yeah, you know, that's the cleanest. Far as moving away from that direction, but I think being that it's a warning, it's probably a good idea to move forward with those,
That polygon after the warning.
We'll call it everything east of Erringer, south of Lost Canyon, west of Tapo Canyon, north of Walnut and Ditch to copy that.
All update, oh yes.
Medic support, Medic 472, drowning 8724 Denver.
Structure Group 2, training 11, operation.
Medic 451 is available.
And then copy.
Division 11, operations.
Go ahead for Division 11, visual guy sheet.
So I see that LA City's offering up a single increment dozer if we're good placing an order for them.
Copy. Ventura, engine 56.
They're offering up to work in
Close the loop with Ventura. Break Ventura, sharp IC.
Sharp IC.
Limited 473, seizure. 154 Thompson Boulevard. Break engine 56, go ahead. Ventura engine 56, we're cleared that call. Are we still headed to our Moore Park drop point? Engine 56, that's affirmative, cover Moore Park.
FedEx 612 ISP.
IC operations. Yeah, when you get a chance, I'll take a unit identifier for the LA City Desert.
Yeah, okay, let me grab it. Give me a few. I'll get back to you over direct to Ventura.
Confirm, just go straight to Metro. Yeah, copy. The call with medic engine 44782. The LA City Desert 45.
Enter copy.
So Ventura County, sharp attack on command 8.
Sharp attack.
Ventura attack. It was got the wrong frequencies on the kneeboard. Had to work through some stuff, but we're up on the radio now.
Enter copy.
Confirm, we've got the VLAT coming, and the operations placed in order for an additional 2 Type 1 helicopters. What's the status of that?
Enter copy. Air attack. VLAT en route. No status yet on the copter 1.
Sharp attack copy.
Go ahead.
Staging.
Staging, go ahead.
Engine 342 staged if you need them. Alpha, command.
Yeah, Alpha, go ahead.
Unknown type, 243 Wilbur. Indicate the Type 3 need by the utilization of 333, swapping out with engine 46.
Okay, no, do not press the silent for the water tender. If you can use their bodies, feel free to put them to work.
Alpha. .342 for my CH, you're on scene, button, please. Squad 2 Public Service, 5210 Pacific Coast Highway, Command 5.
Group supervisors from operations. We've got a lot of resources assigned to the incident. We're still sitting at about 75 acres. We're just going to have to shift folks around, mitigate the structure threat. That's the number one priority. And then the next priority is going to be perimeter control on the right flank into Division Yankee.
.181, minute 444, unknown medical, at 300 block of Charles Street.
Division Yankee operations, command.
California Yankee.
Ron, just want to make you aware, you still have responsibility for everything northeast of where you're at. I don't have really anyone else to plug in out ahead of you. So if you can have maybe Captain 39 babysit the current problem, and then you start looking up ahead and develop a plan as the fire potentially progresses to the northeast, that'd be helpful.
Okay. East-wise, we're starting to get it in check, but to the north, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen there, but I hear you.
If it makes sense, you can give Yankee to Captain 39, and we can establish something else out ahead, or you know what I mean.
Copper.
Tarmac.
Setting 444, cancel. Take engine 1 from 473.
Venture dispatch, cancel 40. I'll take a 40, go ahead. I will take a 40, go ahead.
I'll take her 40, Ventura.
I'll take a 40, we landed Camarillo for refuel.
Sir, copy. I'll take her 40.
Division Zulu operations. Division Zulu operations command.
Go for Zulu.
Hey, give me an update on what you got going, if it's possible to shift your resources out ahead.
Yeah, Tony, right now it's just us and water tender 40. We're just mopping up. We should be done here in probably 20 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes, and then you can reassign us if you'd like.
Okay, and the bulk of your resources got shifted into Yankee or Structure Group 1?
Crew 13 got shifted over to Yankee, and I gave everything else over to Alpha.
Okay, I copy that.
Additionally, are you able to have the investigator respond to 46, engine 46 location?
Yeah, if you can, please go direct with Stanley or Saki if you have their cell phone contact.
Copy that.
Engine 156, medic CCC, our problem 1913, Cesar Chavez.
Operation Structure Group 2.
Structure Group 2, go ahead.
Hey Chief, I don't have a need for resources on Silver Star or Swift Fox Court. Would you like me to check Copperstone to Rock Canyon?
Yeah, I'm going to still keep you assigned at Structure Group 2, but really I just need you to watch the northeast corner of the fire. And just keep me updated on forward progress.
Structure Group 2, copy.
Operations from station.
Unit code operations, go ahead.
Operations, this is Utility 40 staging. I have
Available.
and Yankee.
Is there a need for an RO on the fire line, I should say?
No request. I just have 2 in staging with me.
Okay, let's make one of them back available to Ventura and just advise which RA that's going to be.
For that, I'll make our utility available back to Ventura. I'll keep 41. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sharp air attack on Command 8.
Sharp air attack, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to place an order for relief air attack over the fire at 1800.
Center Copy, air attack.
Structure group 1.
Agent 26, medic 131, all patient 6000, Santa Rosa.
Dispatch looking, as soon as we can start engaging in perimeter control behind those homes, the sooner we can mitigate that threat. Is that something that seems like it's going to be feasible in the next few minutes?
What's the shift? 20, yes, degree.
Oh, on that feed I had, but I don't know if they're going to be able to pull line all the way in there. That looks like it might be like a cruise show. I'll get back to you.
Okay, copy.
Hey, Operations Yankee.
Yankee, go ahead.
I think we're on the same page with what you were talking about with Lance. So the tankers came in. We got Dozer 14 when he's comfortable is going to start working to the east, and the crews are going to kind of follow up and start working in conjunction to the east.
Okay, and just for situational awareness, we got a lot of resources. I don't know if we're going to get everything we requested, so we're really going to be good about shifting engines around into perimeter control, working to the north.
Affirm.
True, dispatch, Charlie Tanker 40.
Charlie Tanker 40, stand by.
Sure, Charlie Tanker 40, off Camarillo back to the fire.
Center Copy, Charlie Tanker 40. Sharp air attack, Ventura. '81, truck 140, medic 683. See with sheriff on scene near the Ulta Beauty, 560 Ventura Boulevard.
Again with the identifier of the ETA.
8HT, ETA 1654.
Copy.
divisions and structure groups, just making you aware, we're still looking at about an hour and a half till meals get here. I realize resources haven't eaten all day, but as soon as they do, we'll try and prioritize getting that out to the line. Thank you. Buck 140, NJ81, you guys can cancel. That's 140, copy, thanks guys. South air attack on Base Victor 122. Exit 43, medic 433, old person, 2621, Lemon Drive. Medic 447, clear with an AMA. Yeah, copies, medic 437. Oh, Ventura, South air attack on command.
Sharp air attack, go ahead.
Do you have an ETA for the VLAT? And then can you do me a favor and check with Fox and get some ETA for the tankers we sent there for a load return?
Sharp air attack, we do not yet have an ETA for the VLAB. It will be tanker 911. Additionally, readvise what you would like from Fox.
Medic 434.
Medic 434, go ahead.
Yeah, medic 434 will handle the call with medic 433, they are aware.
Interior copies, medic 434. Medic 433, cancel.
Status of tanker 101 and 16.
Interior copies, we should send Fox tanker base, but we'll request status information.
Thank you. Basin, Samari. Basin, Samari, 150, command 8.
Sorry, 150, Command 8.
RA50, who you calling?
Shift from RA150, Command 8.
Yeah, RA50, repeat one more time. The first part of your transmission got cut off.
Basin from RA150. We're clear and
Available, Simi Valley Hospital. Do you have a need for us?
No, assuming we still have a break. Staging, do we still have
RA41 on 2? IC. Yeah, IC, go ahead. Things, got an identifier of the LA City dozer. It's going to be dozer 45. ETA will be unknown at this point. We'll get back to you. Additionally, LA City is offering up a Type 1 strike team, if you could use it. Yeah, so I was talking with RA150. We're going to make them available right now. And then I heard, do you have the strike team available? The two pieces of traffic were dozer 45 was the identifier of LA City dozer, ETA unknown.
RA150, go ahead.
RA150 is available.
Copy RA150, stand by 1.
So let me get with the divisions and see if they can make use of Type 1.
Got it.
Thank you.
Division Yankee operations. Yankee.
Are you able to start plugging in resources working northeast?
Center copies the next 683.
Trying to see where we can insert from behind houses and start doing it. So between the airdrops and the dozer, in progress to the east.
RA150, conversation 31.
Okay, I copy that, and stand by 1.
Division Alpha operations.
Operations Alpha.
How are you looking on engine needs right now?
Gonna tell you, I think we're pretty good with what we got. I guess the only thought would be we're trying to plug some folks back into the system. The op area probably could use some rigs, you know, because this would probably be an overnight commitment.
Yeah, it's our, so either way, it's our fire. Now we can bring in another strike team and release some stuff if you think you could use them. That sounds like a fine plan.
You know, right now we're good on the hill with what we got. It'd just be if you guys are looking to put you back in the system locally.
Okay, copy. Great, I see operations. I'll give you a phone call.
Go ahead, Pricey. Go ahead, Pricey.
Thank you so much, friends.
Stand by for a phone call. Copy that.
Should I switch to Butte County, guys? We're still listening to Ventura, but has the situation stabilized down in Ventura? Ventura County and Simi Valley? They said, you know, they already have evacuated these homes. They increased warnings over there.
Should be coming in right now.
Geez, sorry about that. That's super loud. I'm still helping a family member with a minor family emergency, friends. So I was thinking, do we need to go to Butte County and see what's going on there? Because we've covered what's going on in Ventura County
Ventura attack. Not come in.
for quite a while.
Shelter attack, go ahead.
Please order for 2 Type 1 helicopters. Can you check and see if there's any Type 1 helicopters, can you see if there's any Type 2 helicopters closer?
All right. Yeah, I'm switching to Butte County. It's still not a cakewalk down there, but listen to views.
Orville engine 342 available in 64's response area.
All right, we're switching to views of the Grubbs Fire.
342, 1634. Engine 342.
We got the big planes on it. Yeah, thanks guys for the vote there. I think it's correct. So we got a couple of cans looking at it. We got Chinese wall.
2162 back in service available, station 13.
That's probably the clearest view. What do you guys think? We're now listening to Butte County.
2162, 1634. 2162.
Now about this Grubbs Fire, it's probably a house fire or structure fire that spread to vegetation. That's probably what happened. I don't know, but they said that it was 2 to 3 acres with 2 structures fully involved and an immediate structure threat to others. So I don't see anything terribly suspicious about that. It's just the kind of day where that happens. I don't know what to make of the Hurlton fire or whatnot, but any tiny spark. So I mean, most counties in California have several fires, and vegetation start like every day, along with several structure fires. California is just a big place with big counties. So it's just when we have red flag conditions, any of them can immediately become huge. But do keep an eye out for suspicious.
On your report on conditions and potential.
Do report any suspicious
Your need for engine 2192.
activities and keep an eye out for smokes and call them in.
They're available at team.
Yeah, thanks, Kagi,
36.
or Kaji. Kaji, I don't know how to say that, I'm sorry. Yeah, it looks like Southern California's fire in Ventura County and Simi is covered by the local news, so we got to go back here to the neglected part of the state. Hopefully KCRA will get some coverage here. Let's look at Chinese Wall. We see a lot of big tankers. So thank you guys so much, mods, for
engine 91, return to quarters.
hit the like button, guys.
1636.
Remind people to hit the like button. I'll be back proper as soon as I can. I'm still assisting a family member with family emergency, but I can check back and monitor the stream a tiny bit. I just can't listen full time.
Orville Battalion 21 Airways available on scene.
The evacuations.
I see Orville.
Okay. Thanks for keeping people informed, guys.
2108, 1637.
920 Airways. Towards the east, the northeast, it's burning towards the old fire scar from a couple weeks ago. Potential 25 to 30 acres.
Okay, that's hopefully accurate.
I see 1637.
Yes, thank you, guys. We can only reach people who are looking for us if people make the video trend. Sorry to be annoying and ask for likes.
Engine 41, return to quarters. Engine 41. 1638.
All right, when it refreshes, I don't know if it'll change the zoom, but we're now listening to Butte County because, you know, Butte County is cursed. So we have been covering the Ventura emergency, Ventura County, and Simi, but the local news has got it.
Orville, return to quarters. Engine 41.
Thanks, friends. I'll be back soon. Thank you for holding down the fort and helping everybody.
Grab that back, grab it.
Air attack aircraft release.
Grub Air attack Orville.
Please take your 210 to McClellan empty, ETA 1643, and we can release unfilled fourth air tanker.
Grub Air attack 1639.
Orville, Grubs IC.
I see Orville.
We're going to adjust, we're going to take zone 867 from a warning to an order. That's 867 from a warning to an order.
I see 1639.
Orville, engine 2196 available, station 33 response area. Engine 2196.
Orville, Battalion 2108, third medics arrived at scene.
Orville, no IC. Orville. Third medic unit arrived. 2 medic units, code 3 to Enlow, 1 with the rider. Neil, I see. Are you en route to Enlow for pickup? On scene with 3rd medic unit. We'll advise them en route. Neil, I see. 1645. Station 45, engine 45, cover station 72, 1646. 122 available. Mag 2 Orville, your location. Orbit. Mag 2, 1647. Orville engine 41, available in response area. Engine 41, 1648. 41. Oroville, Butte Dozer 1 available, station 63, response area. Butte Dozer 1, 1649. Keep those on. '74 Public Assist 571 Little Avenue. '74 Public Assist Help Up 571 Little Avenue between French Avenue and Andrea M. Court 1650. Orville and LIC. LIC Orville. He's been turned over to CHP en route to MLO for firefighter pickup. Neil IC 1650. Orville Battalion 2120 is available. Board coverage. Battalion 2120 1650. Battalion. Legend 2192 available. Engine 2192, cover station 63, engine 2192. Engine 2192. 1651. Engine 33, Battalion 2108. Engine 33, Battalion 2108.
2192, medical 1817 5th Street. Engine 2192, Company 64, Butte Medics, medical for an eye injury, 1817 5th Street, between U Avenue and Shasta Avenue, 1656, break.
Paradise structure 937 Deer Creek Lane. Battalion 2111, engine 33, engine 2196, engine 45, engine 41, company 81. Water tender 31 structure 937 Deer Creek Lane between Ruby Lane and Posey Lane. First unit at scene, Deer IC on V-Fire 26, secondary Paradise TAC 1. Stand by for response check back 1658. Orville, Thompson, Elko on command. Elko, Oroville. After 1 Echo Hotel, transition the airspace to grub the air attack. We're returning to Orville Holiday. Echo Hotel, 1659.
Orville, response check back, structure, Deer Creek Lane, Battalion 2111.
Battalion 2111.
2196. Engine 2196. Engine 2196. Doug. First unit at scene, Deer IC on V-Fire 26, secondary Paradise TAC 1, 1700.
Orville, engine 2196 responding.
Responding 937 Deer Creek Lane. For a second RP, negative structure, vegetation. Switch to Butte Command, tone 13. Reporting a 20 by 20 spot. Stand by for response check back on Butte Command 1701. 2196. Engine 41. Engine 41. Engine 45. Engine 45. Responding. Two reports reporting it approximately 20 by 20 spot 1702. Orville, Grubs IC. Update, resource request. Orville, Grubs IC. Update, resource request. Orville, Grubs IC. Command. Orville. Yeah, the crews are making good progress. The fire is currently paralleling the black from the old scar on the east side. The west side is currently tied in. The hose lays are tied in and anchored down the Broiler Road. We do have a spot fire over the top on the south end. The crews on the east are picking that up now, and the dozers are starting to put line in. Request 2 anchors to the incident. I see a 1704. Additional information. Your hand crew request will be extended. I copy, and still holding between 8 to 10 acres. 8 to 10 acres. Grubs, I see 1704. Orville, engine 2176, engine 2191 available, station 36 response area.
McGarry Crew 2, respond, vegetation, Grub, in the area of Grubbs Road and Boiler Way. Come up on Butte Command, 1705.
Conditions was broken, repeat.
Scene, 1 acre, in the grass, slow rate of spread. Engine 33 will be assuming command.
Responding, vegetation, Deer Creek Lane, engine 33, Deer IC on V-Fire 26, secondary power at ISPAC 1, 1706. Orville, engine 81, available.
Engine 81, return to quarters. Engine 81.
Two contact. The Grubs IC on V-Fire 23, 1706.
branch 1 treaty.
Just information, I was able to get an alpha from branch 15. They're going to assist Division Hotel with their hose lay.
That copy, thank you.
Orville Battalion 2111.
2111 Orville.
That's Dean, I'll assume your IC. Currently about half an acre. Heavy fuels and some logging slash with slow to moderate rate of spread. Continue this one.
Responding Deer Creek Lane, Battalion 2111, Deer IC on Refire 26. Secondary Paradise TAC 1, 1708. Engine 2191, Orville. Orville, engine 2191. 91, confirmed, cover station 41. 2191, 1710. Orville, Grub Air Attack, aircraft release. Grub's Air Attack, Orville. Loaded, ETA 1717. Bingo fuel. Grub's Air Attack, 1712. Crew 4, Orville, status.
Give contact 1713. I see Orville. I see Orville. I'll be in command. Negative contact 1714. Orville, Grubs IC, do you have traffic? Orville, negative. In 2192 Orville, status. I see Orville. Orville, Harrelson, I see transfer command, agent 2154, Fire Captain Perry. Down 2115 available. Unit at scene, Harrelson engine 2154, Harrelson IC on CDF TAC 12, secondary CDF TAC 91715. Broken, unreadable, repeat. Do you have not seen time for the medics? Engine 2192, 1716. Orville, here I see. Under 45 is FC, negative MPG. Orville, dear IC on command. Orville, Deer IC on command. Orville, Grubs IC. Yeah, are you showing a new start in the Best Ridge, Dunstone area? How many? Orville, Deer IC, command. Deer IC, Orville, do you have priority traffic? Negative, I'll hit you up in a minute. Deer IC, 1719 break. The Grubs IC, Orville. Yeah, Orville, Grubs IC, that is a new start per air attack. Approximately a half acre. Requesting a full wildland response on that. That Grubs IC, Oroville, 1720, break. Grubs air attack, Oroville. No.
About a quarter to half acre in the light fuel. One structure eminently threatened. I believe it's Grubs across a Butte Vista or somewhere in that area. I'd like to request 2 additional Type 3 multi-engine tankers. 8-9 is cleared back to Grass Valley, bingo on field, so we don't have them.
Grubs air attack 1721. Additionally, do you believe this to be a new start or a continuation of the Grubs incident?
This will be a new start, unrelated. Right now, the wind is pushing it towards the east, and it's going to push it into a green belt. But there are a couple structures in the area. Currently, our fixed wing is on the ground, fueling at Chico, so we'll need to, for a total of 3 S2s. And we'll keep it on these frequencies, but what will be the incident name?
We'll go Dunstone, will be the incident name.
Copy that. We're assuming Dunstone air attack.
Attack 1721. Orville, Grubs IC. Grubs IC. Orville, Grubs IC.
Grubs IC, Orville.
We have Captain Weber and 3 engines off of strike team at 1205 Alpha, starting towards an east start on Dunstone and Beth Ridge.
Grubs IC, Orville, confirming Fire Captain Weber and 1 engine off of the Alpha strike team.
3 engines off of the Alpha strike team with leader. They're reporting to 321 Dunstone. It's an area of that location.
For the responding units, we're going to be utilizing the same air frequencies as your incident. Same air frequencies. An update on ground frequency shortly.
I copy.
Oroville Station 62, engine 2168, staff available, KV 84.
You're on local, repeat.
Oroville Station 62, staffing, engine 2168, staff available, KV 84.
62, 1726. Orville for engine 2122. Battalion 2115, engine 2185, engine 2169, engine 2192, engine 2160. 3 engines from the Grubs incident as part of strike team 1205 Alpha. Water tender 74, water tender 25, Butte-Dozer 1, CNA 23, Salt Creek Crew 1. AirTech 230 at scene, 2 tankers on order, 1 copter on order. Vegetation in the area of Dunstone Drive and Grubbs Road. First unit at scene, Dunstone IC on CDF TAC 5, secondary CDF TAC 12. Unit standby for response check back. Additionally, air to ground will remain on CDF air to ground 1. Standby for check back 1728.
Yeah, go ahead for Crew 2. We copy traffic to divert to Dunstone. Orville, Grubs IC.
IC Orville.
I'll be releasing Magalia Crew 2 to the new start off of Dunstone.
Magalia Crew 2 coming off from Butte Command 1729. And Oroville, Dunstone Air Attack. Update. Dunstone Air Attack Orville. Half an acre. Helicopters are kind of holding in check. One engine at scene right now. Still in the light fuel, multiple citizens assisting. At this point, low potential. Grubs Air Tag. 1730.
Orville, Magalia Crew 2 on command, re-diverting to the Dunstone incident. Can you confirm TACnet?
Affirmative, it's going to be CDF TAC 5 for primary, secondary CDF TAC 12.
MAG 2, you can show us that too.
Orville Station 23, engine 2184, available response area.
Engine 2184, 1732.
Engine 2184. Air attack Orville.
Mike, next over to move. Well, you all put all the gentlemen over here. Alright, appreciate it. So it doesn't matter where they're at. The computer is just going to put it where it needs to go. We'll put all these in just one.
You're on command 2, or correction, view command tone 2. Orville Captain 91 is at scene. I concur with their text report. Got the 1508 Alpha working on it. I should be able to pick it up with Magalia and 2 Type 3 engines from the unit. location. Units responding, Dunstone Drive, Groves Road, Captain 91, Dunstone IC on CDF TAC 5 secondary, CDF TAC 12, break, Dunstone Air Attack Orville. Orville, Dunstone Air Attack, go ahead. Air Attack, Oroville. Require will you be taking Copter 514 over with you to the Dunstone?
Forward progress is stopped on the Dunstone. We're going to be moving the aircraft, the rotorcraft back over to the Grubs, and expect a release on both of those shortly. We can cancel all but one fixed wing tanker into back to the Grubs incident. So we should be just to hold on to tanker 88 and cancel the other two orders.
Orville, Battalion 2115. Air Attack 1735 break, Battalion 2115, Orville. Orville, Battalion 2115, confirming the location of Captain 91 is the start. We were responding to you at Grub and Dunstone, correct? The Dunstone IC, Orville, confirm your incident location. Orville, I believe the updated location is going to be Dunstone across the Beth Ridge. I'm seeing with the Alpha engine, a quarter acre in the grass of the flats, forward progress stop. Dunstone IC, Orville. Your needs, will you be able to handle with the Alpha engines at scene? Orville, Dunstone, I see. Continue to Type 3 scan handle. Need for a dozer. For a dozer. Responding Dunstone Drive, Beth Ridge Road. With the exception of engine 2185 and engine 2192, balance of the assignment cancel, return to quarters. Dozer 1. Dozer 1. Engine 2160. 1260 available, response area. Copy, engine 2169, 1730, units cancel 1738.
How you could remove the picture of your YouTube title next to picture, click remove, and as you can see it has been removed. Next step, click publish, and the picture should have been fully removed. Thank you guys for watching. Type YouTube, click on the right tube and click your channel. Here click again on the channel picture. Scroll to the bottom and you will see the option remove next to picture. Click remove.
Engine 2162, cover station 33. One engine from station 23, cover station 45. Engine 2167, cover station 72. Dunstone, I see. See Orville. Dunstone, I see. Current address will be 321 Dunstone. Dunstone, I see 1741. Orville, Water Center 74, staff's available. Center 74, 1741. Center 74. Engine 2169, Orville. Command. Be releasing Table Mountain 1, Table Mountain 3, Engine 391, Engine 372, and Water Tender 67. They'll all be coming up available shortly. Water Tender 67 will be on a slight delay for a fill-up. Carlton IC, 1742. Additionally, timeout for the other three engines is approximately 1 hour. IC 1742. Identify. Engine 2163. Engine 2167. Change in assignment, cover station 73. Engine 2167. Engine 2167. Running 1743, break. Engine 2169, Orville. Engine 2169, Orville. Contact 1743.
Orville. Grub air attack. Aircraft release.
Orville.
Releasing Copter 8. Echo Charlie. Copter 8 Charlie Kilo back to Orville. Hello base. ETA 1755. Releasing Tanker 88. Loaded to Grass Valley. ETA 1752. Correction 1755.
Orville, Grubs IC.
Air attack 1745, break. Grubs IC, Orville.
Forward progress is stopped, fire is contained. I'd like to reduce zones 868 and 867 to a warning.
Grubs IC 1745.
Latitude on local, low audio, repeat.
IC.
Grubs IC, Orville.
So I have a pending request for at least one additional water tender and one crew.
Of the Hurlton incident in the next 20 minutes. Waiting on them to refill. Your crew is going to be Magalia Crew 2. Once they finish on the Dunstone incident, they can return to you.
Grubs IC.
Here I see Orville. Deer, I see Orville. Negative contact 1748.
Orville, engine 372 available. Engine 372. Break. 372, 1749. 372. Orville, engine 372 available. Engine 372, 1750. 372. Orville, dear IC on command. Orville, dear IC update. Approximately half an acre. We have hose all the way around it. Pretty heavy fuels. There's going to be a significant commitment from off of approximately 2 to 3 hours. C-1753. I see you, Can you confirm engine 45 is that seen? Affirmative. 45, 41, 33, and 2196 are at scene. I believe there's a water tender on the dispatch. We can cancel them if they're still on it. I see, Orville, yeah, affirmative, negative fill on your water tender, 1753. Orville, Dunstone, I see. Dunstone, I see, Orville. Transferring command, engine 2185, Fire Captain Skinner, down 2115 available. Battalion 2115, 1754, break. Units at scene, Dunstone incident, engine 2185, Dunstone IC, 1754. Serious. 2169, Orville.
2169 Orville.
Engine 2169.
Change in assignment, cover station 55, engine 2169.
Engine 2169 in route station, 5 response area.
2169, 1754.
Engine 2169. In contact grubs, I see on V-Fire 23. We got it, crew 2.
Dozer 1 available, station 63, response area.
Dozer 1, 1755.
Dozer 1.
So engine 2191 available in station 41's response area.
Engine 2191, 1755.
Engine 2191, station 33 response area.
2162, 1755.
Staging branch 1. Staging branch 1 on command.
Branch 1, staging.
I thought I heard earlier that you had a water tender. Is that still the case?
That's affirmative. I have 2 water tenders and 3 doses.
I copy. Branch 1 training, did you copy that?
Branch 1 trainee copies. We'll take 1 water tender division hotel off Oregon Gulch.
I copy. Staging, did you copy? Just need an E number when they're en route.
That's affirmative. It'll be E160.
Copy, water tender E160, Division Hotel, Oregon Gulch. Thank you. Deputy Ops Branch 1, do you copy that?
So 2150, 1759. Orville, grub air attack, aircraft release. Orville. 14 back to White Cloud, ETA 1810. Release air attack 230 to Grass Valley, ETA 1812. Should be all aircraft off the grub incident. 230, 1801. available.
1806.
Orville engine 391 available.
Engine 391, stand by.
That's the Orville.
Yeah, I'll be releasing strike team 9220 Lima and Ridge Dozer. They're currently walking back to their transport, so they'll be coming available here shortly. Also, I'd like to reduce all a full haul warning, evacuation warnings. We can just pull those down. Butte County SO's here, and I advise them as well.
207.
Engine 391 Orville, cover station 73. Engine 391.
Engine 391.
391, 1807. Orville, engine 372, available station 72's response area. 372, 1808. Engine 372.
Orville engine 2163 available in station 41's response area. Local repeat. Orville engine 2163 available in station 45's response area. Engine 2163, 1813. 63. Operations staging.
Orville, engine 2169 available in station 55 response area.
Engine 2169, 1821.
Engine 2169.
Engine 2180, medical, 751, Oroville Dam Boulevard West, Unit 1. Engine 2180, Company 64, Butte Medics, medical, ill female, 751, Oroville Dam Boulevard West, Unit 1, Feather River RV Park, between Middlehoff Lane and the Highway 70 off-ramp, 1824, break.
Orville, engine 2167 available, station 73, response area.
Engine 2167, 1826.
Engine 2167.
Engine 2180, 1829.
Orville, Dunstone IC.
Dunstone IC, Orville.
Fire's contained. Engine 2192 and engine 2185 are picking up. Will be coming available shortly.
Correction, Dunstone IC 1832.
220 Lima, return to your previous assignment, 1838.
Station 64, tension 342, return to quarters, 1839.
Orville, engine 342 en route, station 42.
Engine 342, 1839. Check.
Oroville, Dunstone IC, with Latin Long and acreage.
Dunstone IC, Orville.
Latin Long, 39 degrees north, 26.754 by west, 121 degrees, 7.874, final acreage, .70.
Sir, 1 Echo, Hotel, on command. Stone IC, Orville. You were walked on right after the 121 in your longitude. Can you repeat?
West, 121 degrees, 27.874, final acreage, .70.
Dunstone IC, 1848.
Dunstone IC.
No, your traffic was broken. Repeat your destination. Go Hotel, completely unreadable.
Ridge, Dozer, Orville. Return to NEU. 1848.
Ridge, Dozer.
772, loud and clear. Go ahead.
We just looked at the Hella Basin route to the Thompson incident for a Helco mission.
Hotel, 1849.
Orville, Grubs, I see. You ready for fire size and lab mom?
Grubs, I see, Orville.
Fire size, 12.8 acres, lat long, north 39 degrees, 26.147 by west 121 degrees, 30.409. Break.
Orville, engine 391, available, station 73, response area. Engine 391, 1850. Engine 391.
North 39 degrees, 26.1422 by west 121 degrees, 30.2376.
I see, Orville. Confirm the longitude on that spot fire right at 121, and then you're covered by a phone call.
Yeah, 121, 30.2376.
I see 1851.
Orville engine 2162, new incident. Engine 2162, go ahead. Phone in report of a TC Skyway and Cootlink on the Magalia Dam. We'll be responding. Engine 2162, 1853. Skyway, correction, Magalia, TC, area of Dogtown Road and Skyway. Basin 2114, engine 2162 responding, engine 81, company 33, Butte Medics, TC, Butte Medics at scene, area of Dogtown Road and Skyway. First unit at scene, Dogtown IC on Calcord, standby for response, check back 1855.
Zero Charlie Hotel, 1855.
Engine 2176, medical 6565 Perry Road. Engine 2176, company 33, Butte Medics, medical, possible CDA, 6565 Perry Road, between Homewood Drive and the dead end, 1856, break. Orville, response check back, TC, near Dogtown Road, Skyway, Battalion 2114.
Battalion 2114.
All units responding, first unit at scene, Dogtown IC on Calcord, 1857.
Engine 2192 available.
This is non-injury, cancel response, will be available at station 33 response area. Unit on local, walked on, repeat. 2162 at scene, non-injury, cancel response, available station 33 response area. Units responding, TC, Dogtown Road, cancel, return to quarters, engine 81.
right, what have we got here? I'm back. Let me listen to the radio a second.
114. Battalion's 1114.
2162. Change of assignment. Respond. Medical. 6565. Perry Road. Engine 2162.
Orville, engine 2162, responding.
Cancelled. 1858.
192 available for the Tombstone incident, returning to station 55 R&R.
Brian B, you're in bad behavior, man. Act like an adult. 81 views, considering I'm AFK. Not bad at all, and you should be grateful for mods trying to help the people. Like, what the hell's going on here?
2176. Cancelled. Return to quarters. Engine 2076.
Sorry, but family emergencies are just that. It's not like I can
2176.
be here 100% of the time as much as I want. So,
59.
pretty disappointed to come back to this crap, really, honestly, guys. Let's go. What is the primary fire of concern, friends? I'm meeting at the keyboard, so do I need to switch camera views or radio? See if the webcam is functional. Yeah, it seems to be right now. Let's turn down the light.
Engine 2192. Return to quarters. 1900.
2.
All right, that's better. Our
2167, returning to quarters.
Shelley incident. Okay.
Engine 2192. 1900.
Shelley's burned along 96 north of Clear Creek what in which?
Engine 2167, returning to quarters.
Which state? Guys, remember we're covering all 3 western states. And they're ablazing, so.
2167. 1901.
2167.
Grade fire, not a big deal.
Orville, engine 2185, returning to quarters.
Evacuations at the Adams fire.
Engine 2185. 1901.
Heavy mop up.
2185.
Looking good. Vegetation fire at Sacramento. Second alarm requested 27 minutes ago. All right, they got a helicopter. Good. Clear Creek, what? Hello, friends. I'm sorry for the chaos today, but, you know, when the cat's away, the mice will play, apparently. So that's, stress brings out the worst in us sometimes. We all just need to take a deep breath and then reset. Right? These are extremely stressful circumstances, but we shouldn't tear each other apart. We should support each other. We don't have to like each other, but we need to support each other. So let's check on Grubbs Fire. I'm glad to see that that's all evacuations lifted. Sweet. That could have been a bad one today. One east of Oroville. Also, the Hurlton could have been a bad one. Check on the Thompson itself. I was happy to see a lot of reduced evacuations. I monitored the situation into the night, and it started to look very good once they fixed the cameras. And I couldn't see the fire moving, the one that was by Kelly Ridge. So I did get some photographs sent to me about the Kelly Ridge neighborhood, and it was looking very good. I have to confirm for sure what this person saw, but it was a good authority. Like I was talking to an officer. So, but it was indirect through text messages, and I have to make sure that what he saw was the truth before I get, announcement on what he did observe last night. So, but this is great news. We know that the wind is supposed to be worse west of I-5, and that's given Butte County a break. It could have been such a different scenario if the weather had been a little bit different. So we're still listening to the Butte County radio unless we need.
Charlie 8 on local.
Should we change right now? Yeah, everybody, you're all instructed to calm your teats.
Charlie 8, Orville.
Give them a massage if you need. Just calm your teats.
Orville, show Charlie 8 off Ukiah en route to Ukiah. 40 minute ETE, operation is normal.
Check our aircraft. One of these guys' helicopters is going to Ukiah. Whoops. Hey, stop that. I have to turn off whatever
Charlie
this
8, 1904.
There's still some
Am I positive there?
helicopters looking around. What is the most serious fire right now?
2180, medical, 1023 14th Street, Unit 22A Alpha.
Great, that's Clear Lake. It looks. Wait, no, this is Shasta. That's great. Right, so let's close that down. Fort Jones, whatever's going on the Siskiyous is nasty.
White. 2180, Company 64, Butte Medics, medical, abdominal pain, 1023 14th Street.
All right, I'm muting that because we don't need to know about somebody's abdominal pain. This is in remote Siskiyou County, kind of by the, Pacific Crest Trail or something. So while it looks pretty tremendously bad, it wasn't what we needed to cover today when Ventura County, Butte County, Shasta County all had mandatory evacuations and probably some others that I missed. Yeah, thanks, Scroll Master, and hey, Redman. Thanks all who have been, from the bottom of my heart, very helpful today. We crowdsource information best we can, and every once in a while I will have an emergency, but my mods and so many volunteer people to contributing, I'm so grateful. I got back as fast as I could. I'm dealing with multiple problems. So, yeah, thank you for the little pat on the head. It's super appreciated. Hang on.
3669 Hilldale Avenue, between Orville Avenue and Rosemore Lane.
Somebody's
1905.
burning a pile in front of their yard right now in Orville. Like.
Engine 2162, I've seen this Maddox 3 ago.
What kind of idiot has done that?
2162, 1906.
Overlays, I'm not sure what you're saying. I only have a 2-monitor setup right now, but later when I have the third, once the desk is repaired, I used to draw all over the screen with, like a football play and analysis thing, and make big symbols and arrows and gestures, and we'll be able to set that back up. And then if the next thing I can do is I can overlay Flight Radar 24 over CalTopo and put the heat detections on at the same time, and you can see exactly where they're talking and where the heat is being detected. I used to do that fancy in 2020, but we have to set up a third monitor, but thanks to your kind donations, my video card can handle that on the desktop. Oh, my headset just reconnected. Hope I didn't mute for a second. Let's look at actual heat detections. That's Modus and Veers, but if we go to GOES, beautiful gray all over Orville, which means the last heat detection was over 6 hours ago. We're talking heat that was more intense than the last time the satellite passed. The satellite makes a pass like every 25 minutes. It's got a very big margin of error. Every square is the big margin of error. But there has to be a flare-up greater than the heat detection before for it to re-trigger. And if it does, it goes red. So as it fades out from cooler and cooler colors, gray is what you want to see, it means at least 6 hours ago, the last heat detection. And when it goes finally
Orville engine 342, available response area.
to 12 hours, then it's
Engine 342, 1907.
it disappears.
342.
So here's the Fort Jones Siskiyou fire, I would imagine, the one that's big on the cameras, but there's nobody threatened at this time. There's no communities.
Engine 2192, false alarm, cancel. Return to quarters, engine 2192.
All right.
Engine 2192.
Okay. Yep. This I tried to run this fire stream a couple of times on a potato computer when I was not home. It didn't work. That's the laptop fund. And thank you so much. We got a lot of donations yesterday. I couldn't even keep track of them as we had so many multiple fires breaking out. So I'll be here tomorrow, man. We'll be here. Part of taking some of these, taking care of some of these affairs right now frees me up for tomorrow. I had to make some hard decisions, but I was like, okay, we do this now. But we are back. I may have to take another little break to finish up what I was doing, but we are back, and then up until the night or whenever things calm down, we'll be live. So thanks everybody for holding the fort. I've been doing private messaging as I've been in and out of here, behind the scenes, trying to make sure we're not. What was that sound? Trying to make sure that we're not missing anything. Okay, so looking around, let's see what the fire was like in down in Simi. Looks like watch duty. Yeah, the Sharp. Let's see how that is and or was doing. As that was our first fire we started out with today, where they had injuries and evacuations. I don't know who was hurt, but it sounded like civilians were hurt. And they slammed it with helicopters and aircraft immediately. So it was a pretty big deal. So we started out with Ventura County, and we saw aircraft rush to the scene. So,
2162 available, 633 response here.
But yeah, this is the last hour.
2162, 1910.
Not even looking the same direction. Let's just check up our last update on the Sharp Fire, Ventura County. 4 minutes ago, they continued to fight a brush fire that began in the hills near Sharp Road at 1:45 p.m. It's estimated to be 133 acres, but fire crews and aircraft are making good progress. The evacuation order for residents along Ditch Road and the evacuation warning for those at Erringer and Lost Canyon Drive has been lifted. All road closures were lifted, and the temporary evacuation point has been deactivated. The public is asked to avoid the area while firefighters continue to work on containment. So, great. That would explain why some of the cameras looked away from it, because they're looking for new fires. I don't see if we still have any eyes on it.
2180, 1911.
But we've seen our firefighters do such great work. You know, they really pulled off a miracle yesterday, keeping the fire away from the Kelly Ridge neighborhood. That was intense and a very difficult battle. So let's look back. We already covered that the Krebs fire is looking better. Look back to Acuity and Sharp. This is weird. What's weird? Sharp fire. Is there an Acuity fire? That'd be weird. Let's go back up to the Shelley incident. 224% containment. I imagine that's 24. That's a typo.
I'm ready.
Ready for what? Just heard the. We're still listening to Butte County, although I don't know that we need to be right now. Tell me which fire we should look at, friends. The Adams is looking way better. The grade looks okay. The Watts, that was of concern earlier, and they declared forward progress stop and 100% contained an hour ago. Excellent. That was north of Sacramento. Let's look back at the Moccasin. They still have a level 3 evacuation that happened yesterday. The Moccasin was unfortunately a structure fire or two that spread the vegetation. So that, I believe, is what happened to one of the other fires that was in Butte County. It was just like a tragic home accident, I believe. We still have no idea, as far as they're telling the public, what caused Thompson. But my initial thought might be, well, was it like a hot ember from the old bar fire? But it was the wrong direction. It was not in the bar fire's footprint or where it could have spread. So who knows? Now let's continue looking at the Moxon. They had an update an hour ago. It remains at 51 acres, 30% containment, but there's extreme heat and low humidity, and it's created tough conditions, of course, for firefighters, demanding increased vigilance and endurance to maintain these conditions. To manage the conditions effectively. I have to move my window so I can read better. Crews will continue to continue through the night to construct and fortify control lines and mop up the hot spots. They changed their evacuation notices and shrank the mandatory evacuation area a little bit. So,
Branch 1, hotel on command.
But everybody near there already knows, because that's small. These are tight-knit small communities west of where the Calevera fire was. I drove through them in 2022, and like everybody knows about that situation. So we could have had a bad situation with the Pine Fire that was over by Pioneer, and that stayed really small, and they have been killing.
Orville, dear IC in command.
Orville.
I have no idea what Chad is saying or has been saying.
Going to be making engine 41 available. They're rolling up their hoses. Should be come up to you in the next 15, 20 minutes. The remaining engines will be committed another 30 minutes. We'll give the incident engineer trip on engine 33, and I'll be available.
You're still listening to Butte County. They're discussing availability.
2111, 1915 break.
Nothing too pertinent. So you were asking, what was the big one that's showing up by the Oregon border? Would that be this one that you're talking about? Look at the rainbow.
Units at scene of deer incident, engine 33, deer IC, B-fire 26, secondary, Paradise.
What?
Tactical, 1915.
Is that a new fire, the deer incident? Meeting Paradise 15? Some different. Paradise has been helping Butte, the rest of Butte County and Orville throughout all this. But did I just hear that there's a deer incident in Butte County? Is it a fire? Yeah, that would be the Shelley, the big one up by the Oregon border. It's Siskiyou Mountains, and I guess it's by the only people that might be threatened really are the hikers. I think they said it was by the. I need blood sugar here. I've got my food in front of me. The Pacific Crest Trail, but I'm not familiar with every which way it goes. So I don't know if it forks, diverts, or stays mostly on the west side of I-5 or the east. I have no idea.
Branch 1 training, hotel on command.
Let's listen. There might be a new incident here at Butte. They just said deer incident en route to it. I don't know what it is.
Branch 1 training.
Yeah.
Branch 1 training, hotel. I had one water tender ended up being a 12 single driver. Any chance on a replacement?
There's a fire in Paradise. In the town.
You're broken. Can I meet up with you?
Great.
A firm location. Mike Hotel break.
Because that's all we needed. Oh, it started 2 hours ago? All right. I'm sorry. This is the first time I've heard of it. It's even on no notifications.
Rich Dozer leaving the unit.
It was
Ridge Dozer, 1918.
It was a slow rate of spread. Good. Yeah, I've been over this way. I'm familiar with this area. This took heavy damage. These neighborhoods back in the Paradise Fire off Skyway here. It's too grim for me to talk about right now. And I did drive through some of the aftermath neighborhoods here back in the day, and one day I'll share this with you. And even when I'm prepared to talk about it, that's not right now. Yeah, Ms. Mo, we don't want no fires, nothing right now. Very glad that was a small affair. But it looks like some people are still coming and going from that incident. So back to the fires. Kevin loses his cousin relocated from the Paradise. Good luck, guys. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's not new. I just thought by what I heard on the radio, it's like going to the deer incident. So I assumed it was new, but looking at Watch Studio, I didn't realize it's 2 hours old. And it was spreading slowly. So let's do a little time lapse. Which camera is this? Whoops. Sawmill Lookout. Check it out. Fort Jones. So that's Chinese wall that was looking at the grubs. I will have to take another little break here. I'm supposed to be eating and just checking the cams. I have to coordinate a little bit with some family members, get them completely situated. Then I'll be all yours, guys. Sorry that it's 7 p.m., but some things can't wait. Okay, so the cam had the best view. No. Nope. If people wonder why somebody got trapped at Paradise, this canyon's this big and this deep. All right.
1673, copy all traffic.
Our every windswept high plateau with canyons everywhere. And it's very hard to build a bridge across these to make east-west escape routes. It's all north and south. But I'm thinking they should make a few. It would help many of these communities mutual aid each other without having to drive hours out of their way just to get what should take 5 minutes. And FDR called for such a thing, and they started construction on some of these bridges and special fire lanes and fire breaks. And then he died in office, and after World War II, nobody funded it, and it got canceled. So there were half-completed bridges and roads that would have helped people escape Paradise that were never completed. When I found that out, I was like, no way. So the Paradise disaster and others that have occurred have been foreseen since the 30s. That's shocking, isn't it? We knew this could happen since the 30s. Started doing something about it in the 30s and 40s and then stopped. I thought I downloaded the battle plan, like the big, like it was a massive multi-county fire protection system, an escape route, fire access construction project. I can't find it, but I will try to re-download it again. But if anybody knows about it and can direct me to where I can get a PDF of that, it's like written in an old typewriter and stuff, please do let me know. Hey, there's birds in front of the camera. All right, here is what happened at Paradise. So you see all the pine trees that everybody was under. Time for them to go. That's what was so deadly. Keep the sequoias, the oaks, but some of the fire-promoting pine trees. After Paradise became like a gold rush ghost town, a lot of the lumber companies kind of took over and people planted trees that normally shouldn't really be right here. It should be oaks and grass, right? And they meant to harvest them all and send them to the mill. Instead, it got developed and people built homes underneath. not a natural landscape. But the sequoias that looked completely blackened, like blackened giant toothpicks, charred 100%. 2 years later, I came back and they're sprouting. They survived. So keep those, but they tied little special ribbons around them so people didn't accidentally cut them down. So let's go back here. Yeah, the Works Progress Administration had a big, massive, yeah, but this was a huge project. It was going to protect so many different communities. You know, just going down the length of the Sierras. Looking back, yeah, thank you, Philip Keene. I didn't realize the deer was old. That's the canyon that parallels Skyway, isn't it? Oh, sorry, I already clicked away from it. But I've got a lot of personal pictures. People don't understand just how massive and deep these are. This Doe Mill Road, I think this was it. I believe so. Gonna cross, change. Yeah, it looks at Nimshu Road. Yeah. Some other little. This road is paralleling Skyway, but down in the canyon. So let's see if we can get a good topo look. Yeah. So it's see how Paradise doesn't have a bridge over this. So people in this neighborhood west of Skyway were trapped and couldn't get east. And you go to the south here and see how there's no. It drops off to a steep vertical cliff.
Orville, engine 2169, return to quarters.
So they only have one way out, which is east, and the fire is coming from the east. So there were some people who survived by just hiking. It took them 2 days to hike down. They were listed as missing, presumed dead, and they hiked out. But that was perilous. They're using old mining roads and stuff, like the ones that haven't been maintained, like donkey trails since, the gold rush. So I'm going to take a little bite. Hang on a second. We're still listening to Butte County. Is there something else to examine or look at, friends? They downgraded the Olinda. That's great. That's great. Yeah, the Paradise Fire. I would show you the crazy image. No, the heck is that? Campfire disaster. That. Okay. Town was under that. So the big shadow thing, that's the canyon in question that we're talking about. And the camera looks that way. So a lot of people are sheltering in place and absolutely surviving in this. Places like big box store parking lots and the golf courses and construction lots with just paved parking, recently cleared fields were just dirt. Grocery store parking lots, swimming pools. People got in the reservoirs, the mini ones.
All units are released. Water Center 64 will be topping off and coming available. Engine 2154 and engine 2165 will be en route station 54 for equipment. You can show the fire contained, turn over to the property owner. We'll be out to check the fire tomorrow.
Your fire contained. Awesome.
Engine 2154, 1927.
I believe that's what they're referencing. So as bad as this looks, people, hundreds, maybe even thousands of people just wrote it out. And you can too. So if you think right now that you can escape by vehicle, that opportunity has long passed. Just think about where's a good safe place to hunker down. Golf courses, baseball field, diamonds, the track and field, local high school, the big box store parking lots, grocery store parking lots, underneath the culverts in the streets, face down in creeks if you have to be. An old man who was 92 years old, he was found alive in the morning, hypothermic, because he just sat in one of the miniature reservoir ponds. He just walked to safety and knew what to do. So I remember that was amazing. I just cried when I heard that over the news or over the radio, scan radio. You can survive this. You don't have to drive like a madman or panic. Just keep a level head. It's your best friend. So this one is the Shelley fire, right? The one that's the Oregon border. Let's go back to it. I just don't know that other than see how it's sort of very far away from anything. They have like almost no road access. They said they were putting in smoke jumpers back when it started. They said per air attack, the activity has slowed down to creeping and backing with occasional runs. Good. It'll help them for a bit. If the wind dies down tonight, it'll help a lot. 5 tankers are working to reinforce retardant lines, the priority keeping it from moving over the ridge to the east. 9 smoke jumpers are hiking their way in from the south. Ground crews are making their way towards trailheads from the east. 4 helicopters are also dipping out of Shelley Lake. It's over 224 acres, and that was 2 hours ago. But the fact that it's creeping and backing, that's very slow rate of spread. That's a miracle. So let's get our image of that live. Oh, it's gone to rotate mode. That's annoying. Right, different. Fort Jones 1 is not. Do our 3-hour time lapse. It'd be a nightmare to try to contain this one with like what? Just a trail for access.
Oroville, Thompson, Elko, on command 7.
Great. Okay.
Elko, Orville.
I gotta take a lunch break.
All aircraft are off the fire for the evening. 1 Echo Hotel returning to Orville Helo Base.
Hotel, 1930.
Okay. The helicopters are going home after working the Thompson fire in Orville. Do keep images coming to me. This is my email. Please say that I can use them on the stream. I mean, if I can't use some, or you want to be anonymous, you got to type that. But thank you everybody who submitted images. I do have some from my family members who talked to their friends, who sent them pictures when it first started. They're eerie, but not really super compelling. But yeah, this is Squirrel Master 315 says that was a horrible event, the Paradise Fire, I guess. I worked with a few ham operators up there in the fire, doing Red Cross comms at the Gridley Fairgrounds and shelter for the campfire. I know. Chrissy, we don't get political like that. This is not the place. We are trying to bring both sides together. We don't have to like each other. But if we don't come together on this hill, we die on this hill. We have to come together. We don't have to like each other. We have to demand change. Most of these wildfire disasters can be completely eliminated, like 90%, with legislative change. And we need on each side to vote for that legislative change and demand it. So if you think that this is a simple, it's left versus right issue, that's super oversimplified to the point of, come on now. I mean, a lot of stuff happened under Trump too, but it wasn't his fault. Now there's a Democratic president, a lot of stuff happening under him. Still had wildfires that were bad in the time that we had Arnold as governor. So there's still people, politicians on the left and politicians on the right, taking money from PG&E and letting them get away with murder. So we keep it unifying here to kind of talk. You can always make your own channel and say what the hell you want on it. But I'm not here to oversee. I'm not here to oversee a circus and a whole bunch of debates that go nowhere. Politics channels are that way.
1932.
Okay. 7% containment on the Thompson. That's great news. Like I said, last time we checked the heat detections, it's all gray over Orville. It's just, they're getting a miracle break in the weather. It's all they need. And hopefully we'll know a lot more about what's going on and people can return to their homes pretty soon. It's just, it's going to take a lot of cleanup and mop up. There's a lot of power lines down and damaged, a lot of devastation, some homes lost, and they have put dozer lines everywhere, and it'll take a bit to totally reopen. But remember, fireworks of all kinds are banned in Butte County, and you need to report. You need to report anybody lighting them off. So I'm going to take a dinner break here. Set up my family member for get them squared away. We're almost done.
Whiskey trainee, Orville. Orville Division Whiskey trainee. All Division Whiskey 12-hour resources are off the line. Division Whiskey trainee, 1934.
It is time for their. It is time for their day shift to replace night shift. So that's pretty much what's going to dominate the radio chatter. Is there anything on the Shelley fire that we should? Is there a way to listen to this one? At Siskiyou, I mean, that's starting to die down as well. There's been, Thompson fire evacuation updates. I know that they've reduced them a little bit. Somewhere, looks like in the far south and west of town, to warnings, be ready to go at a moment's notice. That doesn't mean get ready to be ready. It means you have to already be ready to go at a moment's notice. Like, don't take off your shoes kind of thing. Or put them right by the door. Put on your shoes, grab your keys, and your car's already ready to go. It's that kind of thing. We'll have to check out the forecast for tomorrow, but and we imagine that many new fires will start maybe even tonight as night falls and people start lighting their stupid fireworks. But just all the smart people know already to not do it. So our advice of don't do it is going to fall on deaf ears. So all I can say is you smart people who know how dangerous fireworks can be, any fire right now can become a big behemoth that erases neighborhoods. All I can encourage you to do is call the police if somebody is lighting off fireworks. It's not funny right now. Your entire family and everything you own and that of your neighbors can depend on it. This is not cool. Butte County suffered enough. So that's what law enforcement is saying, and I can only say that who cares who it is? They're being reckless, and if they did start a fire, their charge would probably be reckless arson. That's a serious thing. The Columbia River Gorge fire, the Great Eagle Creek, I believe it was called, that just ripped through the gorge, still wasteland today, much of it. That was started by one teenager with a smoke bomb, and others were with him and needed to have reported him or told him to knock it off. Nobody did. He was just there pranking and trying to scare people and throwing it off a bridge, and it got into dry leaves, and that caused tremendous damage. The fire raged so fiercely that it crossed the entire Columbia River and went to Washington and almost took out Troutdale and some other little towns and did erase a whole bunch of our history. And that was one smoke bomb. So just do the right thing. And I hope you guys take the advice of your local law enforcement. They are ready to bring the hammer of God down on and prosecute people to the fullest extent of the law, because examples do need to be made. I'm actually in agreement with that.
Orville engine 2166 available.
Look at our red flag conditions.
Engine 2166 return quarters 1937.
Engine 2166.
Okay, so I'm going to leave you with what's going on with the Fort Jones camera. I don't know if we have. I think Husky might be away at dinner. Go back up there. Did I miss anything in chat? Like, did anybody, have a question for me or something? Because I need to do. Well, it's dinner time actually. Eat my dinner, reheat my dinner actually, because it's very cold. So, Yep, but Squirrel Master, the crew's been doing excellent jobs. We don't need to make the first responders' lives any harder. They already started collapsing from heat exhaustion, triple-digit temperatures. Can you imagine what it's like to be hiking into a fire right now? You know. So, should I leave Butte County on? But we'll look at what's going on with Siskiyou. Yeah, I think the Sacramento fire was a done deal. If you're talking about the Watts, let me check. Oh, a different one. Okay, power. This happened almost exactly the same place as last time. Remember the two other fires, the double that broke out the same day as the AERO, and then the one before that on Eagle's Nest? It's all by Mather. Mather's right there. It's off of Jackson Road. What is going on? One of them was a structure fire off Jackson Road that went 4 alarms. We didn't hear much about it, but it's held to 13 acres. Copters being released. All the aircraft's off of Oroville fires. Looks like easily, for the most part, accessible, you know. But saw a grass and marsh fire that made it so difficult. The fire engines kept sinking into the marshes, and they kept watching some of the ground grass fires just go away from them because the trucks were just bogging down in mud. But why is it almost all just south of Jackson Road and off Jackson Road by Mather? It's like, really? Really? All right, remember, stay vigilant. Arson happens. I don't use that word very often, but we know that it happens. So we've had some of it in Portland, 14 cars lit on fire a couple of months ago. Nobody ever found the arsonist who killed 3 people in Portland on 4th of July a couple of years ago, lit an apartment complex on fire, hideous injuries and manner of death there. I went to the scene and asked the public for anybody who knows information to come forth. Looks like nobody ever caught them. Then we had more suspicious fires near the same area in East Portland. 2 more that same year. So remember, there's not that many people who commit arson, but those that do repeat their behavior until they're caught.
Orville, GRIC, control acreage, 0.5 acres. I got a Latin long when you're ready to copy.
$25 acres of what? Anyway, this is up by the Oregon border, Siskiyou Mountains. This is the Fort Jones 1 cam.
Orville, GRIC. Total acreage is 0.5 acres. Latin long, 39 degrees, 46, decimal 42168 by 121 degrees, 36, decimal 84159. Break.
Is that new?
GRIC continuing. Fire need to be checked tomorrow. You can show it contained. Engine 41, 45 will be coming available shortly.
1942.
Or is he saying 25 acres? It was supposed to be half. Maybe they'll update that. But they said the deer fire will need to be checked on. But is that the new acreage of the deer fire? I'm a little bit confused. Food, yes. Hey, it's reminding me to eat food. All right. Oh, is that? Or you wanted the $10? Hey. Yeah, Jag. Whatever. Scrollmaster 315 says I need to get my Discone hooked up to a scanner. No, not picking up much from Butte County and Sutter County. Hey, we're at Sutter County. Is where I grew up. I grew up from in between Sutter, Butte County, Yuba, and Plymouth. We had a lot of running around there. Moved several times. So no panhandling. Yeah, hey, panhandling is restricted to me only. This is my territory. Stay out of my territory. Remember Breaking Bad? He's at the Home Depot and the mastermind meth cook of the show sees somebody buying a bunch of bleach and other things. He realizes that guy's a meth cook. He confronts him in the parking lot. He goes, "Stay out of my territory." The guy just freaks out and runs away. It was Heisenberg. Man, that was a good show. Breaking Bad. You're at the base outside of Butte, but sorry, I can't see from part there. Oh, the base of the Buttes. Oh, wow, okay. Like out by Sutter. Cool. I always wanted to go up into the Buttes. I rode a horse there once. I think we were trespassing. That was a wee thing. I can't believe they're using it as a damn quarry. That should be illegal. It's a sacred Indian mountain. Just stop it. Stop it. Oh, there's big missile silos out there, right? Were they Minutemen? The big nuclear missiles, right? Or were they anti-nuclear? And didn't somebody buy them with the intent to turn them into a house? Like, dude, that was shocked to find out that right around where I grew up, not only were there secret nuclear missile silos around the Buttes, but also, did you know that a nuclear bomb accidentally got dropped on Yuba County? Can't make this stuff up. Whoopsie daisy. It's declassified now, but oh my god. We can talk about that later. That's another good evening time story in between fire updates. So I'm just gonna leave the Fort Dooms on right now, and I've got to take a dinner break. So let me update. Dinner break.
Orville, 2167 available in response area.
They watching really fire.
2167, 945.
Back soon, dinner break in Butte County. Okay. All right, friends. Can you hold the fort a little bit longer? I've asked a lot of you today. Thanks so much, mods. Please keep law and order. There's a new fire in Palmdale. I'll say it ain't so. Okay. Well, in that case, we'll go look at that. I said the magic words. I'm going to take a dinner break. No, you aren't, Catherine, says fate. No, you're not. And you thought you could leave. What's it called? Where's Palmdale? I forget. Wait, where's Palmdale? I do not know my Southern California. I fully admit it. And the B-52 crashed outside of Sutter with 2 live nukes on board. Yeah. Didn't they bail out because they were so scared of it detonating that the crew bailed out with parachutes and left the plane to drive itself? And turns out the plane didn't have as bad mechanical problems as they thought and just flew itself around for a bit before crashing. Oh, how many times do we almost end the world on accident? We nuked ourselves a bunch of times. Oof. Ignorance is bliss, isn't it? So, yeah, Squirrel Master, I'd love to talk to you about that. You seem very knowledgeable. I hid his stuff from my dad. He worked on the SR-71 project at Beale, and he's got all kinds of stories, and he knows a lot of things. People like Gary Powers and stuff the regular public doesn't know. Like what happened with the U-2 over Russia. There's things the public doesn't know. Yeah. Well, is it ejected or did they bail out? I thought they just jumped out with parachutes. I didn't think it had ejection seats, but Okay, wait, sorry. What is the fire called? Great, 26% containment on the Basin. That's good. It's still Adrian. Okay, Adrian fire. Boom. Okay, it was right in front of my face. West of Palmdale. Flashing fuels. Okay, we'll switch to that. I'll look at its camera. Why did my phone blink? Okay. So, is this a good view? What's going on in Palmdale? What county is this? LA County. Okay. Okay. 3 shots. 1 kill of the fruit fly. Will not have my dinner. Okay. LA County, let's switch to our comms to LA County because all we're going to hear at Butte County is the night crew being replaced by the day crew. It's going to be endless drawl stuff. So let's go to LA County. This new thing just broke out. Bear with me. Get it up on Broadcastify. California, County, LA. Okay, it'll be the one everybody else is listening to. 92 people listening to LAPD. No, that's not it. I'm not man enough to listen to LAPD. I can barely handle Reno and Bakersfield. Okay, LA County Fire Dispatch. 203 people listening. Let's check it out. Connected. All right, let's update my thing again. Right. Okay. I should just say here. Fire dispatch in LA. Okay, they're not saying anything, so I hope this is the right channel.
Truck 164, squad 163, gunshot wound, 74th Street, across the Compton. Check text for further stage for sheriff on scene. Engine 188, outdoor fire, Avenida Rancheras, across the Los Feliz Drive. Engine 43, squad 26, difficulty breathing, 1409, Hinton Avenue, across the Garo. Engine 160, squad 21, traffic collision ALS, Marine Avenue, across the Inglewood. Engine 88, investigation outside Malibu Road, across the PCH.
Right. I guess we're going to hear about gunshots and stuff. It is LA County. All right, I'll be back. Try to finish up my stuff. Hold down the fort, friends. Thank you so much for covering today. Holy mackerel, what a day. I looked at the available layers of watch duty recently. I did this morning. Is there something new, Jack? Anyway, I can look at screen periodically, so get my attention with a highlight if I need to change some view or something. But yeah, that's pretty serious. You can see the open flames there. Let's keep an eye on
Engine 148, squad 147, seizure patient 1627 East 118th Place, unit 33, across the Compton Avenue, dead end. Life Force 170, squad 173 of Dolphin ALS, 3757 West 107th Street, across the Doty Avenue. Engine 130, squad 84, person choking 5511 Harmony Lane between the dead end and 56th Street. Squad 147 cancel, squad 147 cancel. Engine 14, investigation outside, eastbound 105 at Long Beach Boulevard. See text for further. Quint 20, Squad 20, injury ALS 13226 Sue Baker Road, Unit 110A, across Litchin. Engine 21, outdoor fire, 4500 Manhattan Beach Boulevard, across the Gravella. Sheriff en route. Engine 92, Squad 93, first unconscious, 3025 East Avenue S, across the 30th Street. Engine 33, Squad 130, seizure patient 2021 West Avenue I, across the 20th Street West. Engine 233, Engine 135, Water Tender 130, Grass A and 134th, 23rd Street West, across the western L8. Engine 95, Squad 145, traffic collision pedestrian, Imperial Highway, across the Wilmington, Sheriff on scene. Engine 8, investigation inside, 7705 Hampton Avenue 110, across the Spalding. Engine 34, outdoor fire, Del Amo Boulevard, across the Coyote Creek, north of Del Amo. Quint 126, Squad 124, chest pains, 26101, Magic Mountain Parkway, across the Old Road, Media Center Lane. Engine 114, Patrol 114, Engine 79, Patrol 79, Water Tender 117, Grass A and 114s, 152nd Street East, across of Green Rock Avenue. Engine Squad 167 of Dalton Paint ALS, 4550 Hot Art Avenue, Unit L, across Emory Street. Engine 115, Squad 167 of Dalton Paint ALS, 4550 Hot Art Avenue, Unit L, across Emory Street. Engine 116, Squad 167 of Dalton Paint ALS, 4550 Hot Art Avenue, Unit L, across Emory Street. Engine 477, Patrol 77, vehicle fire, Gorman School Road, cross the 5 freeway. Battalion 22, move up to 93. Battalion 22, move up to 93. Engine 42, Squad 47, difficulty breathing in 47. 5600 Gracewood Avenue 145, cross of Bogue Street. Battalion 10, move to 82s. Battalion 10, move to 82s. Battalion 4, move to 150. Battalion 4, move to 150. Engine and Squad 61, person unconscious, 19748 East Kailisen, between Dead End and Avenue Alipaz. Engine 60, Cyclops go BLS 2426 North Amelia Court, across the Llewellyn Drive. Quint in Squad 45, Dieback ALS 5969 Lakewood Boulevard, across of Andy Street. Engine 1, Squad 3, person unconscious, 4166 Fisher Street, across of Brannock Avenue. Quint 166, Squad 90, injured ELS 3638 Temple City Boulevard, across of Loftus. Engine 92, Engine 79, Patrol 79, Watertown 117, Grass A 92, Cheeseburger Road, across of East Avenue T4. Smoke from the quarry area.
Okay, since chat is ignoring me, I'll just ask here on the headset. I'm trying to eat my food still. Very sorry, guys. I've had a lot of emergencies pop up today, and I'm taking care of them now so I can be available for tomorrow, because all hell's probably going to break loose tomorrow because of the 4th of July fireworks situation, right? So we are listening to LA County, but if they're not saying anything, LA County Fire Dispatch, about this new one by Palmdale, then we need to switch radios, because I'm looking at it and I just don't see it bouncing. So I beg your patience, and thank you guys for being so patient. had 6,000 views, and I wasn't here for most of it. I feel terrible, but can't plan emergencies. So let me see, looking back at the chat. And yeah, no spam, please, guys. Don't drink and post also. But if the radio's gone silent, it looks like they got lots of
Engine and Patrol 150, Squad 107, injury ELS 18701, Flying Tiger driving at 219 between a dead end and Sierra Highway.
great, no immediate structure threat. Do we have a new one to turn to? You're not hearing much? Okay. A hell of a July? Yeah, okay. I hope not. Let's not predict the future, especially not bad, because the fates have a way of listening. What's this orchard fire? They still have some evacuation warnings. They had to go earlier today. I didn't realize that. An hour ago? I was here. I didn't even know this was happening. It looks like it went through the windmills, the flatlands. I guess nobody else knew it was happening either, because I was like, anything we need to pay attention to? And I got a bunch of crickets. So maybe we should put on Kern County. I don't see anything. What is new to attend to? I switch to it and then eat, guys. Bueller? What's approaching Elizabeth Road? What is? Keep scrolling up.
Engine 23, traffic collision BLS, Lakewood Boulevard, across the Park Street, Sheriff en route, 2 vehicle TC.
What's Lancaster? Where is Lancaster? What's it called? Friends? Bueller? All right, I'll find out where Lancaster is. Don't remember which county. Can't say I've been there. Okay. Well, it's just the Adrian. Okay. Yeah, we're already on it. North of Palmdale. Okay, got it. Right. Okay, sorry, friends.
Quint 127, Squad 10, person unconscious, Alameda Street, across the Carson. See text or further, Sheriff en route.
All right, I'm going to turn that off because that doesn't sound like they're talking much about the fire. Now, what is this orchards thing? That's 800 acres and had orchard fire by Tehachapi. Excuse me. The shelter has closed 19 minutes ago, but there's still evacuation warnings. Sorry, friends, I did not know about this. What is this cam? El Rancho 1. Take a look. That's what's going on with the Adrian right now. No immediate structure threat. It's Fort Jones. Tehachapi. I will learn this. Rancho 2 is a lovely pink sunset. Now, Rancho 1 was covering the fire earlier, so let's do a 3-hour time lapse. Actually, let's do a 6-hour. Hey, birds in front of the camp. Yeah, that was rip-roaring. Wow, a K-Max did a camera flyover. Did you see that? Let's back that up. Can I do that mid thing? Back that up. Is that a K-Max helicopter? Is that the Mosquito? No, it's a Sikorsky. That's a trophy screenshot right there, friends. I am pleased for the moment that a lot of things have gone better today than I thought they might. We got very lucky with the weather in some places. Other places, of course, not so fortunate. Let's see, where's the bird that was in front of the cam? I'm wrapping it up with family, making good progress and munching on a burger at the same time. Ooh. Wow. Wow. That's a serious bird. It could be like, could be a condor, really. We've got, but there's white all the way underneath towards the wings, but up on the shoulder area. Wow. But then again, if this is shadowed, it could be like a golden eagle, but only eagles and condors put their wings out flat like that and have huge wingspans. Wow. We saw California condors the other day just basking in front of the camera. What a treat that was. In the Kern Blue Mountains. Like a flock of 8 condors. Here's a 6-hour time lapse of what the orchard fire was like today. Sorry, I was unaware of it. I'm wrapping up some of my family emergencies so I can be free tomorrow. And I imagine my butt will be glued to my seat all day tomorrow. I have installed my safety belts, and the second part is coming in to make it a lap harness plus 4-point connector in case holding onto my butt doesn't work. I'll be able to strap in. That's looking much better. At Orchard there. I can see why they've reduced a lot of evacuations. Okay. It's cool that we saw the condor or whatnot. Okay, let's go back to what I was doing. Let's go. Let's not curse us, guys. We know July's gonna be tough, right? It'll be tough, but we'll make it through. We'll make it through together. All 3 complexes. Let's see. Let's talk about a different strategic recon missiles. All right, friends. I will. Let's see which view is most compelling. Fort Jones here. Do you want me to put Butte back on, just to hear something? Okay, let's put Butte County back on. So we're hearing Butte County. We're looking. Well, actually, let's look at Butte County too. I mean, why wouldn't we? It'll flip into infrared soon, and maybe we can. Hey, Larry Green, thank you so much for the kind donation. You're a rock star. Do you know you're a rock star? We got lucky with Paradise Yard Fire being small today. So when night falls, we have 2 things that'll happen, guys. Remember, hit the subscribe button with a ringing bell to find our broadcast tomorrow. We will have to reset the stream. It'll be a new one. So subscribe with the ringing bell is how to get notified whenever we do go live. We have to go live and change the stream every 12 hours or YouTube does not save the video. And that's why you're hitting the like button again and again is so important. It's how people find us again. We have to fight the algorithm. We have to become a trending video every day instead of just once. Sorry to be a like beggar, but this annoyance is for the public good. So after night falls, 2 things happen. Idiots come out with fireworks, so we might have some fires start tonight, but the wind is, thank goodness, calming down a little bit. There's at least a little silver lining. And we'll be able to see clearly like what's going on in Orville through the haze and smoke if they calibrate the cameras correctly with the infrared. Oh, they have an airdrops video from last night. Awesome, JCat. That'll be cool. Oh, you know what?
The water tender 67 back in quarters.
You know what? Can we put on a community meeting or something? Do we have one for Butte County?
Water tender 67, 2019.
Water tender 67.
Let me see. I would love to know about that. Or did they have a video or something?
Rolling to 372, I've seen.
No, they didn't. Okay. People wondering how it started. The government, a volcano. Oh my God, drunk people posting. My guess is dragon. It's clearly a dragon.
Orville on to 64. We'll be en route to the RP's address. There's dust in the area from heavy equipment working on contingency lines. No smoke.
All right, friends, we'll look at Butte County. There's Chinese Wall.
2020.
And the others not even really looking at what's going on at Oroville. They're looking around for new fires. So South Orville is an option. But Chinese Wall has at least a smoke column to be looking at. Oh, that was earlier. That was the grubs. Never mind. So South Orville is actually looking at Orville. We can do a 12-hour time lapse. Got very lucky break in the weather, and last night they pulled off a miracle, stopping it from getting into Kelly Ridge area. So I know a cop who went to the area of Kelly Ridge.
Medical criminal violence, White Church Lane, Purview, CSO, seems secure. Continuing. Chico Engine 2.
Chico Engine 2.
And he was reporting very positively that they just did stellar work. He couldn't see anything damaged at Kelly Ridge, like in a bad way. The Kelly Ridge neighborhood. Further around Canyon Drive, that's a different story. In Bessie Lane, we know we lost homes over there, but they at one point thought they had lost control, but they diverted passenger jet aircraft to help control it and keep the line at Canyon and Royal Oaks intersection. And the MD-87 just abruptly changed course and went low. And oh, I hope somebody got that on video that they'll post later. Somebody at the scene. The big MD-87. Yeah. So this is the other camera looking directly at Orville. Now, the fire is invisible. As soon as it goes into night vision mode, we're going to see a lot of hot spots. It's pure white dots around the area, especially the hills and Table Mountain. So right now it's positioned to look more towards distantly, Kelly Ridge. So if it pivots back to the left, then we'll see, activity that's still going on around the Table Mountain. But they were putting in dozer lines around Cherokee Road up to Table Mountain, trying to tie them in with where it was very active with Potter's Ravine. But man, I think they had a great break in the weather today. Not too many other huge ones got big and like it happened today, so they didn't divert a lot of aircraft. It's good. Really good. So we'll come back for an assessment, but I will leave you with Butte County on, and I'll finish up my dinner, and then continue helping my relative. Then we'll be back for good. I know I've barely been here, but the more I take care of tonight, the more I can be here all day for you guys tomorrow, because hold on to your butts. It's 4th of July. Idiots, alcohol, and fireworks. Great combo. My mom chuckling in the background. I don't think you guys can hear. Okay. All right. So let me say we're watching Orville and listening, listening. Does that show up? Okay. And then, all right. We'll check it in frequently. You know what? I'm going to put on a relaxing rain sound in the background so that people know that the channel isn't dead or anything, that there's still some activity. Let's just put some ambient soothing sounds. So let's go to YouTube. Thank you everybody who's donated and been helpful in the chaos today. I know a couple trolls came out of the woodwork while I was gone, but and I do take everything seriously. If you feel like you've been mistreated or that there's been a misunderstanding, you can email me and
Orville 0SC.
let me know what happened. I'll take appropriate action, of course. But it just seemed like normal squabbles.
Orville 0SC, all units released. Incidents been turned over to homeowners. Additionally, we have to notify Paradise Irrigation District there's a broken water main at 937 Deer Creek.
Gentle night of rain. All right. Is that good background?
Station 33, 2025.
Is that good background ambiance?
Additionally, engine 33 unavailable. Returning to quarters for recomp.
Great. Yeah, JCat, is that a copyrighted video though? Looks like it's a news outlet. I don't think I can show that unless it's a work of the United States government, which is not copyrighted. I'd love to show you all kinds of neat stuff, but that's by the Mirror Now channel.
Orville, engine 372, 2015.
372, 2025.
Some news outlet. Yeah, it seems like a major news outlet. Almost 1 million subscribers. Don't think I can just rebroadcast that, unfortunately, but thank you for sharing it with me, and I'll try to see. So, hey, Squirrelmaster, thanks for coming back. It's the Mirror UK. That would explain that. Yeah, so Linda was quiet too. Yeah, all's quiet on the Western Front for the moment, guys. We get a break sometime. Thank you so much, Larry and others, for your kind donations. I've been whack-a-mole with personal emergencies today, myself and family. But I'm just gonna go clear it up right now and eat, and be back real soon. And you got me. Behave yourselves, friends. Behave yourselves.
Engine 2191 returning to quarters.
2191, 2027.
Engine 2191. Engine 2154 the Bell response area.
2164, 2028.
Engine 2154.
Well, engine 2165 is available.
Engine 2165, return our quarters, 2032.
2165. Engine 2196 available, station 81 response area. Engine 2196.
Engine 63. Assist Engine 372, medical, difficulty breathing, area of Lincoln Boulevard and Palermo Road, 2039. Smoke check 1861, Toledo Way. Engine 2196, smoke check, out of hours burn, PPD en route, across from 1861 Toledo Way, between the dead end and Toledo Circle, 2041.
Engine 63, reduce code 2, 2042.
Engine 63, cancel, return to quarters, Engine 63.
Engine 63, available response area.
2043. 2196, Orville, confirm response, smoke check, Toledo Way.
2196 responding.
43.
Orville, engine 372 available in station 72's response area.
372, 2044.
Engine 372.
Engine 91 medical, 4751, back at Marysville Road. Engine 91 company, 64 Beat Medics medical, all female, 4751, back at Marysville Road, between Summer Street and Hellman Street, 2046. Units responding medical, back at Marysville Road, reduced code 2, 2047.
Orville 91 response.
91 reduced code 2, 2047.
91.
Engine 2165 is available in response area.
Engine 2165, 2053.
2165.
Overrun is 91 medic 15.
91, 2054.
I see Orville. I see Orville on command. I see Oroville. Have engine 72, contact prevention 2121.
I see Orville on command. Go ahead. I see Orville. You were cut off after en route. Repeat.
I have been talking to myself, friends. I just chatted up a storm, reintroducing myself and explaining how I needed to mess around with the lights in order to make the webcam work, and then that's when I looked over and saw that it was on mute. What a day. What a day, friends. Okay, get me up to speed, friends. Soon we'll hopefully be able to see better through the camera views. We'll see the infrared.
45, 1921, 63, return to quarters, 2100.
We'll see the infrared.
2163.
Excuse me, friends. I got a cough. Oh. Okay. Okay, I gotta sit down finally. Okay. Thank you for the summaries, guys. I'll start reading chat as soon as we get darkness. Two things may occur. A, we might be able to see what's still happening with the Thomas fire much clearer. A lot of the fires are actually invisible during the day, obscured by smoke, etc. Now this is looking towards the Kelly Ridge area as far as I can tell. If it'll pivot over to the left, the northwest, excuse me, sorry, then maybe we'll see especially what's going on with Table Mountain, which was the most active part of the fire at night until I stopped monitoring about 4 in the morning. That's when I realized, wait a second, I announced we were going 24 hours, and as soon as 4 in the morning came around, which was 12 hours, where we had to restart the stream, that's when I realized all the mods had wandered off and gone to sleep. And I didn't have the heart to make calls and call them in. Everything had calmed down so much, so blessedly much. So what I saw last night, observing quite some time from the Rattlesnake Peak 1 cam, was we saw that the fire reached a certain point and just did not continue, which I don't know where exactly that was. I don't know if we were seeing Tabletop Mountain and it kind of stopping at one point, if we were seeing like over by Mount Oro, or if we were seeing possibly all the way over to the Great Battleground, which was the intersections of Canyon Drive and Royal Oaks and Oroville Dam. Excuse me, I have to clear my throat. Good news is I have been approved for nasal passage surgery, but I arranged it not for July as they wanted to do, but for September, because I kind of knew this would happen. My voice might change and everything, but I have a huge deviated septum that keeps reinfecting my sinuses and ears, and hopefully I'll be a lot healthier person and get better sleep and breathe, but not yet. Looking forward to it. I've got a surgery date, guys. Hey, Husky, welcome back. I think we're all suffering a lot of fatigue. I got an okay amount of sleep, but not great. So I ended the stream and was satisfied that once the cameras came right back into focus, the fire was active, it was bright, it was glowing. But smoke was settling in, which meant there was a lot less wind. It changed directions, and they had some very calm talk about dozers and where they should be going, tying them in Cherokee Road from where they were working near Potter's Ravine, how to get up by the Table Mountain. They had to, bulldozers just ran over a fence. They said, well, this rancher's gate is locked. And they said, well, just push the fence over and we'll tell them about it and then we'll pay for it, basically. They go, okay. So that's a lesson to always give the local fire department your gate keys if you want your fence intact. I don't think there's cattle or anything up there, but maybe it's down the flatlands or something. Let's listen.
1
ground staff for the
Copies 2104.
Yeah. Squirrel Master.
2196.
No change.
This will be a legal warming fire in a fire pit. PPD arrived prior to our arrival. And 2196 returning in previous assignment.
An illegal warming fire or a legal warming fire? Not sure what he just said there. Squirrel Master 315 says last 36 hours I'm running on 4 hours of sleep and I'm feeling the fatigue part. Yeah. Somebody else is restreaming my live stream. As long as it's respectful and helping the public. In general, that's okay. I like to be asked first, but I believe we already gave permission a couple days ago. So, hello, friends. Just what I hope for restreaming is that people say, come to my channel, like, subscribe, and you know, so that people aren't watching as an alternative to our channel, because we are struggling to reach the masses due to the algorithms and stupid way that YouTube works. Showing me and crediting me, perfect, great, awesome. I just would like to know whose channel that is. I'm not sure how to go to it, but that's appreciated. The idea is help people with information. The stuff we can verify, and if we have to speculate about things, we make it very clear what we're speculating about. So let's do some time lapses. Oh, this is beautiful. Still listening to Butte County running around. But Squirrel Master, one way...
Just for planning purposes, length of commitment for the remaining resources.
Yeah. I don't know, Big Al. High viewership means trolls come in. We've had 6,500 views. This has been great. Considering
The grubs I see are completely unreadable.
Considering I haven't really been here most of the day, that's actually great. I feel terribly guilty, but I hope people understand. I am now perfectly available, as far as I know, knock on wood, for manning the station all day tomorrow and maybe even into the night. I'll try to
I see Orville extremely scratchy. Try a different tone. I believe you might be on talk around.
Yeah, Orville Grubs, I see how you copy.
The lab's clear.
Should be able to kick the strike teams of the engines out within the next 1 to 2 hours, along with the Magalia crew. And the remainder of the resources will be committed for several more hours beyond that, start to trickle out. Additionally, is there anybody staffed in the service center?
Unknown, we place a call at the service center.
Yeah, I'll place a call directly to the service center staff, Captain Thatcher. See if we can get some recomplement.
The repair 2137 has been notified. He's finishing an assignment on the Thompson, and then we'll be en route for your mechanical needs.
I copy. That was repair 2137, correct?
Affirmative, repair 2137.
So I, of course, was not able to make timestamps, but I wanted to go back and talk about what we started out with, which was a sharp fire. We had emergencies and injuries occurring as soon as I started the stream, and so I put Ventura County on. Butte County was looking pretty good overnight. They really did get a huge break in the weather, and they pulled off a miracle keeping it out of the Kelly Ridge area. Now I know a cop who went there to check on some properties. He didn't drive every street, you know, of the Kelly Ridge area. But he was very pleased with how intact the neighborhood was, and that, you know, I know that there's unfortunate home loss that was over by Bessie Lane. Canyon Drive was a big battleground where they struggled hard to keep it from moving east, and it breached several times and went towards certain neighborhoods. But I hope that Butte County has contacted those homeowners individually to let them know. But that's what KCRA was live explaining that, and people came into my channel to let me know about that. So I refuse to show any homes burning down, and that's not the way that people, you know, need to find out. But they're pretty good about doing that. I don't expect a big damage map, you know, the kind that Paradise had, where they showed structures damaged and destroyed. If there's not that many, they probably will just individually contact those affected. I could be wrong, but I have not heard about any of that. It's good to recheck on what went down there with where we began the stream with the sharp fire in Simi Valley. What disturbs me a little bit, what concerns me, is some of these fires are starting almost exactly in the same place, day after day, week after week. This is not the first time we've been over here in Simi Valley. Been here a couple of times, and some of these are, you know, because wasn't it not too long ago that this neighborhood was evacuated, Silver Star Avenue, because this hillside was burning? How many broadcasts ago was that? So there's many different types of arson, and we have to talk about that word. I use that very hesitantly because I don't want to insert any sort of fear into where we don't need to have it. But we need to understand that these conditions do bring out a certain type of people, especially when the fire crews get busy elsewhere. They seek opportunities or things they can't resist. So I think most of these are either caused by things falling off of vehicles. We see most fires that are started by roads. Things falling out of vehicles, like I've spoken to real firefighters. They said that even a crescent wrench bouncing out of a toolbox once started a major fire in Shasta County, and it just chipped on the asphalt and went into dry grass. I think much of this is accidental, where people just don't understand. It's not just dragging chains that can start fires. People pull over and the heat of their engine starts fire. But we have seen some really suspicious stuff in the last couple of weeks, just all around the state. It's state the size of Italy. There's millions of people here. It's the most populated state. So there's a certain percentage of idiots and criminals, right? And we did see a camera, one of my broadcasts, pivot over looking at a different fire, and in a car in Southern California on a freeway pulls over and drives away, and then a fire starts by the side of the road. That looked very suspicious. So the good news is that there are more ways to catch criminals than ever. And it starts with you and just being vigilant. Even if nothing suspicious is happening anywhere in your neighborhood or your county that you know of, a lot of times arson is just stupidity and not ill intent. Just total stupidity. And it's not just discarded cigarettes. It's everything from fireworks to, oh, I'll take a quad runner up the hillside and there's a bunch of dry grass in between the ruts of the road. Oh, if I go fast enough, I won't catch them on fire, right? You know, it's just stupidity. And no matter what kind it is, if you see anything, say something and make sure that law enforcement knows about it. Any suspicious vehicles where they shouldn't be, you know, you can see out your window people going up obscure roads, probably to party and drink and whatever. This is a holiday weekend. We are combining idiots, alcohol, and fireworks. I think very clearly there was a perfect ring of fire a couple of nights ago, the same night as the 7.2 earthquake in Peru. That was probably somebody lighting off a fountain firework because it made a perfect ring of fire on a hillside. It was like art, you know. So we've had a string of arsons in Portland, Oregon, and people even taking responsibility for it. Extremist groups. They went off and lit 14 cars on fire.
Orville at the 2100 hour indices. Grass IC 35, dispersal 19, dispatch level medium. Brush IC 78, BI 46, dispatch level medium. Timber IC 63, BI 44, dispatch level medium. End of indices 2115.
So that was even claimed in a terrorist claims, something. I remember several years ago, the 4th of July, I covered this horrible apartment complex fire that was probably almost certainly arson, and it was deadly and killed, and they never caught the culprit. But people did hear a group of, they thought what was teenagers hanging around the dumpster, which had a fire, was pushed, happened to be underneath apartments at the carport, and people died. And then there were a string of suspicious fires in East Portland. That was just a couple of years ago. So this time of year, they become excited, and either stupidity or ill intent, it doesn't matter which. When people do this sort of thing, they repeat their behavior until caught. And so it's much better to take pictures of license plates, suspicious vehicles, call the authorities, be better safe than sorry. Even if it's like a stupid neighbor that you have, like Butte County advises for people to, report any fireworks going on because they are illegal right now for obvious reasons. They really could take down a neighborhood. They really could affect you and your family. It's everybody's business. Don't do vigilante action. Don't confront. Don't take the law into your own hands, but let law enforcement do its job. And they can't do it very well if they don't have reports. Remember, you can always delete video and photos off your phone, but you can't go back and take it and really wish you had. If you arrive at the scene of any kind of fire and there's a crowd that's around, film the crowd. Capture faces, nice and slow. Just do a panorama, turn around. Do it kind of discreet, so it just seems like you're filming the whole scene, taking it all in. Even kind of murmur to yourself about, this is the night that I saw something. It's 12 o'clock. We're here in such and such county. We're watching the firefighters do their thing, but make sure you get faces in the crowd, because in the Napa area that they did catch somebody that way. The morons that get excited by lighting fires tend to observe those that they do, and they show up in the same crowds again and again. So you really could be a hero and result in somebody's capture. They could be anything from stupid to totally mentally ill. But very few people are criminals, but those who are repeat their behavior until caught. And that's why it's so important to be vigilant and report things. Now, like I said, I think most things are probably just accidents, but it turns out, as I've done this for years, that some of them turned out not to be. Especially the most, weird and suspicious ones. I don't know if they ever caught the person who was going northbound on I-5 by Myrtle Creek. I believe that was last year. And 5 different fires started, and even the fire department thought that it was somebody dragging a chain on I-5 until 911 calls came in. We heard it live that people had descriptions of a vehicle and a general description of a person, but they kept pulling over and lighting blackberry bushes on fire off side roads and getting back on I-5. So the 911 caller, unfortunately, did not get the plate. An elaborate description of what they're wearing with clothing, and it had a green flashlight, but did not get the license plate. So you really could be a hero, because who knows what else that person went on to do. We can hope they were caught for some other crime, but it's a spooky world, Criminals are out there. You can be a hero by helping stop them. But be cool. Maintain a level head. I don't believe there's any specific group out there running around. I think generally the work of individual criminals and really mentally ill people. Except in the case of Portland, where they accepted responsibility for lighting 14 cars on fire. But that's a local local pro. They don't go out to the woods and do it. They have a hatred of the police. So let's go back to the chat here. Big Al says, I think you may have the rain sound still running. Yeah, I do. You like it, guys? I forgot to ask you if you like it. It soothes me. It soothes me. And I'm hoping people like Squirrel Master.
372, Public Assist, 1833 South Villa Avenue.
Hoping people like Squirrel Master can get to sleep. Oh, that's looking so much better. Look, friend. We're still listening to Butte County. We're waiting for the infrared lights. Let's do a little quick gander around here. Remember, if somebody's around your neighborhood lighting off fireworks tonight, tomorrow, the next couple of days, you should call the police if they are banned, like in Butte County. That's what they asked you to do.
Engine 372, Public Assist, help up 1833 South Villa Avenue between Occidental Avenue and Downing.
They need a wake-up call about the consequences of doing such behavior, or that individual, problem, family, or whoever it is will keep doing it year after year. And it's a dice roll each time. If they're reckless with fire, when is the dice roll going to come up for them finally starting something big? You're going to think about it that way. It's not, oh, that irritating neighbor. It's, oh, that neighbor is endangering my family. And don't be ashamed for turning them in. This is not cool. So take the advice of the Butte County Sheriff's Office. Yeah, we could use some real rain. Wouldn't that be nice? But it's not typical for rain to occur in California summers. Mostly, there's a wet season, you know, November through February. Now, this is the Siskiyou Shelley fire, and the Siskiyou is in the boonies, real high altitude west of Wairika, and that was so crazy looking this earlier today. I just want to do a quick time lapse. Can you believe it? 12 hours ago, they were parachuting in hot shots and slamming it with aircraft. I would love to see over the side of this mountain and see just how they accomplished this. This has been incredible. I really thought, oh, here's our next real big one. And I have to caution you guys, it might turn out to be big. It may just be kind of sleeping with better weather, but maybe there's just some retardant ropes around it. And until they get some real lines around it, remember, retardant is a temporary rope around the fire. It'll eventually be so dry that it'll just become useless. Retardant is most effective when wet, but it starts to dry out, and eventually the fire's heat, and day after day the sunlight dry it out till finally it'll just burst through as if it's not there. We've got to be cautionary about it, but wow. I imagine that was mostly the work of the airplanes. We don't have to monitor that right now. We don't have a great look. I like seeing some of the nice sunsets here. Do you guys want to see the bizarre ring of fire that was what clearly was human caused? It's almost certainly arson. I'll back up my statement. We were looking at the We were looking at the 7.2 earthquake that occurred after midnight, so it was the 28th of June, but my stream began on the 27th. And all of a sudden, there's a new fire reported by the California coast. Sorry, I'm listening to Butte County's medical calls. I'll unmute that. It's private medical response. I'll unmute it if necessary when they talk about fires again. Like, does that look natural to you in any way? Thank God there's no wind. It was just slowly spreading out in short, dry grass. That's the difference. Short grass. You do your mowing. Has slow rate of spread, and tall grass has extremely fast. So they arrived at the top of the hill and put their hoses around, but there's very few things that will start a 360-degree perfect circle of fire. But one of those fountain-style sprinkler fireworks that you buy at the fireworks stands is one of them. So there's a kind of little boulder outcropping in the center of this ring. I bet somebody set it up there, let it ran off, and giggled from a nearby hillside as they watched what happened. They may think what they did was harmless, but if the wind had changed, you know, this is what I mean. Sometimes, there were no structures quite nearby here, but people could think that this activity is harmless. It is not. And we saw this live happen in the middle of the night. So we're already seeing weird stuff happen. Idiots with fire and or criminals with fire. Unfortunately, California wasn't smart enough to ban fireworks before the red flag. Usually the counties wait until there is a red flag and then they stop the sale of fireworks. But what are people to do who already bought them? We saw the red flag and heat wave coming a long time ago. Some counties are just, well, bless their little hearts, not smart. Alameda, cough, excuse me. So, here we are. But I don't use the A word very often, unless there's really some compelling reason, and it's a good example of what looks like clearly a case of something like reckless arson, which means an idiot with fireworks or any sort of ignition. Okay, so let's see. Are we gonna get our first look? Are we gonna get? Oh, it's in panorama mode. Okay. So Table Mountain especially is what I would like to examine. Wish this was not alive again. It's alive. Oh, it died during the fire. They restored it. Okay, we got a new look at the area. This overlooks the dam. It's alive. Well, the PG&E boots on the ground. I'm working overtime and restoring power. So this is our look, and hopefully we can see a little bit like Mount Oro. Yeah, let me unmute it.
I understand you have 1205 Alpha. I just want to confirm on the 4226 Charlie assigned your way.
Confirmed it. Currently I have the 4226 Charlie and the Alpha strike team. They're doing washdown on structures right now, and after they complete that, I'll be released.
2127.
They say a washdown of structures. Are they washing the pink retardant off of homes?
2166 available response area.
166, 2128.
Engine 2166.
I just realized I'm going double pencil. Why am I holding two? All right, ready for Butte County to talk again. They're talking about what crews are doing. I think they said washing down either homes or the retardant off of things. But pink is the new black. You want your home to be pink. I tell you what, I think it was probably fixed-wing aircraft diverting immediately when they yelled for help to try to hold Royal Oaks and Canyon that saved Kelly Ridge. We saw the ND-87 divert, and that is like swimming pools worth of retardant. I bet they splashed a lot of homes in there. I wish Butte County was giving us more photos. I hesitate to just like say doom scroll around on Twitter because we don't show the dramatic, traumatic images here. This is a safe place for evacuees and those affected to hang out and not worry that they're going to see bad images. I give a warning if one might possibly show up on the screen. So remember to hit the like button and subscribe. We've had almost 7,000 views today, 235 likes. If we can keep the trend, then every 12 hours when we must restart the stream, then people will find us. But every time we restart,
2196, return to quarters, station 13.
we're back at the bottom of search results.
2196, 2130.
It's a never-ending struggle, but your cooperation is super appreciated. Now here's the South Orville camp. Last hour. I was really hoping we could see spots of, you know, the hillside where there's little hot spots, but it just pivoted away as we were about to get a good view. So some of these are lights. Light and heat are the same kind of white. But it moved. Okay. It's a little frustrating that most of these cameras pivoted away from the Thompson fire, making it a bit difficult to monitor it today, but they're looking for the new ones in general. Remember how Biggs was wild and crazy? I mean, you could see it from a long way out. Let's try a 6-hour for today. Now there's the, what was it called, the Grubs or something fire earlier, south of Orville. But don't give everybody a heart attack. Did me. Couldn't believe that. Do we have any word on what occurred there? Just east of Orville, we had a small one. You know, the Moccasin fire was a structure fire that spread. That was in El Dorado County. Yeah, really sad state of affairs there. They did an amazing job with that. And I think they did pretty amazing for what I was awake and able to see once I began monitoring. I wasn't aware of the moment that the fire started at Orville because I screwed up with Do Not Disturb and hadn't gotten much sleep the day before. So I thought, yeah, I could take a nap and sleep in a little bit till noon. And I put Do Not Disturb to be on till noon the next day instead of the current day. So Smitty, the hero, calls up C-Probe. C-Probe shopping stops, returns, wakes me up. And I'm like, wait, what? What's going on? So I got live as soon as I could. And I did do some time lapses, but I was unable to see the start of the Thompson fire. We know where it started. We know the road, you know, was a west and north side of the river where it bends to go down due south. And because it got on both sides, it ran the steep slopes of the canyon. Everybody knows what that's like by the spillway. Just impossible to get down there to do anything with it. And then the wind pushed it through the canyon and it split going north on the west side of the shore and then running east, northeast, and southeast at the same time. A lot of people were like, how did it get out of control so fast? I'm like, when you don't have road access, you don't have road access. People may not be familiar with. Maybe I have some old pictures of me with taking pictures of the spillway not too long after the spillway collapse disaster. And this is a very steep canyon. At first I thought this was a rail line or a road that with the fire starting right here in the elbow right here. I hope you can see my little mouse jiggling around. We're going to get third monitor up here and we'll be able to draw on the screen again soon, Fred. So you can see how it can race up towards Table Mountain here. It can race around the sides. The wind was coming from the northeast and east. Yeah, excuse me, from the northwest and the west. Kind of was a little bit erratic, but this is a wind tunnel canyon. So once it humped over to the south side, to my dismay, they turned the old railroad. And oh, is that the old death tunnel? Oh, or I think the death tunnel's under the train accident tunnel that happened in the 50s. Maybe it's not. Yeah, this is probably too high. But they built the dam, which is the world's largest earthen dam. This part, this gray. Hey, thanks, James. Listen, thanks so much for your kind support. And I'm so sorry the day's been so crazy. I have not, once again, been able to check all of the donations that were on the Venmo, PayPal, and whatnot. She says, all a result of ongoing Fukushima core meltdowns. Man, didn't we have 3 cores melt down in Fukushima? 3? Well, you know, I wanted to make a disaster video all about that. What we should learn about Fukushima right now, that we should be fixing right now, is after Fukushima happened, which core meltdowns because of the tidal wave due to the earthquake, Pacific, they analyzed coastal. This is relevant, so I'll be right back to Thomas Fire. They analyzed vulnerable to tsunami and earthquake nuclear power plants. They found that Diablo Canyon was absolutely vulnerable, and they recommended it be shut down immediately. And remember, this was 2016, I believe. So they made preparations to shut it down. And guess what Gavin Newsom did? He goes, nah, let's keep it open. So California is one of the very few places on Earth now that has a tsunami and earthquake vulnerable nuclear power plant that could melt down. That's an unacceptable risk to me. I was shocked to hear that, and it's in a state of serious disrepair. It's old, aging. So he asked the federal government for $1 billion to keep this massive environmental risk, I'll just put it that way, open. And his reasoning was global warming is a bigger risk to California than a nuclear meltdown. No, sir, you are incorrect. You are incorrect. It is not acceptable in any way, shape, or form to have a nuclear meltdown in California. That was a $1 trillion disaster that completely, a multi-trillion-dollar disaster that completely destroyed the economy of the Soviet Union. When that just happened over there. There's 800 square miles of unlivable and unfarmable area called, to this day, too radioactive to live in, called the exclusion zone. That, could you imagine an 800 square kilometer or mile exclusion zone in California where there's no food production, nobody can live there? Boggles the mind why somebody think that that's somehow going to stop global warming or help it to make California vulnerable to a nuclear disaster. I can't believe that that was approved by anybody, let alone funded. But California must be aware of its vulnerabilities, and it's the last nuclear power plant, a commercial one that's in California. We can make power in safer, cleaner ways. Safer, cleaner ways. We got the ocean. You know, they made huge breakthroughs on just putting little things that are like buoys that spin around in the storms and generate power. We could do that. It's environmentally friendly and endless source of free, clean energy. We got alternatives, right? We don't need that. But if people are not aware of it, then nobody can press for the green alternatives, eh? So thank you for the reminder about California being vulnerable to multiple types of disasters, but I pray for the day when we can eliminate that one. We could then have a sigh of relief. I hear fireworks going off in my neighborhood. I'm pretty upset. They are banned here, and they seem to be pretty minor. But what can we do? It would be pretty difficult to track them down in this neighborhood. But I hope they're getting scolded at the very least. So let's go back. Hey, Spyman, thank you so much for your kind donation. Like I said, I'm terribly sorry I couldn't be here for much of the day, but I have taken care of that family emergency. Part of a personal one, and part of a secondary family member's emergency. That frees me up for tomorrow. So, knock on wood, unless something new happens. But man, you mods have been, and the people who have overwhelmingly been mostly helpful in chat, I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful. So, I will try to see the tally for how much we have at the laptop fund. Oh, we have $95 made today. I must have been absent for some of it. So with I have one total for you. Today is $95.40 on chat, super chat. And so it'll be more difficult, but I think I'm finding my way around Cash App and Venmo and all that. But what's harder to do is to tally PayPal until, but they just generated the June statement that just got popped out. So I have to go and add the last 3 days to the total of the June statement, and I have to log in and download that. It's not very easy to navigate on the phone. We're really getting there. Man, you guys are awesome. I've been blown away by the crazy amount of generosity. I really didn't expect this reaction. I'm really getting excited. Well, we will have to spend some funds on, 4th of July sale for some sort of a webcam, because this one continues to break down. I had to reinstall it today. I have to do that before every stream now. That's unusual, and sometimes it goes with little green bars, so it's biting the dust. But this whole thing has been chugging along. It was donated to me back in during Paradise during 2018, because everybody was like, "Can we see your face?" And I'm like, "I don't have a webcam." So that was very kind. That was the first donation we ever really had. But the poor little thing is reaching the end of lifespan. So we hope we can get a good deal on that. Husky, please get your good rest. And Ms. Mo says a blues festival starts downtown. Which downtown? That'd be cool. So sorry, let me go back and make sure I read some of the, and just the last thing to comment on Fukushima. We'll find out the whole truth later. I don't know. I don't accuse Japan of anything, but there's this whole idea of let's keep the people calm, and we'll find out later everything that happened. I did want to go to Japan, document they were some of the world's newest ghost towns, or ghost cities overnight. I don't think they've fully re-inhabited, but before I did wildfire tracking, I wanted to be a history documentary person and document abandoned and historic places, mostly gold rush stuff of California, but other types of ghost towns, not paranormal yet, but history. There's more out there than you know about. So my Frosty is not melted enough to go through a straw. I'm denied. I'll wait for it a second, but man, I need that blood sugar. Okay, so what we were saying about the world's largest earthen dam, it was on fire. The dam was on fire, but not the actual dam, right? Some weeds grew on it, people said. So the funny thing is you look back at the footprint here with the Thompson fire, which is this splash of orange. I can't disable the evacuation zones. I haven't found a way to do that. But the actual general drawing of where the fire made it. This may have. Was this updated just a few minutes ago? Or an hour ago? I know they finally created a map last night after midnight on stream. But remember, this just because your neighborhood may be inside of this orange where the fire was known to be at the time of the airplane flight does not mean that your home or neighborhood is damaged. They don't get that specific. It's painting with a broad brush. Now, some of the places the fire was is probably not reflected on the map. Like if grass was burned off in like big fields or little hills, it probably cooled by the time midnight rolled around because it was a full 12 hours later. So you can get a little bit of inaccuracy here. But they had no incentive to chase after, like little hills like Sycamore Hill on fire, let it burn off because nobody lived at the top, right? So that was quite alarming when we were watching the cameras live, but I went very out of my way to verify which hill was on fire to see if it was, like, say, over by this Canyon Ridge or by Lakeland Boulevard versus Sycamore Hill. It was very hard to tell, but I think the conclusion was it was Sycamore Hill in the background, best I could tell, which, you know, explains why they let it race up there and ignored it. They were protecting neighborhoods and structures. So I'm sure there's other places that embers lit grassy spots on the ground. But it was cool by the time after midnight the plane came over, because the plane is using infrared. And usually if you see little green...
Orville, engine 372 available, station 72's response area.
Excuse me.
372, 2145.
Engine 372.
Yeah, you're right, Spider-Man. Many earthen dams have weeds growing on them. They should have burned it off earlier this year, though. Come on. That's what's frustrating, is like, come on, why not do that earlier? It's not really gonna spread as long as you start higher than lower than lower than lower, because it goes up to
Orville, Grubs, I see.
It goes up to the road, and then it has nothing else to burn. So we've seen it time and time again.
Yeah, strike team 9226 Charlie, strike team 1205 Alpha, engine 374, and Miguelia Crew 2 are currently making their way back to their equipment, forming up. They'll be coming available here shortly.
Maybe I could find some of my personal photographs after this. Yeah, actually I do have some pics. Let me see. Off camera, maybe I can find. Went down to the area, Orville and the surrounding areas I could get into near Paradise. We went to Tabletop Mountain at Cherokee to just see what was still standing at the time. And then he wanted to show me the reconstruction of the spillway after the spillway collapse and disaster. That was, which year is that? The spillway, double spillway collapse issue was, wasn't it 2017? I remember putting on social media and laughing at it the moment that the pavement fell in, because we all knew that regulations said you have to put the spillway in onto bedrock so that if it ever leaks from the bottom, it can't undermine itself and collapse. Like, it can't wash away its own dirt supporting it, right? So this tiny bit of people had their own pictures. It was a tiny rooster tail. A chunk of the concrete slipped, and it opened up the spillway. This is a gigantic amount of water that can come out of there. And I laughed and went to sleep and said, "Great job with maintenance," or something. How do you fix that? This is so gigantic that if you're at the top here, you could line up like 18 semi-trucks side by side, and they would go down the world's most frightening ramp all the way to the bottom. And then it used to have a thing that tilted the water up, and it made rainbows. So it had like a curl, like a slide curl at the bottom. And whenever they opened it, which many years in a row they did not, and during drought years, but whenever they had the high snowpack, when they opened it, everybody would gather around. The spillway's open. Let's go check it out. So people go to this road, Oroville Dam Boulevard, and other little ones, and get these magnificent photographs of it. So let me see if I got a personal photo, as I've not been the best at organizing them.
Orville, engine 41's committed, Chico Fire.
Communication, Division Hotel.
Ah. Pain.
Go ahead.
Oroville, Division Hotel. We have a crew member off of 9252 Gulf that is going to be transported by correction staff and to be evaluated for heat-related illness. Information on it.
sorry. Okay, there's a crew member. It's going to be
Are they going to transport him to?
a crew member with a heat-related illness that's going to be transported. Okay, I turned off the rain. I didn't know if it's kind of over talking the radio. Sometimes they're very soft. Oh man, this isn't my pictures. You guys know what that is, right? Marysville Hotel that just burned a week ago.
Engine 41's available in response area.
Man.
41 Orville, contact.
Built in the early 20s. It was a crown jewel of the city. And, they had just had plans to restore it. And no, it wasn't an insurance job. The local media.
Operations Orville, Butte County EMS that's on the fire for the evening can be contacted on CalCorp. They do not have access to Command 7.
Hey, copy.
Wasn't ready for that. All my life, and that of some of my older relatives, they wanted to see this reopen. It needed not really seismic updates. It was pretty solid. It needed surprisingly fire code upgrades, which they just bought it in a tax sale, a development group, and they made a hotelmarysville.com website, and they had it minimally insured, but they spent a lot of money inspecting to see what they needed to do for work, and they were thinking of, mixed use, like one wing is a hotel and one wing is
Orville. Division Hotel.
affordable housing.
Orville?
Orville Division Hotel. 52 Gulf would now like them evaluated by an ambulance. Where's my closest ambulance?
Okay, different change here. They're actually requesting an ambulance now. He can't just be transported by the nearest vehicle. That actually we need EMS to. They have a crew member that's has heat stress.
Communications Division Hotel. We just have a rendezvous at drop point 1.
Wow. Okay. Let me see if I have battle maps access to the Thompson fire. We may.
Hotel. 2152.
I may have access to, since there's an incident management team now, like where dozer lines are and where drop points are, because we said let's rendezvous at drop point 2. So that's where helicopters drop off equipment like hoses for the crews. So, oh man, I didn't find my damn pictures, but I found the hotel.
Orville night operation. Command.
Basin Orville, go ahead.
We'll start the incident assigned medic unit to drop point 1 as well. If you have a closer resource, advise.
Night operations, are you in contact with the medic unit?
We're attempting right now on CalCorp.
2153.
We'll keep listening to Butte County here. We have to. I think there's been more than 5 heat injuries and hot embers in the eyes style injuries to our brave heroes. This has been really tough. So, I mean, look around to see if there are battle maps like I had for the Basin fire. It's open question and answer time. I'm hoping that we'll get some better infrared images. All right, we'll shut down that Southern California. Here's Biggs. The 6-hour time lapse showed that news start earlier today. Wasn't that Grubbs or something? You can still see some smoke column in the distance. This is where the dam area is. To the left is Table Mountain, which is a big, big place. It's like basically a ecological preserve for rare wildflowers and native plants. Most of them are pretty fire resistant. I wouldn't worry too much for them. Native California plants are pretty fire resistant. California's wildfires are getting worse because of invasives. It's one of the big pieces of the puzzle. Invasives that promote fire and have a strategy of making fires more intense, killing off competition, and being the first to bounce back, grow faster, and then choke out competition by just being like a weed, So we can do a lot to help the situation. California's
Night operations, Orville.
The native grasses
Night operations.
burn with less intensity.
To the rendezvous, drop point 1. We're going to start a different ground ambulance from the Orville City location. I copy. Do you have an identifier? Come up with it as soon as I get the request through to Butte EMS. I copy. Appreciate that. Break Division Hotel operations. Hotel. Did you copy that traffic? AA firm. When you can you provide the full designator? I got 52 Golf and then ETA to drop point 1.
Inmate off 9252 Golf off of issue 1 is a 31-year-old male. Their drive time is 8 minutes.
All right, let's look at the Google Maps then. It's a good idea.
Copy and signs and symptoms, general weakness or?
General weakness, unable to hold fluids down.
Operations.
Yeah, this turnout isn't a good view. Okay, it's easier on the eyes. Okay, so which Google Maps?
Operations copy.
That's a great view. Which Google Street View has the vegetation growing on the dam? You can't really see the dam from the dam itself. Not very well. Oh, yeah, you can. What? Great. It's short. June last year. It's short, but our favorite picnic area was right over there. And then when the second spillway started to crumble and the mountain washed away, our picnic area and all the trees went washed down. People don't realize the entire hillside started to wash away down to bedrock. They've put so many billions into the restoration. And you know what? An environmental group tried to warn everybody and said, look, it's not built on bedrock, the spillway. It's vulnerable to collapse. You got to fix it. And some jerk, I can't remember who it was, testified under oath that yes, the spillway is built on bedrock. Of course it is. What a jerk. And so the case was dismissed, but it was 7 years before the $1 billion disaster. And if the final collapse had happened, if they had not shored up the second spillway's wall, the cement wall, which also was not built on bedrock and began to crumble, if they had not used the military and dumped all of those nighttime helicopter drops of groups of boulders there and shored it up right before it was about to collapse, there would have been a surge of water downstream. All the levees would have collapsed. They tried to evacuate everybody downstream at the same time, so 30+ thousand people took to the road, mostly my family too. They would have all drowned. And massive.
Engine 91 and 82 are currently making their way back to their engines. They'll be coming available here shortly. Additionally, we'll be releasing water tender 61.
Man, I remember picnicking over here. All gone. I have to go through the old family albums. What's this?
2159.
Well, maybe the Google car has before the disaster images. Does it? People don't realize it was almost a huge mass fatality event of like, there would have been 30,000 people drowned because the levee's breaching would have been a tidal wave like 3 stories tall. It was just flipped cars. And they tried to evacuate everybody down the stream at the same time. It's not a good idea. So I remember frantically calling my dad and elderly relatives and said, start walking. He goes, but how could we make it? How can we make it to the hills in time? Don't go to the hills.
Medic unit coming from the Orville area will be medic 2314. I have been advised to monitor CalCord.
Let me mute that for a second. I said, don't go to the hills. You can't make it to the hills. Go to downtown Marysville and get into tall buildings. Break in if you have to, but use your head. Okay, they're still talking about the
1-year-old male. They had a 8-minute ETA to drop point 1.
All right, back to the fire though. Yeah, it's nice and short. Anyway, see Blanco Lirio's channel and all of his coverage. That's how I found him. He was a voice of sanity and telling people like it was. I tried to fly my drone here to show the reconstruction, and they did a ban on it. And I don't think that was right of them. Like, what do you have to hide about the reconstruction? Like, seriously. Took years. It's all done now, right? But now the fire probably damaged some of it. Right? But he flew over in his private airplane and it showed people like it was. It was so weird that they said, even across the canyon, no drones. Don't watch us rebuilding the place. Okay. Whatever. So yeah, vegetation grows on it. And the way it was flaring up good, I don't think the grass was short. That's just my idea, but locals tell me. Tell me, how tall was the grass on the dam? And just, I think Butte County accidentally may have freaked out the public with what they released to watch duty. They said the dam was threatened. No, it's not. They don't mean the structural integrity of a dam made out of earth and rocks. It's pretty dang fireproof, man. But down here in one of their statements, it says threatening this, that, the other, PG&E infrastructure, power lines, neighborhoods in the dam. No, they mean the powerhouse at the dam. They had to shut it down. So they said, we'll open the spillway if we have to. Because most of the time, vast majority of the time, the water just goes through a tunnel and they generate electricity the normal way at bottom. And that's the lines here that connect have been damaged. So they shut it down, which means the water has to go out the other spillway. Yeah, there's extremely faint traffic. I can't really make it out. Even dispatches would. Whoever's talking faintly in Butte County would just please speak up. So I'll unmute it when they start talking about fire issues. Let's look at the cams. Rattlesnake Peak. Did it move? And where's it looking? I was hoping it'd be calibrated. We could see where any current hotspots are. But it's so far away, we're not seeing a lot. So this camera's been restored, so they must have been hard at work restoring the power over here. You can see the lights of the dam, traffic going back and forth on it. It's looking west-southwest, right? Yeah, west-northwest, actually. Right over the dam. So I was hoping, at least from here, You can see the fire in the distance, but there's a smudge on the lens, and it seems to be trying to focus on the foreground. But there's a lot less hot heat on the camera. Just some here to the right. See the very right? That's heat. I interpret this as fire. Could be the lights from a bunch of different units responding. It's really hard to tell. That could be like hot spots of fire. As they start to show up, they're infrared, and that just kind of looks like, the stumps on fire after the grass is burned off. That sort of. We'll continue to monitor it, but it's just so frustrating they don't directly look at it. But what a sunset. I'm so glad that it didn't get worse. This is what a heat and low humidity driven fire creates. It wasn't particularly strong winds. It was the north winds, but it wasn't the crazy winds. They stayed relatively mild. The gusting was serious. But can you imagine if we had 40-mile-an-hour wind speed and 65-mile-an-hour gusts? That could have happened. Some of these wind events, can you imagine what we would have lost? How huge it would have been? How it would have tried to wrap itself around the lake? I'm super relieved. And I don't know, like I said earlier, since it started over here, a lot of people say, why for an hour was it not that bad and then it was crazy? Well, how do you help each other? This is a railroad bridge, this black and white thing. This is like a little mini dam. There's no way to get across there easily. You have to drive over the dam itself or drive very far out of your way down here and over this bridge to downtown. It's just here and here where you could cross to the other side. This is a huge, deep canyon. They don't have a bridge there. It would be a bridge to nowhere almost, because it would just go up to Table Mountain. But, once it's split, it was on both sides, and climbing steep terrain, and then rushing through the canyon. The people who are like, well, why did it spread so fast? That's just, you have no idea how steep that is. Yeah, Electric Beaver, I'd love to explore with you. If you're a lover of history and stuff, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's a bigger than dam. When they say there's a threat to it, they meant the powerhouse. The area around there is damaged, and they're working real hard to repair it because it does produce a significant amount of electricity for the region. Electric Beer says, I watched this overage too. What overage? Sorry. Cardboard Crawlers RC. Sorry, didn't see some chat. What tall buildings are in downtown Marysville? Oh, the one that I just unfortunately saw that just one of them just burned. Didn't burn down, but it burned. That is the post office building, or I can't remember what it's called. But this would be a great place as a refuge from flood. So I was trying to tell my relatives who are nearby, stuck in traffic, don't walk through the hills, walk downtown, use your head, break and entering if you have to. Hopefully other people would be there, ready to go up the fire escape or any of the stairwell there. And I mean, hoodlums and the curious and all manners of people have been breaking into Hotel Marysville. At least it would get you up out of the water. The levees would likely collapse in the event of the spillway collapse. I don't think any of them were strong enough to hold for an event like that. So what it became is a totally gridlocked traffic jam where somewhere between 30 and 80,000 people were stuck in traffic, not moving, because the authorities said, everybody out, run for your lives. They didn't call for an orderly evacuation. If your last name begins with this, go now. If your last name begins with this, go leave, a little bit later. They didn't do that. They just said, everybody run for your lives. And so they created the worst scenario possible, where everybody panicked and is on the road at once and nobody can move. They didn't activate all the school buses possible to come and get people They should have had people assemble on foot with staging areas, and they should have said every school bus driver and every transit bus driver head to Marysville and Live Oak, Yuba City, Biggs, Gridley. Everybody head there right now. We are evacuating the population by bus. Go. And then they should have also activated a response where they could have airlifted people out of the Marysville airport, all of the little crop dusting airports. Call up, if you are a pilot, you are called to duty. Go. You know, National Guard, go. There's a million smarter things to do here. And plenty of people that didn't have a way out, didn't have a vehicle. What were they supposed to do? There's plenty of people who are private boat owners who could have been ferrying people like from the east side of the river to the west, and people could have walked towards Sutter. That Sutter was high enough ground. So during the dam disaster, I found what, Juan did a great job. Yes, he did. I was so angry at the fearmongers who said the dam's going to collapse. It's not even possible. So, yes, people are saying if I hear fireworks, I'm calling cops. Do that. I've got my security cams aimed at strategic locations, and when motion is detected, I got the cops on speed out. So what I did to assess the dam spillway disaster is every dam engineering project is required by Army Corps of Engineers or some other government agency to have a scenario of what happens in the case of an emergency, of a spillway collapse, a dam breach, a dam being overtopped, a massive earthquake, and a sudden collapse, a partial collapse, all these scenarios that can happen. Every single company, right before they construct it, they are supposed to explain what happens downstream, and they make maps. And they are for each scenario. And there's a color-coded topographic map of downstream, and it's got these, it's like a rainbow leading away from the dam, and it says by 30 minutes after the disaster, whichever it is, the water will be here and this deep, and that'll be like the first color of the rainbow. 1 hour after the disaster, the water will be at this area and will be this deep. And so it keeps going on, and further and further downstream. So there actually are these, and they're public documents if you know where to find them, and I can't find them right now, but because I switched computers, but I could go get the other hard drive off the shelf. So at the time, I was fact checking this jerk who was getting tons of money and donations. He had a stream live going and saying, the dam's gonna collapse, and all of you guys are just trying to keep you calm, but you're about to die. Everyone from Oroville to Sacramento and later San Francisco. Millions are about to die. And so when you preach fear and panic, man, I can't stand people like that. So I went and did my own research, figured out really quickly it's completely impossible. The dam is higher in elevation than the spillway, which is like so. Okay, fill a bathtub with water. If the edge is like so, if there's a taller edge and a lower edge, where does the water spill out first? If it's just gradually filling to the top, it will never spill out here. It will spill out here, a lower elevation. It's physically impossible. While it was completely, it would just drain fast if the secondary spillway just totally collapsed. It would drain fast, and there was never any risk for it to overtop. Now, overtopping on a concrete dam, that's bad enough, but maybe you won't collapse it. The bathtub scenario, right? But when you have an earthen dam, it could undermine itself. There's a lot of boulders and rocks, but there's a lot of earth there that keeps it intact. So they did the very smart thing, and they made both spillways, the normal one and the emergency one, lower in elevation. So unless the laws of physics were breached, it was never any danger, and that guy was just a jerk, a bald-faced liar, raking in the cash by spreading fear. And I should have gone live at the time, but I didn't have any confidence. I didn't have. I should have. Should have said this guy's a liar. Report him. And he shouldn't have made a dime after that. But YouTube was a Wild West back then. But thank God people like AERO just told people straight. Once I saw that AERO was doing it, I didn't feel like I needed to go live at the time. So, but yeah, Butte County's been so traumatized. 1 or 2 years later, Paradise, it's just like, oh. And then the Bear Claremont fire. You guys have seen enough. You know, let me offer you a drink of milk, guys. Let's crowd around the milk bar. James Lucy says, named after my great uncle James Marshall. Wow. Makes sense. I find myself here. Oh, which is it? Let me look up. John Stoker's got a connection to Sutter. You can go back up. If I missed your interactions, please just reply again. Oh, sorry, Squirrel Master went to bed. I'm hoping that Squirrel Master finally gets some sleep. So, Spyman says the full pool is right at 900 feet elevation. Yeah. So you can look it up yourselves, what the different elevations of the dam versus spillway. But it doesn't have to be that drastic. It's just water doesn't flow uphill, you know. So plus, what they had at the time was they had opened up fully the tunnel with the generator plant. Remember, there's a tunnel at the base, so they had opened that, so water wasn't all going out the spillways at the time of that disaster. But if only that guy hadn't testified under oath that, oh, spillway's built on bedrock, of course it is. And why on earth, back in the 50s when they were building this, why on earth did they cut that corner? All those people have got to be dead by now, but did they not know they were setting up the landscape for a mass fatality event? That's the most uncool thing ever. They just saved a couple bucks, met there, stayed on time. But it was the same situation where they really screwed up, and 2 of the trains, there always a train that was dumping the rocks and the dirt on it, and then it came back empty, and another train would follow it. They used the same tracks. They had a head-on collision and a fiery explosion, and that's why it's called the death tunnel these days. Yeah, it was a troubled construction. But hey, Butte County. All right, let's go back to chat here. Let's go and see if we've got any better views. Because off to the right here may be the warm hillside. We know that it climbed up Mount the Oro. Excuse me. Climbed up Mount the Oro. We had a lot of heat detections, and let's check them now. I hope that they're gone. Zoom out. Oh, we just have 2 grays left, and you can barely see that because it's in gray mode. How do I make it more white? Look, guys, it's the best news ever. Did you see that? Gray. That means every 20 minutes when the satellites pass over, the GOES satellite, it'll only flag a new heat detection if it's more intense heat than the time before. So gray is the last step before it just disappears. Somewhere between 6 and 12 hours ago was the last flare-up detected, and it was just west of Mount the Oro somewhere. Remember, these are 2 squares. It's the margin of error. And somewhere up on the Table Mountain, maybe on the east side of it. But so good. That's an earthquake. I have a little earthquake app. Check out what just happened. Oh, I got an Orville link. I'll check the emails. I guess since I put the screen on, it happened to show. Okay. 1 second. Where was that earthquake? All right, there's a medical call in Butte County. It's been silent until now, but it's unrelated to fire. Where's that? A horrible tone out, so I won't unmute it. I have so many apps. I haven't cleared the notifications. There's just like millions. It's a difficulty breathing call. It's still not good air quality. It's much better than yesterday, I take it, right? So, okay, it just popped up and said like a 4 point something earthquake. There's one off of coast of Washington today. It's very frequently pumping out 4-pointers. Specific ring of fire. So I'm with doing as much volunteer work as I can with ODART, Oregon Disaster Airlift Response Team, and there's a CalDART as well. I want to plug them again and find out more here, odart.org. CPro got me into it. He's a volunteer pilot for when the big Cascadia subduction zone quake happens. They are drilling, and that's what we were doing earlier when I realized I needed a laptop. I was at the airport helping out. They drill and practice running food and medical supplies to the Oregon coast and taking it from like the Idaho border and eastern Washington to western Oregon and to the coast after the quake happens. And CalDART, CALDART, does the same thing. It's a much more established organization, but it's tax deductible donation, and Oregon DART needs your help to establish. So you could be basically one of the founding donors if you do want a tax deductible donation, or if you want to become involved. See odart.org. The Beaver Mafia Spy Man. Again.
So, 2221.
Operations copy.
The Beaver Mafia is everywhere, but we don't talk about the Beaver Mafia. We don't. We just pay the protection money. We just pay the protection money. We've seen the results. What happens when your paycheck doesn't arrive in time? Look at the screen. You're not. There's clearly a rodent organized crime ring. There's nothing else to explain this. Definitely. You just got to pay. I mean, 20% of everything I make goes to Beaver Mafia, but you know, they haven't been active in my area for a while, right? They keep their word. They keep their word. But you got to pay for protection. But in all seriousness, I found out that beavers actually start wildfires by dropping trees on power lines more than you would think. Isn't that odd? So sometimes the weirdest, most suspicious ones that happen in the night when it's very, very calm and there's no wind and there's no lightning. It happens to be a rodent with a bad sense of where to fall a tree. This happens a lot more often than I ever imagined. But now that I'm aware of it, it's like, well, it's clearly a beaver mafia going on here. So, yeah, it's open question and answer time, and I was hoping we would get better views. We can't really, you know what, it's great that we can't really track the Thomas fire anyway, or Thompson, excuse me, because there's such little activity to see. I mean, that's another good thing. There's an airplane. Yeah, I think what we heard last night, of course, we're not up till 4 along with myself, is they did say permission to fly an unmanned aerial vehicle drone, which usually is like the military versions, military recon drones that are similar to the Predator drones, like the ones that kill on the battlefield. But usually in the military, there's just recon, and then there's just war, right? They separate the two so that our spy planes don't get shot down as a threat to other countries. We would never think of ever violating the airspace of an enemy country ever. Of course, we wouldn't do such a thing. But if such a thing occurred, we wouldn't want them to think we were bringing weapons, just bring cameras. And that's why the SR-71 and the U-2s just carry cameras. Not that they ever violated any other country's airspace. Of course, they wouldn't. Wait, Gary Powers got shot down in Russia, but that was totally some sort of an accident. Sure. Man, I'm gonna have to take a spoon to this. I guess I need bigger straws for Frosties. It's just not right though. I feel like it's a milkshake, but it feels like it's an ice cream in a cup, and I don't know what to make of it.
Orville, McGarrett Crew 2 has been released from the Grubs incident.
Okay.
Crew 2, 2226.
They're still hard at work.
McGarrett Crew 2.
The party's not over for them. They got a nice still of the night. Oops. All right, what have we been talking about? Let me do a quick timestamp, and we'll go back.
Orville, McGarrett Crew 2 is available from the Grubs incident.
McGarrett Crew 2, return to quarters, 2226.
This is
McGarrett Crew 2. We'll be en route South Chico, Station 44's response area.
I'm delighted when we can't find our fire because it died down so much. Sunset Hill 1 has a view. It's so mild.
91, 2226.
So this one is looking across at Table Mountain really far. Actually, Potter's Ravine / beyond Table Mountain right there. So it just goes in and out of focus so much. That's lake water in the foreground. There, that's a frame that's in focus. This is what I was hoping to track the fire with, but that looks great. That looks like, the grass burned off, and that's just dumps and dead things on the ground burning, and maybe the occasional unfortunate half-dead pine tree, and maybe its nearby friends and some bushes. So, Dr. Elephants and CDF responding to a grass fire caused by fireworks. Where? Which one's CDF again? I don't have blood sugar, friend. So we're just doing a roundup. We've had quite a busy day. We talked about the dam, spillway, firefighter heat injury. Debris, Hotel Marysville, which is so sad. It did not burn down. I want to correct the media when I say that. Like, does it look like it burned down to you? It's all standing. I believe it's totally stable. It's solid brick walls, and it takes a raging inferno to cause a brick wall to collapse. And it was no longer furnished inside. All the furniture had been removed, and a lot of the wood had actually rotted away. There's my spoon. So there's not a lot of intensity to the Hotel Marysville fire. It's ready for cart away the debris and rebuild it. It's perfect now. Now make it up to fire code and reopen so Marysville can revitalize. And it's trying to reinvent itself as a tourist destination for all its lovely history. I mean, Mark Twain, like Babe Ruth stayed in that hotel. Mark Twain stayed at the one that existed before it. Marysville had an opera house and amazing buildings before progress knocked down much of it. Fortunately, Victorian homes to build a stupid mall that is abandoned now. But getting that hotel back in order. You get the tourists, they have to have somewhere to stay, and the hipsters just love that, and so do the foreign tourists. And they have gold rush days and the like, where they have reenactments. They have crazy history. They have an actually very good relationship with the Chinese, which is very unusual in the Wild West. So unusual it was notable when people were super friends with them. And there's good bright spots in racial relations, but there's so many dismal ones. But Marysville, I always found it a little bit weird that everybody goes around to the Buckeye Parade in honor of a Chinese god. All the schools have marching bands, and they have the Chinese nationals, and goes with that heritage. Have the cool dragon dance thing in the streets. They have like 3 people in the dragon's body and guy working the mouth like a puppet, and they would run around scaring the children like me, but then throw candy at them too. Like I'd get bold and be like, oh boy, I don't think that dragon's real. It's a tiny tot, you know. And they notice me and go rawr, and I'm like, grab my mommy's, skirts. But then, candy gets tossed. I'm like, oh. I always thought, why does this town have a tradition of not worshiping a Chinese god, but it's honoring one? And the Buckeye Temple is still there to this day. Very rare to have one still in operation since the gold rush. Southwest part of town. And people go and honor, and they light incense sticks, and they put money in there to keep it maintained. And that's because of a prophecy that during one of the major floods in the 50s, Buckeye is the god of water and rivers. China, like ancient Chinese tradition. So it's like banned now, by CCP for obvious reasons. But the old religion, they said, priest or somebody announced that Marysville will not flood. The raging, crazy 55 flood, I believe it was, because Buckeye is going to protect the town. And sure enough, Yuba City got trashed. Every single bridge leading to Marysville got trashed and washed away, even huge ones. And people died, but Marysville was safe. So everybody is very fond and very proud of this somewhat warm relations with ethnic minorities. There's so many dark spots in California history that this is really cool. So, all right, what's going on here in the chat? This Frosty is a hopeless melted. But I'm gonna do it for the blood sugar. Is there something I'm missing? See, the small life. I don't think I see anything to criticize. I think response, as far as I can tell from a distance in my living room, has been pretty stellar. I'm not critical of what happened with the Thompson fire. They did amazing with the bar fire too. And the reason they did amazing is because the weather cooperated. They need that, and then they seize that. They are helpless if the weather gets out of control, and we have been quite lucky. And it's horrible hot, and there's low humidity. But man, last night when the wind changed direction and died down, it was extra. They had the nighttime helicopters doing some drops, but they stopped. The Chinook stopped dropping around 1 or 2 in the morning. Oh, I don't know why. My best guess is the pilots timed out. California needs to hire more skilled pilots. Keep these choppers in the air constantly. They could have done even more good today and freed up more resources should the beep have hit the fan elsewhere. We got lucky. They've been pouncing on things. Wish they would have had a community meeting and explained how it went, but we got what we got. I'm delighted when it's hard to even find our fires on the campus. So Sunset Hill, right, it appears to be looking. Take that off. I'd say, yeah, just that little west shore of the Potter's Ravine Bay, or whatever you call that. Yeah, I'm giving you the name Potter's Ravine Bay. Looks like a bay. Doesn't strike me as an inlet. It looks like a bay. So one weird anomaly happened where I was really confused. The GOES satellite did not show any heat on Potter's Ravine, and it made it so difficult for me to locate it. Plus, it wasn't labeled on this map. Locals had to say, yeah, that's where it is. This little spot did not have any heat detections, even though it was flaming up good according to scanner radio. So every once in a while, there's a weird spot that just doesn't load, and I guess it's a glitch. It's hard to say if it was the satellite data that had a glitch or CalTopo had a glitch. CalTopo has to interpret the data and show us, so who knows? But I'm delighted that that's gray, and any hour now, I bet you it disappears. The satellite is still going over there every 25 minutes or so. We just had one 4 minutes ago. As long as you don't see red, things are going pretty dang good. Assuming everything's in working order here. This looks very mild, and I'm very pleased. Simon says latest forecast models now have Hurricane Burrow carving to the right and ahead of McAllen, Texas, where it crosses over to Yucatan. Okay, we go. Sorry about the bright screen. Let's look at
Engine 81, medical, 5464 Sawmill Road, Unit A, Alpha.
I didn't know it was coming from America. Oh, God.
81 Butte Medics, medical, chest pain, 5464 Sawmill Road, Unit A, between East Dottie Lane and Millwood Lane, 2236.
It was on track to hit Barbados. Last time I checked. I've been a little busy, you know, with fires. This is now they have an actual desktop app for my radar. It's very beautiful, has the most beautiful wind and pink that I've ever seen. But yeah, in order to track and like get updates on hurricanes, you have to pay. Those are the most deadly destructive forces, rather than massive tidal waves and whatnot. I take issue with that. Insert coin to get your life-saving information. But it is what. You can always look at it, get hurricane data. But you're not going to get like a push notification to your phone when it changes direction, comes towards you or anything. Makes us appreciate watch duty, you know? This is...
Orville, do you have passing time for the medic?
mumbling on the radio.
2238.
Is it a Category 5 still?
Orville, Krebs IC.
It's a 4. It's only a 4.
See Orville.
Transferring command over to engine 2186. Battalion 2106 resuming coverage for battalions 7 and 9.
Now, could this affect California somehow?
2106, 2239.
I wonder if it does something to the general weather and, say, changes wind direction. Sucks some of the wind out of California
Orville Battalion 2106 is available.
Towards the Rockies? I have no idea.
2106, 2239.
Battalion 2106.
Eastern Pacific Tropical Depression number 1. off of Mexico.
Engine 33, public assist, Wycliffe Way and Bliss Court.
Hold on to your butts. So we
Engine
did.
33, public assist, fire hydrant, leaking on Wycliffe Way and Bliss Court, 2240.
Uh-oh. Okay, friends. So let's look at forecast over here by Orville, and probably just, bad. We're getting a heat dome. Is that a heat dome that's supposed to affect Portland, but is it affecting California too? Heat domes tend to be huge. It's like if instead of the jet stream being a straight line, it goes into a flower petal shape. And so where the flower petal sticks out, like the petal, you have like extreme heat, right? And then there's a pocket in between the next petal, and that's where all rain backs up into it and gets stuck. Can't go past the jet stream. And so you get torrential flooding next door to record-breaking heat and dryness next door, and then flooding next door, then heat, flood, heat all around. Sometimes all around the planet at the top, wherever the jet stream goes. And so you just have back-to-back disasters depending on where you're at. It's just extreme. Now that, I don't know how long, it doesn't seem like this term has been around a long time. I've never really heard of it. I don't remember it from childhood. I don't remember them ever saying monsoons in California ever. That was like a term applied to the Himalayas, right? But now, the monsoonal lightning storms. The what? You know what I mean? Like, I associate that with torrential flooding of India coming out of the Himalayas. But they decide to reinvent terms all the time for the same thing that happened before. Pineapple storms, or Pineapple Express, was the dreaded thing that's now called an atmospheric river. So did they just rename something, or have they studied a new phenomenon? But I hate that. It's just so confusing to the public. Just go ahead and make crazy technical terms amongst yourselves and in academia and in textbooks. But when you speak to the public, come on. Don't change it around just because you fancy it. It's 90 degrees right now in Orville. It'll be 106 when the low will occur just after sunrise at 6 a.m. 76 degrees. And there's a lot of power loss and safety shutoffs, and so no air conditioning. So for people to survive, they have to air out their house. It's really easy. Shut all the doors in the house and take the one window open on one side, even if there's no wind whatsoever. Window open on one side and then open a window on the other side, hopefully where they can, almost like direct see each other. And take a box fan, cheap, $25, $26, right? And put it on high and aim it out the window. So when you're pushing the hot air out of your house, it sucks in cool air from the other side. And once that area has...
Return to quarters, 2244.
Once that area has been cooled out, then you shut other doors to other rooms. And you do it room by room. Don't just have all doors open. It doesn't really work. But remember, there's nothing new creating heat in the house. So if you just do it long enough that way, put it on high, eventually all the heat of the house will be vented out. Except maybe what's trapped in the attic, right? And this was like common knowledge, and everybody knew how to do that. Where I'm from, it's a survival skill of California. I go to Oregon, and then I even had a good friend and several people I dated. These guys sat in their hot homes all night when it became like 64 degrees out at night, and they didn't open their windows, or maybe they opened a window, but they didn't start the breeze. So if you just open windows, nothing happens. The heat of your house doesn't want to go outside. You have to force it out. So just make sure 2 windows are open somewhere in the house. Shut the other doors to the other room. Put on maximum just to get it over and done with, and you can turn off the fans and vent the house. Make it cool. And I just couldn't believe he didn't know that that was possible and that was a thing. He just opened windows and frowned and said, "This is just going to let bugs in," and shut them again. And so he tried to sleep all night with his house being like 84 and 88 degrees in the humid, nearly tropical humidity of Portland. And I was like, how old is this? His whole life he didn't know. And he was yelling at me the whole time. I want to go to bed. What are you doing messing around with the fans in my house? I'm saving your life, bro. So he had 1 window air conditioning unit, and it was just struggling all day doing nothing. He put it in the big living room. Like that's you got to put it in the bedroom. Just choose 1 room to be cool. Shut the door. But he was running it 24 hours a day, and his power bills were insane. And sometimes I walk around and I hear the sound of air conditioners going in the middle of the night, and we've had lows of 64. And the air conditioners are still running in the middle of the night. These people just don't know. But if more people knew, there'd be a lot less suction on the power grid and a lot cheaper power bills. I gotta make some instructional videos, I think. I mean, one time I was ignorant and had to find out too. All right, let's read Orville's forecast best we can. Feels like 90 degrees. Is 90 degrees. Humidity, 26%. Visibility is 8 miles. For the rest of today, all 1 hour and 10 minutes of it. Areas of smoke, clear skies, a low temperature of 77, which is around dawn. Winds 6 miles per hour from the east, northeast. Upcoming, haze, skies clear. That is, if a new wildfire doesn't start. High temperature 106 degrees. Winds 5 miles per hour from the west, changing to 6 miles per hour from the southwest. Pressure, blah, 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 blah. But you know what I don't like here? It doesn't explain the rest of the story unless you click on special layers, such as a warning. And then you have a totally different forecast that explains the rest of the story. Weather apps should be required to explain the rest of the story. When you press this magic button for layers, oh, right, the red flag and the excessive heat warning. Oh, right, so now if you zoom back to the setting area and click, you got a whole bunch of new information. Excessive heat warning remains in effect from 11 p.m.
33. Issue's been mitigated. Engine 33 is available in response area.
33, 22, 49.
Engine 33.
Rural Hurricane Orville weather. This has
2162, return to quarters, 2249.
normal news is good news. This is what's lacking in most of the inbuilt, comes with your phone weather. I can't see chat right now. I'll look back in a minute. They don't even show the high wind warnings or red flags, this and that. They should be required to, because if the public relies on its phone and the built-in app, maybe they go and start burning or lighting off fireworks because they don't even understand red flags been issued. They don't know to take special care. I remember before I got NOAA weather and others that would beep my phone, and FEMA app is wonderful. The official FEMA app is great at letting you know what kind of things come down the pipe. Very reliable on Android, surprisingly rock solid. Or a government app. Broken clocks are right twice a day. It'll let you know. But can you imagine the kids these days not even knowing that special weather statements even exist? Just thinking their phone does everything? We can fix that. Excuse me. Frosty is now melted enough to drink.
Orville Battalion 2114, resuming coverage of Battalions 2 and 4.
Excessive heat.
2251.
Battalion 2114.
Excessive heat warning remains in it. Excessive heat.
Orville, strike team 4226 Charlie, released from the Groves incident, awaiting assignment.
Strike team 4226 Charlie, return to previous assignment. 2251.
Ooh, look at
4226 Charlie, copies. Thank you.
look at the laptop deals at Best Buy. But boo, I hate Best Buy. I bought my last laptop. Yeah, like, would you like to buy the extended warranty thingy, Bobby? It comes with our, no? Okay, but warning, you can't really return it to the store without it. I once bought a tablet from them, and right out of the box, there was a defective, totally broken microphone. So I take it back. It's only 5 days later. Oh, you didn't buy the extended warranty heat thingy. You go talk to the manufacturer. Like, but it's defective. You just sold me a defective product, and you're not going to exchange it. No, you didn't buy the extra pay for protection. I'm like, that's like a mafia thing, right? But they have the worst return policies and whatnot. They suck. Anyway, excessive heat warning remains in effect until 11 p.m. Tuesday. What? Dangerously hot conditions with high temperatures ranging from 105 to 118. Now that was missing from what I just read, wasn't it? Weren't they saying, oh, breezy and a high of 106? Okay, 118 is a little bit different. That's a whole different ball game. Especially when it comes to fire activity. Remember, there's 3 things fire needs. Oxygen, fuel, heat. It needs these 3 things. Introduce more of any of the 3 and you get intensity. It increases. So is fire different at 118 than it is at 105? Yeah, it is. A lot worse. At a certain temperature, it just becomes catastrophic. And so you don't need it to be windy if it's just extremely dry and hot, like we've seen how this got out of hand at Orville. A different day, it was not that hot, not that dry, and it would not have been much of a factor. I don't think it would have been more than 20 acres. Really. It was just dryness, heat, and terrain that made the biggest factors of what happened here. Limited overnight relief with low temps in the upper 60s to mid 80s. Now that is where people die. The body, especially of those not in shape or frail, otherwise ill, children, elderly. The body, if it can recover in the cool of the night, can suffer during the day. But you need a cool night. This is why ventilating the house and those kind of skills are so important. It stays hot at night, stays hot during the day, stays hot at night, day after day. That's when you see the most fatalities occur and the most hospitalization. So this is the time that you check on neighbors all the time. And guess what? The elderly are used to it. They love having lemonade on the porch or in the kitchen or whatever. Make an excuse. I made a new batch of lemonade. Check on them during the daytime. They don't typically know when they're getting in trouble. But you can observe them, have a conversation, see if they're spacey, slurry, irritable, exhausted, they don't move much. These are signs, but they need electrolytes. Lemonade's a good way to get it. And then, in the evenings, help them open their windows to ventilate, because most of the elderly deaths that we had in the Portland area a couple of years ago during the last heat dome were elderly couldn't open their windows at night. And so they roasted. And it was just that simple reason that dozens of people died. So be super helpful and insist on helping. Remember, if you don't get along very well with somebody or like them, make the decisions you can live with. You can always be proud of yourself, actually more proud of yourself when you assist people you don't like. Everybody is cool with assisting those they like. What's real ethics and morality? When they don't appreciate you and they don't thank you, but you assist them. That's when you can hold your head high. Highest. So it explains where this happens. We know that zoom out, saying where Arquines Strait in the Delta, the Mother Lode, southwestern Shasta County to western Colusa County, northeast foothills, Sacramento Valley, northern San Joaquin Valley, Shasta Lake area, northern Shasta County. Well, just zoom out and you can see. And it's not a cakewalk in Southern California either, but this is the excessive heat warning for this area. The impact. Oh, this is in effect until 11 p.m. Saying Tuesday. Whatever, isn't that? Oh, it's next Tuesday, right? I forgot. They were very unclear. They were saying it begins Tuesday, it ends Tuesday. Like, what? They weren't explaining dates. So hold on to your butts. If the elderly don't find relief at night, they will probably perish. Those are the most vulnerable. So do your duty. If somebody does not come to the door during your welfare check, it is an emergency. If they're already too weak to wake up and come to the door, you need to get in or get the cops in there immediately. Don't think, I'll come back later. You call 911 now. I think somebody is trapped inside who is unresponsive, who's frail, welfare check. It is an emergency. It's not, maybe I'll call later, maybe they're in the shower. You go around.
Water Center 61, return a quarter, 2258.
Bang loudly, like rap with something metal, tap against, with a screwdriver against the windows. Make sure you're heard. Go ape on the doorbell. Ring the phone off the hook. And if there's no response, you really quickly need to get to them, because my neighbor saved a different neighbor of mine. He would check on her every day, and I didn't know how vulnerable she was. She kept saying she was fine. But the elderly go downhill very quickly. They don't feel the fatigue and the heat stress coming on. They feel fine right up to the moment they are crashing and going critical. So she was found delirious and tossing and turning on a couch, and the only thing that happened was, I believe, the window air conditioning unit that she had in the window had just blown a fuse. And she could have gone and stood up and done the breaker, but she couldn't stand. She couldn't get to the phone ringing off the hook across the room. It's a nick of time thing. It can be sit there stroking out. Really could save a life. And remember, just like people pick up bricks and they break the windows to save babies and dogs and such in cars, it's better to pay for the damage and apologize later. You're not going to be persecuted if you really think that the cops are busy or nobody's coming. Make your own way in. Please don't try to break the window. Try to do something else. But remember, when you do the right thing, see, you know what? I wrote this. I'm going to make a propaganda poster. Don't be afraid to do the right thing. Don't be ashamed to do the right thing. And when you've done the right thing, you hold your head high and you never apologize. Human law exists for one reason, and that is to protect people. That is, when you have a life and death threatening situation, that is usually when you can break it. We're talking about dire need, emergency. I would stand right before a judge with my head held high the whole time and say, yeah, I did the right thing. I hope you agree with me. And I really don't think anybody, there are very few judges on earth who would press charges. And if you save somebody's life, they tend not to want to press charges. They tend to thank you and pat your hand in the hospital. Thank you for saving my life. The typical reaction. So I can't tell you to break the law. I can only tell you.
Orville, Magera Code 2 will be available in South Chico. Station 44's response area.
I am giving you philosophical advice. But I say this because I remember the days when babies would be trapped in hot cars, and I would see, as a kid, other people fretting and wringing their hands. Nobody doing anything. Waiting for the cops to show up. Because they were too afraid to break the car window. So there's more example videos where people go and they pick up that brick, break the window, and everybody on the social media goes, good job. And yes, the cops say good job too. So it's in that line where society needs to change. Make the decision you can live with. Because I do feel like we may have some grim news. Because this is exactly the same kind of setup where people perish. Heat itself is a big enemy, not just wildfire. So you could be a hero in more ways than one. But it's the difference between being a civilian and a citizen. What do you do for your community? So I believe red flag warning, we don't have to explain. Let me get away from my radar. All right. And always pay the Beaver Mafia first, even before credit card. All right, friends. Timestamp that. We're still listening to Butte County, but they haven't said anything other than medical calls. I will unmute it if they speak more. They speak more about the fires, but no news is really good news. We barely see it on the cams. All right, next, let me look back at the chat. Spyman says, the people you speak of lived in apartment units, some of them did, yeah. The manager forbid them to have window air conditioning units, so many of them died when the temps got over 100, yeah. So Portland, at least, and some of the municipalities put a right to air conditioning clause, which should have been in the Constitution from the first place. It's not a constitutional thing, but how many dozens of people had to die over a week before right to air conditioning was a thing? And what really bothers me is the window air conditioning units are sometimes the only thing that somebody can afford. In many situations, they are more efficient than the portable kind. But there's still too many places that get away with, oh, we only allow the portable ones because the ones in the windows are unsightly. And so poor people that already own or get donated the window units sometimes can't even turn them on. I remember when we had some pretty high BTU deluxe ones. My mother and I had a choice. We could sell them for probably $600. Two smaller window AC units and a super big one, major BTU, and high efficiency, fancy remote controls and timers and stuff. And as soon as the temperatures started getting up there, we saw the forecast. What we did is we took down the ad for them, and we decided to contact charities, local charities, and churches, and said, can you get this to the elderly or disabled? And so they were very, very grateful. They said, yes, this is perfect. This is what we've been wanting. Now, I think I'm blinking there. Is that windmills? Oh, this is Southern California. It's the wrong. There was a hatch piece incident. Remember, pay your beaver mafia. That's the other key there. Down that picture. Let's close the tab. Yep, here's a current view of what's going on by the Oroville Dam. Nice and mild. It's no more intense than it was when we saw pictures earlier. You can see the cameras focusing and calibrating again and again and again, and just can't get it right. Somebody needs to just lock it down once they got it perfect. It seems to be on automatic mode. I'm very pleased with this. There's no smoke, clear skies. Right. So you don't have to put out a fire. You just need to contain it. Like, say you have a fire in your fireplace. You don't have to put it out as long as you're home. You just don't put new fuel there. Fire will burn itself out. It needs to move to survive. So the more that goes there and keeps burning away the dead stuff that happens to be there, and the bushes and whatnot, the safer Orville is in the future. So sometimes they've got a good strategy. They just make really solid lines, and it's right up against the water. And on a very quiet night like this, to reduce those fuel loads. Cough, it should have been done a lot earlier, but better late than never. Better late than never. So let's go back up to the chat. Must have missed a bunch, I'm sure. Spyman's latest forecast models now have Hurricane Burrow curving to the right, heading towards McAllen, Texas. That's where I left off chat. Small life. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Elephant. It burns real quick through there. Last fire in the hills. Through 12,000 acres. Oh, you guys are talking about Sonoma County, Tubbs fire. And the second fire is over 200 and on all 7 weeks. You mean the ones this year? Like this, the point? Or prior years? Back to Portland had a fire in I-84's median. That's our main freeway on the east side that goes to the airport. Blinking. Oh, looking out the window. Don't see nothing. Whoa. So I expect there may be some around Portland with the heat dome thing. That's one of the few times we could have pretty nasty weather. It's not rained here very much. All the leaves that are on the ground are very crunchy. There's a lot of dead leaves here because the aphids have been sap sucking and attacking the trees. You know, the kind of leaves that stick to your car and whatnot. But it's It's worrisome. We had a storm that should have dropped some rain the other night, and I heard the branches outside kind of being pushed by the wind, and I heard little raindrops start to pitter patter on the tops of the trees. I went, great, cool. I don't have to water right now. No, I did, because the rain never made it to the ground. It was just a couple of pitter patters in the tops of the trees and stopped. Jan Shan says the huge weather system, the heat dome, is going to be from California to BC right through the next week, and it's worrisome. We need to get an image of that. It's worth 1,000 words. The heat dome, July 4, 2024. We need an image. One that shows the jet stream pattern, making it like flower petals. Sometimes hard to get a good one. Of now, not like old graphic. So a heat dome is high pressure, and so we only don't care about the weather. You gotta know some basics. High pressure is like a big shield, and when wet storms and wet weather and cool weather try to come to an area, they make their way there. Oh, I'm headed to Portland. I'm headed to California. Let's drop some rain there. It bounces off. So like the Pineapple Express storms that are the atmospheric rivers are a result of like tropical depressions and almost hurricanes. And when Hawaii has high pressure over it, it's a shield. It bounces off Hawaii and gets reflected back like a ping pong ball over towards California, Oregon, and Washington. But these are meant to be cyclones and stuff headed towards the West Pacific. So you just get torrential rain. And they called it a Pineapple Express, like a train, because each train car was like a dumping load, like lakes worth of rivers, lakes and rivers worth of water up in the sky, coming back to back like a train. And so that's when we get our insane floods, typically the Pineapple Express. And the worst of the floods happen when there's already heavy snowpack. We're talking 12 feet deep or deeper in the Sierras. And then these pineapple storms are hot. And I've experienced them in California and in Oregon, where it's 78 degrees in February because it's the tropical storms that arrive in February and start raining on the snow. So it dumps lakes worth of, and like we're talking like Columbia Rivers worth of water on top of melting snow. And then that's when all of California and Washington, Oregon will just tremble. And that's when sometimes it's so bad that it erases towns. Levees breach. Some towns have never been rebuilt. The worst ever recorded was 1861 over Christmas and New Year. Sometimes it's called the 1862 flood. And, the West didn't have that many towns yet. They were, white man towns. I don't think we're going to find a good graphic too. Anybody else see one? I want to see the undulation of the jet stream. Fox 12 Oregon, the best weather around here. Maybe they can explain. Look at graphic. Man, Mark Nelson, he is badass. I sort of met him. I was in a commercial with him a long time ago. And they had the Unstoppable commercials. So I went with a friend because they did extras. And after darkness fell in the late autumn, we needed to be soaked by rain, and it was supposed to be, we Oregonians, we don't let rain stop us. And it's torrentially raining on the crowd, and we go, yeah. And he's up on the stage. He goes, we Oregonians, we don't mind getting wet. And then we all cheer, going, yeah. And so they had a breakdown of some of the camera equipment and had to do retake after retake. And so he was in a torrential wetness, which was caused by a sprinkler. And they kept saying, cut. It was a female director, which is rare. And like, just as we'd be like, yeah, we thought we'd get the take, weird things happened, such as lights exploded. That happens often on movie sets. And the bulbs shatter into glass pieces, and they have a screen that protects the actors and audiences from it. And so they had lights explode, and I thought it would be heated up water, like Singing in the Rain. Whenever actors are in the rain, it's ice cold, just from garden hoses, and they just put a sprinkler up there, and they're pretending to be happy. So we all started just freezing as the hours went by. We were soaking wet. But we all hung in there like troopers, the hardcore of us, because if too many of the extras wandered away, they'd have to reshoot the entire thing, and it was becoming very expensive. So he made it awesome. He goes, I'm with you. I'm not going into my heated trailer. I'm with you on the stage. He was soaking wet in his suit. And we were like, yeah. And so he started doing a cheer like, Mark Nelson, Mark Nelson. His director was almost brought to tears. She's like, thank you for staying. I got pneumonia after that, but it was worth it. But I got cut out of it. You can only see the back of my head. But they made several different commercials out of it. But each time it was a blast of icy water, then they'd say cut and shut it off. And man, I kept watching the TV to try to see myself, and there's only my blonde back of my head for a second. But there was a different person from Foxville, Oregon, who has his own morning show, and he did a couple of takes, and then he called for a blanket, and he rushed back into his heated trailer. So, Mark's the go and that heat dome. But they really do have the best weather forecast. So let's see, this was a couple of days ago. Just forecasting weather ahead. My God, we definitely could have a lot of fires around Portland. It's I'm getting worried for like the Columbia River Gorge, because we had hot situations during the Gorge fire, the Eagle Creek, I think they called that one. That was quite bad. Let me look back at the chat. Anybody else have a good link to the heat dome thing being explained as a general phenomenon? Quite good. I searched my own PC. Maybe I saved it. Apple heat dome. Search for an image. No. And when I find one, I'll tuck it away in the teaching area. Ms. Mo says it ran into Andy Carson on one day. You know he's only 5 foot tall. Yes, it was Andy. Okay, he was the one who took 2 blasts of the ice water, ran into his heated trailer, and left us out there freezing on our own. He was like, blanket now. As soon as he was like, oh yeah, we're unstoppable, right? And then as soon as the take was over, he's like, oh, blanket now, give me coffee. He's like demanding his attendance. Get him everything he needed. It was funny. But yeah, he does the morning show. I'm never awake for the morning show. Oh yeah, he's a cool person. But we're giggling at that response, But maybe he has arthritis or something. I mean, I've got a bit of that too. It really did torture my joints. Maybe it hurt him, more than anybody else. But I think what Mark was doing is he was saving the company's money. Like he really did a pep rally and praised us, and just talked to us and made us feel good about suffering. So I don't think they could have redone a whole bunch of different takes, but we were amused by that reaction. Yes, I encourage, as long as you guys are not totally off topic, like completely wacko conversation, it helps the metrics. I love it when people come in and say how they found us, what information do they want to know about, and because the more chat is active, the more the algorithm is tripped. Wow, we've had 7,790 views, only 257 likes. Guys, like button, like button. So if you're just chatting amongst yourself, if it's anything related to anything great, you come in here and say, I like dogs. I like turtles. My favorite color is such and such. It all helps. Yeah, Amy D, beavers start more fires than I ever thought about. Eddie Wall says you're doing a great public service and educating people on how to check on the vulnerable. Thank you, Eddie. I should make some standalone videos. I think short, digestible, and shareable. Right. I feel bad I haven't done that yet, but I've had such a I have a lot of to-do list stuff to try to help encourage people to help each other. But I have renewed faith in humanity, seeing so many random acts of kindness during these disasters and exemplified that are true and real. A lot of stuff on TikTok is fake charity and fake whatever. Or sometimes it's just like a public service example video that's obviously not a real event, but then people will copy it and pretend like it was real. And people get enraged and say, that's fake. It's not fake. It's a public service commercial about how to act. But then somebody stole the footage and said, this was real, when it obviously isn't. And then they get a million enraged comments, and they have tricked the algorithm and put money in their own pocket, just being evil. It's too much of that going on. DVD says the digital Bearcat worth $700. What? It's like that's a radio worth $700. Too rich for my blood. I got my $36 Bayo Fang. It's blue. I have no idea how to use it, but it's blue. Okay, back to the task. All right, let's just watch this. Mark is the man.
How many watches pictures of these?
Doesn't everybody go to YouTube?
All right, talk about the heat dome. Courtesy of Fox 12, we're in the best weather.
Wow, those are really neat.
I'd imagine you'd really be into that.
Yeah. You know, that's called...
Some people watch Netflix.
Right.
Mark goes home and he watches pictures of these.
Doesn't everybody go to YouTube?
Of course.
No, you know, that's called the stadium effect. In a really strong storm like that, it's just a perfectly concentric eye. And it's like you were sitting down on the field at a stadium and those clouds are going up in a circle. And they move so fast. Remember, they're moving 150, 200 miles per hour around you. You actually see the twisting.
Wow, it is fascinating.
And yet the air is sinking right there.
Fascinating, yeah.
So that's why it's clear.
This that's fascinating. Wow. This is alarming.
Yeah, there's a lot of red here. We have all sorts of excessive heat watches, warnings, and advisories. So let's just focus on our viewing area. Northwest Oregon, we are in an excessive heat warning now coming up. Technically, it begins late Thursday, although on that day, it's not really excessive heat. I mean, low 90s. You'll be fine that day. But then it's really about Friday, Saturday, and Sunday where we're going to be in the upper 90s to low to maybe mid 100s. This is the Gorge of Western Valley is the one spot that's not included, two spots, the coastline, and then, of course, the high Cascades is not that hot. It's hotter than normal up there, but it's not excessive. And then this will begin on Friday. It's an excessive heat watch. It'll turn into a warning for much of north central and northeast Oregon. I'm not sure why this other part of northeast Oregon isn't included yet. That's from the Boise Forecast Office from the Weather Service. But the point is, it's going to get pretty darn hot. Okay, and this is like, when I came in and looked at this on the maps, to me it's more like what we typically see at the end of July or early August. So we're just coming in with a bang, folks. It's not going to be a big historic heat wave, but it's going to go on a long time, and it's going to be pretty tough for you if you don't have AC. So hot, then very hot. Temperatures jump into the lower 90s on the 4th, then upper 90s to mid 100s Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And long duration, I could easily see 7 days at or above 90. I think the record is 10 days. So that's getting at the higher end. But like I said, we'll be only into the low 100s, maybe mid 100s. We're not going to see the 108, 110, 115 that happened back 3 years ago. Now, we're already a little bit cooler today. I'd say it's a perfect day. We're not supposed to editorialize, but I'd say 77, just so refreshing. This will seem really nice when we look back at it 4 or 5 days from now when it's 100 degrees. And you can see the high temperature a little bit below average by 1 or 2 degrees. Now, as for cloud cover tomorrow morning, I think we'll start with spots of clouds here in the North Valley once again and the North Coast. But then the marine layer is starting to thin down. The high pressure is starting to move overhead tomorrow afternoon. So everybody turns sunny, including the coastline tomorrow afternoon. Thursday, if there are any low clouds, it's only going to be briefly in the morning along the coast. We are sunny all day long for the 4th of July. Then on Friday, you notice a few arrows now. We're not getting a big dry east wind, but the light easterlies are coming down off the Cascades, and that tells me the heat is really on Friday. So tomorrow about 83 in the afternoon, clouds breaking up at noon, should be nice for lunchtime, 72, bit of a northwesterly breeze. Big message here, warming trend next 3 days. 4th of July, I'd call it pleasant. I mean, last year we were 96, so 92 seems reasonable for this year. And then there's the real heat. Friday is a scorcher. That's a first alert weather day. We're going to call it that for Saturday and Sunday. And we've added Monday because if it's going to be 95 or higher, we're going to call it a first alert weather day because that still affects your life. If you are not under AC or sitting in an inner tube in a river, it's really tough stuff. And look at those overnight lows coming up into the upper 60s and low 70s.
As we were heading here, the number started to kind of grow.
More than 100 Atlantic white-sided dolphins trapped off of Wellfleet.
Why the big event?
Oh, the poor boos. Sorry, that autoplay. They became stranded around Cape Cod. Okay, I was hoping you explained the heat dome, so let's just, maybe I have to read it. So, prolonged heat wave. It'll affect California and Portland too. So that was just a general kind of forecast. So you need to explain what a heat dome is, how it forms. I need to know more about it. It's just this thing that keeps happening. Is it climate change, or did they rename an old phenomenon? Is it happening more frequently, or has it always been happening? Did it happen in the 1920s a lot? You know? Like, can some of our massive floods be explained by being in the flood section because it's flooding, heat, flood, heat, flood, heat? That's what the jet stream's little squiggle does. It blocks cool and moist air from getting elsewhere. So it's trapped in one spot that results in torrential flooding. It's like if you picture even mild storm clouds with water in them as a train, they run into the jet stream in between heat domes and have nowhere to go. So they train wreck there, and all the cars, and it's like news trains coming into the station. They don't know that the one wrecked ahead. They just all train wreck in the same spot, resulting in torrential flooding. So I believe if we look back at like my radar, don't quote me, I'm not a weather person. I'm not that educated. We'll see the same pattern of it's super hot, and then it's super wet. Here's the flooding in the center. Then you will see another super hot. It's like hot, wet, hot. But it varies. It sometimes it's just hot, one side wet. Depends on what the jet stream's doing. I wish there was an animation for the jet stream. Because they would be like, oh, right, okay. So I used to have a really good graphic to explain that. We put, there's so many buttons here. Oh, and power outages. That helps people with power outages. One thing I would like to say too is just like my mother and I could have made money selling our old air conditioning units we didn't need anymore. Think about loaning them, those that you have, to people you know might need it, or just, you know what some of the best charity could ever be? Just go buy somebody an air conditioning unit. Just go do it. There you go. And maybe they will be worried about their power bill or something, and $100 gift card. There you go. whatever you got to do for people. It could be even anonymous, whatever, even though that may not be that helpful because they may not have the strength to install it themselves. But it could just be a bow and show up on somebody's doorstep if, you know, the kind of person doesn't want to accept charity. This may be one of the most important things you ever do. I was given kind of a different outlook by some people who explained it. The best charity you'll ever do is like right in your home. You can feel somewhat good by writing a check every month or something. But like there's a quote from Teddy Roosevelt, do what you can with what you have, where you are. That's most fulfilling. You know you're making a difference. So I add something to the end. Do what you can with what you have, where you are, right now. And money's tight for a lot of people, but if you, sometimes you're purchasing a feeling you can't get any other way. And that's better than having a material good. It really is. We feel so grateful that we didn't sell our air conditioning units. We gave them. The lady who came to pick them up was in tears, said, I was so worried about a couple individuals, and I think you're saving their lives. You really potentially are. We were really worried about these folks. At the moment that we saw her react that way, we felt better than we ever could acquiring a material good. And we still feel that. You will still feel it. So a big part of what life is about is we've made some of these decisions, you make them, you could feel good every day the rest of your life, every time you think about it. And it's little things that matter. Something that seems so trivial can mean so much with all that domino butterfly effect, blah, blah, blah. So I don't know if there's a jet stream button. There's a button for everything, but like, what is road weather? Road weather. And why is that showing up in California? Road weather. Oh, mountain passes, I see. That probably matters in winter. Where the rest of the buttons for. All I want is a jet stream. Is that too much to ask? Earthquakes button, yep. Custom use layer. Yeah. Outlooks. Whatever. Aviation layers. It's got a lot of options, but man, jet stream. Yeah, grayscale may not be. Yeah, it's got a lot of aircraft. Oh, you gotta be. That's pro or whatever. Topography. That's very bad topo map. Yeah, this one's better. Oh yeah, and you can look at Mars for some reason. I found that so useful. Okay. All right, let's minimize that. Weather request for anywhere else, I will oblige. Just let me know. It's gonna be hot. Hold on to your butts. Prepare yourself. Okay. Okay. There are little tips too, like you can prepare a cool room of your house. Most heat comes in through windows and skylights and the light. So you can keep the door shut to one room of the house and retreat to it. Just don't open it, you know. Put a towel under the door. And later you can go in there. Sometimes it's an interior bathroom, for example. You can go in there and feel a little bit of blessed relief and just run, you know, cold water and put the cold washcloths on your head, forehead, and wrists, you know, and a little fan in there. You can get some relief. Things to do. Okay. Do they have a different? Yeah, first alert. Okay. Really? They don't have another video. Odd. Okay. Let's get. That was courtesy of Fox 12, obviously. One day, I guess I'll find a heat dome example, but remember, first things first, pay the beavers. And I thought it was funny how you said, if you're not in front of air conditioning or waist deep in an inner tube in a river, you might be heated up. Oh, Big Al has got the link for us. You are the man. But yeah, there you go. There, perfect, Big Al, dude. You're awesome. There. This is pretty good, decent. I like the one that has the globe and it shows the flower petal thing like around the globe. Because one year we had, and it may have been last year, but that explains why England had all those wildfires around London. I couldn't cover those because I have to sleep sometime, and that's usually 4 in the morning and stuff when it's their noon. Chaz73, our good friend in England who does amazing walks in the morning, you want to calm down and go to sleep. You're still awake at like 4 in the morning. She walks around places like the Hadrian's Wall and does a nice, calm, family-oriented, fun stream. You know. So, perfect. What are jet streams? How do they influence the weather? Jet streams act as invisible directors of the atmosphere and are largely responsible for changes in the weather across the globe. Let me write down that we're covering that topic right now. Oh, wait, 21. Zero. Okay, heat dome example. Very relevant. Why is it so bright in here? It's dark. All right, you all can read it. Let's get to it. Tone down this light. Oh, 2 of them are on. No wonder it's unusually bright in here. All right, let's chill. Let's chill. Okay. Let me turn back on. I had to mute it for the weather video. I turn back on Butte County. Not that anything's going to happen. I hope you can't hear the air conditioner in the background. But my computer's producing a whole lot of heat. And I'm not opening the window because I need to reduce the actual humidity in here. Its organ's bad. So air conditioners are not just air coolers. They condition and help make you feel better by reducing humidity. Very important organ. Jet streams act as invisible directors of the atmosphere and are largely responsible for changes in the weather across the globe. Globe. Fade that out. I need to put voice effects. Cheesy voice effects. For changes in the weather across the globe. A jet stream is essentially an atmospheric highway located at the level where jets cruise. Is it really called that for that reason? I thought it was like jet blast, and jets were named after the pre-existing word, but okay. Winds in this high-speed river of air often reach 250 miles per hour. Storms are guided in a generally west-to-east fashion due to jet stream. That's where the old red sky in the morning sailors take warning because sun rises in the east. So it's coming to you. Let's see. Red sky at night, sailors delight. Storm's gone away. Small Life says, I have a question about watch duty. If a fire pops up with no acreage or containment but started on watch duty 2 hours ago, does that mean that there's no updated info? Yeah, tell me which one you're looking at, and I'll be happy to check it out. Storms are guided in a generally west-to-east fashion due to jet streams. No, they're not. Did they say that backwards? All the hurricanes come from the east and go to the west. All the cyclones that form off of Baja, Mexico, go to the west. What are they talking about? Are they talking about certain times of the year or the northern hemisphere only? Because that doesn't make sense what they're talking about. They should be a lot more specific about this. Like in the wintertime, we get storms from west to east, forming off Alaska and hitting Oregon, Washington. But it varies per hemisphere. But okay, I'm going to continue. During the winter, the jet stream is usually at its strongest and positioned further south than any other time of the year, according to a senior meteorologist, Brett Anderson. Airline passengers may notice the impact of the jet stream on their flight time. Typically, aircraft flying from west to east will make better time than flying from east to west. Didn't an airplane just break a world record coming from Japan to San Francisco? Like, they had a tailwind the whole way and just booked it across the Pacific. They said it was an incredible. Remember, me and numbers, I get confused, but it was like they're like 6 hours early or something. Typically, aircraft flying from west to east will make better time than flying east to west. Aircraft flying from west to east often have a jet stream tailwind as opposed to a jet stream headwind. Okay, you're just repeating yourself now. There are three main belts or branches of the jet stream. Over both hemispheres of the globe, these belts are scattered from just north and south of the equator to just south or north of the poles. The illustration. When the jet stream generally flows west to east, it is often this is riveting. Okay, I'm awake again. What? While the jet stream generally flows from west to east, it is often distorted with northward bulges and southward plunges, which is not illustrated. So what are we talking about? Meteorologists call the northward bulge a ridge, southward bulge a trough. Like a mountain. I get it now.
63, Public Assist 1149, Butte Avenue.
Or medical calls. Colfax. Placer County. We're interrupting this riveting.
63, Public Assist, help up 1149 Butte Avenue between 10th Street and 12th Street, 2342.
Just going to mute that. It's private medical issues. We will, of course, unmute if they talk about the fire. We'll go back and look at it. The longer we spend doing something else, the better our time lapse is. Colfax fire. Placer County Central Street intersection of Colfax Highway and Central Street. So the first update, fire was 50 by 50, that means feet. And a spot burning at a slow rate of spread in the brush per first arriving unit. And then they said hose lay is around the fire for incident command. Resources will be committed for an hour. So that came a 10-minute update after the first. So usually what has happened in that situation is the person's listening to the radio and whatnot, and they hear, there's a fire. So they get ready to type up the report, get the location in order, and then there's a big dead silence on the radio. Then the arriving unit goes, oh yeah, not a big deal. It's just 50 by 50. It usually is something like a empty lot on fire, that sort of thing, and flat ground. And some some way it's easy to deal with, right? So they'll say, yeah, we can handle this. No need to send others. We'll be committed about an hour or something. So that's all there is to report. The bell with the slash through it, like no smoking, means it's not on a notification because it's not expected to do anything. So they start a lot of fires with no notification. That's what that means. There's like a no smoking sign through the bell. You can look at the key. I did not get a notification, so I have to make sure I have swiped away my 24 notifications from watch duty so I can get more. It's a good reminder because I have a special setting where I hear about all of them. Yep, I had maxed out at 24, which is fortunately maybe a limitation I cannot do anything about. It. Maybe Samsung's hard cap. I have to just get a new phone that's not a Samsung. I'm about ready to call Samsung and like try to contact them directly and try to alert them to this problem. You go to the key. There's a map key about what all this means. Somewhere, legend. Hit legend. So you can just see what the different flame types mean. This is called a silent incident. We are monitoring it, but it hasn't reached a notification threshold, meaning let's not bother or alarm people. There's something like a backyard burn or like very short grass on fire, that's creeping around, bark dust fires and the like, or one vehicle in a parking lot, So sometimes watch duty doesn't even do this part. They don't even put the little flame there. And I was very puzzled. There was thick, dark smoke coming from the Williams camera by Maxwell, California, Colusa County. Like an orchard was definitely on fire with thick black smoke, but then a second portion had thick black smoke, and then big orange flames reaching into the sky, like 20 feet tall. Hey, Big Al, thank you for the other update. Crowthers fire update 2 minutes ago, Santa Clara County. All right, we interrupt this riveting jet stream and heat dome article to look at the new fire. Thank you. I sometimes forget I have to manually clear my watch duty notifications or it goes completely silent. And you guys catch me a lot. If anybody has an old iPhone or something, I'd gladly take it. You can email me from my P.O. box. Doesn't matter if it's cracked or kind of damaged. As long as it functions fully, I can have that next to my Android, and I don't think iPhones have that limitation. Frog Peter says, I think Catherine's on the mushrooms. This really is odd to watch. It's my first time on the channel. She hasn't stopped mumbling, but I can't even see her mouth moving. I'm a ventriloquist. What is your problem? Has the webcam broken down? So, welcome, by the way. Just kidding. So this is my soothing voice. I'm trying to lull my audience to sleep because many are evacuated, and they asked for that. If you ever do a live stream, you'll find that most people will leave if there's any silent for longer than like 30 seconds. So there has to be speaking, there has to be something on the radio. No, I'm not real. I'm actually a figment of your imagination. It wasn't me who took the mushrooms. I just offered them to you, remember? Oh dear. Let me feel your forehead. You're burning up. Or are you just hot normally? Or do you run hot? You should hydrate, for sure. So what we do when we were monitoring the different fires, and this one just broke out, so we had to examine it, is in the night, there's oftentimes not a lot going on, but since there's a lot of people who have purchased fireworks, we're doing an extended edition going past midnight. Thank you for the alert.
Let me get it, crew 2.
In between radio chatter, as somebody has to speak and talk about things. So people say, we want you to say something. Yep, it's true, Amy D. I'm an ultra nerd. I do have many answers to many of the burning questions that may have been bothering you most of your life. I'm thinking of starting a cult, but I'm biding my time. No, biding my time. Okay, record scratch. We'll be watching this one. The fire's rapidly burning uphill. I think we could probably get a look at it with some of the cams. San Jose. There goes watch duty. Yep. Now that I've swiped away the notices, I'm getting notified of new ones. Grass Valley. There's something going on in Grass Valley too. There's a 100-foot by 100-foot vegetation fire in Grass Valley, per incident command. Nevada County, 12,000 Old Tunnel Road. Speak of the devil. Fires breaking out at night as people start to play with their fireworks, which are almost universally illegal right now. So I'm speaking in between updates that we get on the radio. They're constant during active fire days, and I don't have to speak much. In fact, I struggle to get a word in. But we relax and we have open question and answer time and open topics. I let chat guide me. I speak about what people want to know about. Dr. Elephant says sounds like they're already canceling units. To which one? My mind is blown right now. I've never had a chance to read my comments back in real time. I'm surrounded by the Oroville fires all day. It's been a long couple of days. I sympathize. Sometimes I want to go to bed early, but people say, stay, just help us chill. We created a family supportive atmosphere. Sometimes I read bedtime stories for fire evacuees. The reason I started this and what we do here, I really should get around to making the intro video that I always should have done, is I lost first a family friend in the 2017 Cascade fire you may have heard about at Bangor and Loma Rica. He did not make it out. And wait, Dr. Elephant, where are evacuations in progress? Which fire? We wait for situations to unfold, and then we try to get evacuation info to the public as soon as we can, and monitor the fires in all ways that we can. Satellites, live radio, chatter with the firefighters. Many of the moderators here are very knowledgeable and or ex-firefighters and answer people's questions. After we lost a good family friend to fire, and then the next year, Paradise nearly killed my brother, where he lost everything, I decided to change my YouTube career goal from making historical videos and things about the gold rush and to doing live wildfire tracking. We kind of went viral in 2020 during the crisis. It's very hard for people to find us though because YouTube algorithm is against us. Whenever we get a huge subscriber base because major fires break out, mostly thousands of people unsubscribe at the same time, and we get punished by the algorithm. You're not trying to be mean, that's okay. It's all right. It's totally fine. Just relax. I'm sorry, which fire is the one with evacuation? Fab Daddy 44 says, I live in Orville. I'm getting a little upset with the law enforcement not allowing people to go back home. Are there any updates? You know, Fab Daddy, I was a bit concerned about that too. Like, why haven't they done another public meeting or announcement? I'm not happy with that either. But I did have a cop that I know drive around, and especially through parts of the Kelly Ridge area. He was happy to report he saw very little damage in the roads he visited. I'm trying to get more information. I don't want to give people, you know, false hope or whatnot. But which the Crothers? The Crothers? Oh, I had to manually refresh. It was okay.
Oroville engine 73 back in service available.
They're starting to set.
73, return to quarters, 2355.
Okay, breaking
Engine
news.
73.
Breaking news. Friends, we got a new fire. They're beginning evacuations apparently. We may have to switch channels away from Butte County. All is quiet on the western front of Butte County. It looks great on the cameras. It looks great. The heat detections are no longer really happening on the satellite. Things are looking good for Butte County, even though there were 2 scares today. Yeah, the Hurlton fire was less than a mile from your place, I know. Thank you guys for keeping me informed. It's so hard to juggle. I have 130 tabs open, and I'm not exaggerating. I'm busy oftentimes trying to make the windows and the sound and the volume work, and I have a level of fatigue. Haven't been sleeping much for 2 weeks. We've been live most summers every day since 2020, and I was live, but almost nobody found us during the Paradise Fire. But we'll make it run 24 hours a day if we need to. The mods are here to volunteer, even when I'm sleeping. But you have to hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell to hope to find us again, because every 12 hours we have to restart the stream, or YouTube will delete the video. And it needs to be there for the historic record. I mean, during the Dixie, we saw live fire tornadoes marching over Dyer Mountain after they wiped out Greenville. And when lightning struck my house or outside, that got deleted by YouTube. Incredible stuff happens. I want it to be for the historical record. Thank you for subbing, Fawn. Talk Freedom. I hope to go down to California and be touring here. Much of my family. I grew up in. We moved several times, but Yuba Sutter, Butte, Plymouth counties. I know like the back of my hand in some places. It's just been a while since I've been to some places. So I have family members evacuated right now from Orville. Thank goodness they're okay. I do have a couple of law enforcement connections, and I'm as frustrated as anybody else. Why haven't they given a bit of an update? I know there's a lot of power lines down. Looking at KCRA's footage. Oh, you're by Rackerby, man. I filmed Rackerby trying to do my historical thing a while ago. Took some still pictures. Everybody was so nice there. I was filming the old crumbling storefronts from the gold rush. Yeah. I used to live in the foothills. And we had fire approach us a couple times. We got lucky. So, my God, do you know what may have caused the Hurlton and that? There's so many repeat fires, especially south of the town. It's becoming a bit weird. I'm just telling people, look, if you see anything, say something, report it immediately. Especially any idiot with firecrackers. I think most things are. Yeah, Big Al's explaining it very well. I may have to switch to the radio here. Let's refresh the watch duty. Jose, Santa Clara County. Let me find a new feed. We're gonna pause Butte County, friends, and see if we can hear evacuation info as it happens, so we can get it out before the officials do. We've been the only ones reporting the real evacuation sometimes, and sometimes officials are totally wrong. One of our proudest moments was correcting the wrong evacuation info during the Dixie Fire. They told the people of Westwood to drive into 300-foot walls of flame, 300-foot tall walls of flame that we could see in the cameras. So we said, nope, nope, nope. The firefighters are running for their lives south. Do not drive north. Drive east. Go to Susanville. And that's one of the times we probably absolutely saved lives. Just every once in a while, there are critical errors or the officials wait way too long to tell people to leave. It seems like there's an old red tape Byzantine rule system. A fire, you can't tell people to leave here until the fire is next to them. They move too fast these days for that to be anything but absurd. I don't know what's wrong with all their policies. I just know something terribly wrong. Whoops, that's San Benito. Santa Clara is next to it. Looking for a good radio right now. San Jose Fire has 178 listeners. I'm going to go with that one. Sorry if this is loud. We're going to listen to San Jose Fire. We have evacuations in progress, supposedly. Structure protection is at least engaged. So I'm sorry if this begins loud. We're now connected with San Jose Fire. This is northeast of San Jose proper, in the East Foothills and neighborhood. So let's do a quick time lapse. We may have different camera angles. That's a little palm tree, isn't it?
Engine 19 from Engine 19, engineer number 2 on command.
Thank you for the alert.
Go for 19. Hey, just an update. I'm on the Charlie Delta corner of this first structure over near engine 19. Just tied in the line next to the house.
Let me update, up the volume.
Copy.
Yeah, they're trying to save homes. Get a live view. Do we have another camera, friends? It seems to be rotating around. I'm just going to take a guess. This could have been fireworks. Much of what's happening tonight could be fireworks.
Engine 612, medical event, details to follow. 639, Rocking Horse Court, near Snell Avenue, Station 12's area. Map grid Victor, 4-1.
Okay, how's the volume? Is it too soft? Hearing them? Good. You sound educated on how to do for yourself, right? So you sound like you're very informed. So you could be very helpful here.
Yeah, we've got the right flank tied in. We've met up with the guys up top. We're going to pull our line back and work our way up the left flank. There's, I can see there's another rig above us on the left side too.
Copy that. You might be looking up at the house. That would be structure group, engine 19. Copy, you've knocked down the right flank and you're going to come back to the hill and move to the left.
Why is the camera away from the fire? Why? To the right here, these are headlights reflecting off the trees. That's not fire movement. So, units racing to the scene, probably with big lights and sirens. Why did the camera pivot away? Why are you looking at a hill? Oh, it frustrates me to no end. And we're seeing hot smoke on the other side of that hill, so we're looking to the southeast here. And you're vigilant. I live where it hasn't burned yet, but all around me. Like I said, here, have a drink. I don't drink, so it's milk, but have a milk. You have found your home. We mostly spread by word of mouth. It's heartbreaking when people say, wait, you've been covering this for years in my fire. I wish I had found you. The algorithm just, when thousands of people sign up, like the Caldor Fire, to subscribe, then they don't want to hear about fire when it's over. Thousands of people unsubscribe. What does the algorithm think? I just insulted thousands of people.
Command 21, Crothers IC.
IC, go ahead.
Unified Command with CAL FIRE Battalion 1613.
IC, I copy. Unified Command with CAL FIRE Battalion 1613.
Yeah, I got people that live all around
Engine 19 Command.
Butte County. Let's check our satellites.
Structure good on 3 IC.
Chief, little update. We got knocked down on both residents. We're just now mopping down. We have a little bit of embers into one of the eucalyptus. We're going to work on that.
Eucalyptus.
IC copies. Got knocked down on both the residents on Crothers.
Good.
IC Battalion 5 on command.
Battalion 5, go to the IC.
Just for accountability, I'm up with Engine 116 and concur with the last report. We have a pretty good knockdown on the fire on this flank.
Copy that. I unified command with CAL FIRE, and we just got a hand crew here. We'll have them start working from. Let's just continue to wetline work hotspots for now.
It's the same channel.
Sounds good.
Yay, they saved 2 homes. But what a surprise, a eucalyptus tree is on fire, and they're having trouble with it. They're called gasoline trees for a reason. They need to be banned immediately, except for a couple of nice specimens in the parks. Larry Green, thank you so much for your kind donation. We're on the night shift because we are on the eve of the 4th of July, so a lot of people have their fireworks. Once it gets dark, they play with them. So we're covering stuff into the night. Thank you so much for your kind, super S-tier support.
Go ahead, Engine 18.
Engine 18, just confirm you've got the water tender with you to move up.
That's affirmative. Got the water tender.
Engine 18, temper, thank you.
All right. The homes are saved. And there's a eucalyptus tree on fire. It probably fed the fire if I just had to take a wild guess. I had a friend that had a grove of eucalyptus trees in her front yard. When we tried to play in the yard, all that flammable, highly flammable sap is constantly dripping down in streams and solidifying in these little pebbles and beads and marbles. And it has paper-like leaves. And then its bark sloughs off like paper as well, but impregnated with this sap, this oil. And it's super flammable. And so the leaves just get knee-high in no time. And constantly, my friend, it was child labor, was supposed to rake it up over to the burn pit, and they were burning all the time, out by the Sutter Buttes. Eucalyptus on fire. So if any little spark or anything went into those little papery leaves, the wind picks it up and they just start flying off in the breeze like confetti in a Tinker Tape parade. And they burn for quite a long time, especially if they have the sap on them. And then they just gather. They constantly gather. Yep, forward progress stop. Sure. Yeah, I know. On this fire. Okay, thank you, watch. And so if the leaves stay at the base of the tree, then it climbs up that the peeling off bark that's like paper layers. Climbs it. All of a sudden, it's just a torch, giant torch in no time. That's why they're called gasoline trees. That's It's West Street. Bush fires are insane.
Engine 102, San Jose Fire.
All right, let's move. We're going to turn off.
Engine 102, PD still has this call pending. They have no units available. Will they be needed?
What? No units available. Sounds bad, but they said negative, you can cancel. All right, so we have turned off San Jose. Thanks for the tip, guys, helping me keep informed. What else have we got going? I'd like to. Have they like done anything with Orville? Have they announced anything other than like the little pieces of paper that they tend to do? I mean, 9 hours ago, some reductions of orders to warnings, not that many. I know there was pretty severe damage to many of the streets. They're practically impassable. Lots of power lines went down. And when they did, some of them seemed to have fried some of the trees. It's hard to say. But they had massive problems with them. A lot of lines all around Orville because of all the power generation. They had dozers going through backyards and across streets. There's a lot of retardant splashed all over people's homes. So we heard one of the last things that they were doing before night fell was one group was going around cleaning the homes. Pink is the new black. It's the new trend. It's the new hottest house color on the block. Good. Good to be ready to know what's noticed. Great. Yeah, I made myself a decent firefighting trailer because I'm staying. This is my place. I'm going to do things to save it. As long as you get a good education, as long as you have proper hose, you want different reservoirs. You need to have a backup, of course. Probably, maybe this is not news to you. If you do have proper hose and like proper place to man your station, right? Like a monitor, like a defending a beachhead on World War II, right? You have to have backup. You have to have backup hose in case one burns through. It's a hole in it. You have to have a reservoir of water. You have to have a backup pump. You have to have generators for it. You can't run on city power, of course. You have to have tanks and stuff. And you have to have a shelter-in-place option, at least a big pond, very least. I've inspected some good shelters that were in use during the Caldor, which was a raging inferno, and it was buried, dirt-covered cargo ship containers. And just having that in the yard, you have to bury it in earth because everything but the front door, right? Because it'll make an oven if you don't pile dirt on and around it. If you reinforce that and, put water and stuff in there and write it out, a wooden cabin was right in front of the raging mouth of the Caldor as soon as it roared over the canyon that night. It went crazy and took out Grizzly Flats. So firefighters were all going to leave, but they saw that this individual cabin owner had right next to it that fire shelter. And so the firefighters inspected it, said, this looks good. So they sat there and wet down the cabin until it got too intense. And then they took refuge in it, wrote it out, came out, and put out the little, gutters, fire, and bushes nearby. And saved a big portion of the property or just around that cabin. They could not save an adjacent building where somebody lost everything because, unfortunately, it was a big metal building that most people would have parked really big tractors in, right? Big thing, but it was modified to have a livable home space in it, like in a corner. And you would think that wouldn't really burn, but the problem was there was a fatal flaw in the design. was one window was adjacent to the greenhouse where they tried to grow some tomatoes in the mountains, 4,000 or 5,000 foot elevation. So unfortunately, the greenhouse got so hot that the glass started to shatter, and that shattered the window and let all the embers in. They'll be like every snowflake in a blizzard is an ember, right? So the embers eventually just started to light the furniture and the vehicles on fire. It was over. If you'd had a steel window shutter to close, it would have been different, And, don't have the greenhouse right up next to the structure. It was pleasant to open the window and pick their tomatoes like so out the window, but I wasn't fire safe. But as long as you got this all groomed, just make sure the officials know that you're there and what your plans are, and then you can't leave, when these fires happen. If you refuse to evacuate, you can't leave and wander around the town, so you gotta have a good food stockpile and all that. So, you're an adult, you can make your own choices. Electric Beaver says eucalyptus are called widowmakers down under. I wondered, why do eucalyptus promote the raging bushfires that often kills them? So I did a little bit of precursory research. It's not like I'm an herbologist, a plantologist, a gardenologist. I know nothing of plants. But they have a sinister species strategy for not just survival, but to take over like a horrible weed. Weeds are sinister, evil plants. They're not, I'm using this jokingly, right? But they're like spiders, Some creatures of nature are perfectly benign and harmless, like moss and lichen, living in symbiosis with plants. And some plants are just innocent little cute flowers, and they do no harm to nobody. And some are on the dark side, and they have poison, and they try to kill other plants that compete them. They try to deprive them of light. They parasitically wrap around them, like pines will do to an oak. They'll actively try to kill others. And nature has a strategy that the species has to survive, not the individual. So it sacrifices the individual for the betterment of the species, and some are just turbo that way, just out of control. What eucalyptus does is it goes back faster after a wildfire, even if most of the eucalyptus forest dies. They're there to promote raging bushfires so that all the other plants die and it can completely take over. So over time, over the millennia, Australia's biodiversity and plant diversity has completely changed to be pretty much monoculture to purely just eucalyptus species in many portions of the continent. And it may not be natural. Eons ago, oftentimes setting wildfires to hunt was a thing that primitive man used to do. It may have kind of over time, we may have had a hand in this, but it may just be that the species is just that evil, So even if the forest kills itself, the trees on the periphery that don't die can recolonize the area and deprive any other plants of light. But mostly the way they do this is they make all the seeds burn up to ash of the other plants. It may be interesting to go back in time to do pollen core samples and see how much more diverse Australia used to be in these areas. Do an experiment, partial experiment for us, and bring back some diversity if some of these plants still exist. They may be extinct. And see if there's a lot more fire resistance on the landscape. If they don't do something, they're going to lose the koala and some other species that are super endangered now because these bushfires are just totally insane. We need to take notice. Part of why California's fires are totally insane in some places, as eucalyptus was a big scam pushed in the 1800s. And Californians bought the scam. Even governments did. Again, cutting down oaks, which were valuable as lumber, and replanting eucalyptus with the promise that, oh, eucalyptus lumber is valuable too. It'll grow way faster than an oak. You could do anything with it. The railroads will buy it because it makes great railroad ties. And the miners will buy it because it holds up the roof of the mines, you know. It grows faster than anything else, like even your pine trees. It's so medicinal. You can make oil out of it that smells nice. Okay, I do admit that some forms of eucalyptus are pretty antimicrobial. It's a great mouthwash, but you know what? We can import that from Australia. We don't need it here. So Californians replaced the fire-resistant oaks with the fire-promoting eucalyptus in many places. And it's pretty horrifying to see. And even in recent times, like the highway here that goes between Marysville, like pretty much all the way to let's see, Marysville right here. This 65 going through Wheatland and down to Lincoln. Instead of, you know, they have a shade break of trees lining it instead of it being oaks and stuff. Well, oaks also feed the deer and squirrels and native creatures. Eucalyptus kill native creatures, being, you know, birds glue their beaks shut trying to get insects trapped in the really thick resin. Anyway, instead of being lovely old ancient oaks along this Highway 65, I was horrified the last time I took a drive. It's all eucalyptus, just hundreds of them as far as the eye could see. So 65 is not a good fire break. It's if these eucalyptus go in a row, it's a gigantic inferno in a straight line. It would be hard to hold a wildfire, but it would be a great fire line. A big highway. And, hey, good night, Electric Beaver. He remarks that, hey, it's Australia. Everything is trying to kill everything else down there. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Remember frog feeder, though. It is a homing instinct to protect the home. One should always remember that. It shouldn't be the homing instinct that makes you stay in a disaster. You should also sit down and think very, very thoughtfully and carefully about the dangers and risks for each new situation and see if risking yourself for what can be replaced is worth it. Reassess each situation. Some situations are way deadlier and different than others. A lot of times the people on Dixie Fire, they thought they had really good home defense. They had lots of stuff going on. They had heard especially about a couple people that defended their homes in Paradise, but they were like ex-firefighters. See what the heck they were doing mostly. They were also incredibly lucky. There were parts of Paradise that the fire just never reached, just because the wind changed. And so all they had to deal with was embers. But when I showed people the 200-foot tall arching walls of flame that came, say, from where Greenville was towards Canyon Dam, and I showed them that that's what they were facing at this moment, tonight, the night of high winds and disaster. I said, you can't defend anything with any kind of hose. There is no firefighter that will stay because it's a death sentence. They will all flee. So when I showed them that particular image, I didn't have to say anything else. They just went, oh, okay, thank you for showing me, I'm packing. Sometimes you can defend and sometimes you cannot. So what I would hope that they would do is get back the color infrared cam. That would, they see through the smoke and we could see the vortexes of flame and fire 3,000 feet tall in the center of the nuclear bomb-looking clouds. And when I pointed that out, there was a camera that was normal, nighttime vision camera, and then there were those that saw through the smoke. You won't be able to see it out your window. You won't be able to tell the difference. If they put more of these in landscape, though, people will understand that some nights and some days are totally different, that there is nothing that could stop the fire from where it's going until the wind dies down. I would think that we would do more than any kind of urging words or orders for people to go. I think people have the right to know how bad it is. If they can see it, they'll largely make the right decision. And just last night, somebody came by and said they tried to convince some elderly people to leave Paradise, get in the car with them, and they refused. They had a little powwow in the street and said, "We've survived fires before, so this will be okay too." They didn't realize it was a totally different monster. The winds were going to pick up to go beyond 75 miles an hour. It was the Diablo winds, not the summertime winds. They're way worse in November and December. They're hurricane force strength, dry as a bone. And there were fire tornadoes that spawned at Paradise, and there's nothing you could do when that occurs. Much easier during the summertime. It's a milder wildfire season, if you could believe it. But when I lost my friend to wildfire, he was last attempting garden hose home defense. But it was only because he was trapped. They tried every way to get out. They tried to call 911, couldn't get anybody to them. Made a last call to some friends and family and said, the car's on fire in the driveway. Our motorcycles are in the garage, but the fire's too intense to open the garage door. Can't get them out. Can't get out. The roof's on fire. That was about the end of that conversation. The people did survive. They didn't try to defend their homes. They mostly got in culverts, sometimes under their own driveways. Some people were fortunate enough to have ponds and the like. But remember, culverts, even if it's tiny, try to cram yourself in. Their entire families went into the culverts under their driveway and survived. So what I try to do is go to the places where people perish and where they lived. And if I can, interview people or learn about how they survived. And I tried to look around to see where anybody perished if they had possibly a place to shelter in place, and usually they do. Never think it's over and never just run out to the night. It ain't over till it's over. Wherever you live, take note of where there are culverts, streams, and little bridges. Check them out and see if they're possible places to go in a crisis when everything else fails. What is my new jingle for watch duty? I totally forgot about what was going on in Grass Valley. I feel like a noob. But this is only the second update, so okay, I'm not a noob. We were waiting for an update. The old tunnel fire in Grass Valley. Also a no notification fire for most people. 0.23 acres. Resources are leaving. They're being released, and that's the final update. So I got a jingle because I have every single county on the West Coast on notification. There are special settings you can press. You can have every notification about anything, or just first notification, and then silent unless you manually check on things. A whole bunch of different ways you can set up watch duty. For the counties that are right around you, I would put all updates, and I'd put first updates only for the places that you have special concern for, where relatives and such might live. Pretty square, hey. Happy Quail says they also self-propagate after fire. Yeah, the ones that are still alive, I'm sure. But it doesn't matter too much, because the eucalyptus on the periphery will recolonize. That's so cool. You have goats, frog feeder, you grow your own beef, chicken, big vegetable garden, small herd of milk goats. I haven't been to the store much. That's cool. Man, I love goats. I want to have Pygoran goats. Yeah, the kind that are like Jason and the Argonaut's golden fleece, very primitive, ancient looking ones like Bronze Age. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, good night, Electric Beaver. Sleep well. That's great. You have lots and lots of storage tanks. You're quite prepared. That's good. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't check the emails. Just as I was about to, I was clicking on Gmail. We had the Fire by San Jose, which is okay now. I'm sorry. Let me go back to Gmail. I may have accidentally closed it trying to get to Broadcastify. I did see that I got a couple of those until I closed it. Moment. I have yet more tabs. There we go. I'm so afraid. I've even looking at email because I'm so behind. I have not had a moment to myself to even thank people properly for donations and check things. Sister Golden Hair says, hey, Blanco Lirio came out with a quick video listing all the resources there on the Thompson fire. And don't forget to eat. After me. So many people are. Oh man, I have so many people to thank. I'm so blown away. What? Oh no. What's in spam? Get it out. Oh geez. Donation notifications are in spam. Gmail's stupid as a box of rocks. Ah. Okay, no, that is not spam. The thing I hate about Gmail is one day I went to sleep and I couldn't see the spam folder. This was in 2021. And there were 300 messages in the spam folder where people kept saying, I've been emailing you. I've been emailing you. And I was like, I don't see it, guys. And I had made so many subfolders on the left that spam was below there, and I had to expand the window to see it. So one night, right before I slept, I went checked on the phone, and I could see it better. I went, there's 300 emails in there. What? And I went to sleep. So what Gmail does, it deletes spam no matter what you do, all of it, every 30 days. I wake up. Now I'm like getting my coffee on, ready to read the emails. It's empty. There's like 13 messages. I'll never know what people are trying to reach me with. I think it's time for a new email client. This just isn't going to work anyway. I fix it. So I tried to do an elaborate thing where I was following directions. I get totally spammed. I'm looking through it right now. We would like to partner with you. These are 99% fake. Grow your business. Blah blah blah. No, okay. And then there's, you have a copyright strike. No, I don't. fake, but here's the thing. It says it's from YouTube. Why does Gmail send me fake YouTube notices? Why doesn't Gmail detect it and delete it? There's some things about Google products. They're just circling the drain. They're not good like they used to be. Here's somebody saying they want to collaborate. But they don't mention my name. Hello, I would like to collaborate with you. I would like to do such and such on your channel. I love your content. I am reaching out to you. I think you could do well promoting my Instagram page. If you find me promoting you satisfying, I could make paid collaboration efforts afterwards. I like you, what you do, your channel. Looking forward to hearing from you. Right, sure. That sounds very personal and very real. I had an attempt to sort all this crap, so I made a donors page, like a folder, and then subfolders for the people that donated most frequently. And then I made rules for them going straight into the folders. And I thought there'd be these little numbers that would tell me, you know, I had 6 messages from that person or 1 message from that person. I made another folder for people who tend to send me video and photographs from the scene, right? Sorry, let's go to an active. We don't need that view anymore. Let me see what's going on with the Thompson. Just south of Orville is looking in the correct direction and we can't see nothing. Really? Really? Frustrating, but even when they face the correct direction, we couldn't see much. Oh, this one's rotating. That's a panorama. Oh, okay. All right. Let me make sure Butte County is still playing. It wasn't. Okay, it's back. All right, it's playing. So anyway, the long story short about this is people kept saying they're trying to reach me in chat. And I'm like, I'm checking my emails going. And what I had done was eventually gave up. I didn't think my rules worked. And I had tremendous trouble, like every day there's 400 or 500 new things just randomly in a line. Real letters next to, you know, you have successfully renewed your Flight Radar 24 app. You know, your credit card's about to be charged for Glasswire. Firewall, Broadcastify is about to renew. That stuff was just right next to fake emails, real emails. And you can imagine the weirdo stuff too that trying to get to. And so I got better at responding to emails once fire seasons would die down, especially. But still, I thought it odd that people I asked to email me didn't, and I wasn't hearing from them. But sometimes the fires went so fast, I could barely keep up with chat, let alone check the emails. Sometimes I just log off, and all of a sudden it says, you have such and such copyright claim, your video has been blocked. And so I spend 2 hours when I really want to go to bed fighting, like, hey, that's fair use. One time, my video was blocked because they said I used a rap song in it. I've never used a rap song for any reason. And the algorithm that matched copyright was so stupid that it took firefighters talking and thought it was the lyrics to a rap song. And they were going to put advertisements over the entire 12-hour video and hand them money to a rap artist I had no idea about, or his label. I have to sit there and type, that's not a rap song. What the heck is wrong with your matching an algorithm thing? I have to submit that. And I have to go through steps and check boxes and go through these stupid warnings about how my channel could be deleted if I have 3 strikes. And, you know, it's just, I have to wait for their reply and respond to it. has to go to their attorneys. This happens all the freaking time. Then I just fall asleep in bed. I wake up and then there's new fires. It's just, that's it. That's all the time. So I found out a horrifying thing right before this fire season. I decided I would try one more time to sort emails so that like crap like receipts go here, donation, like you have money from PayPal goes over here. And then there's just little numbers that show me the new emails in each category. And I started playing with it last month. To my horror, it actually was working. But the number thing was not showing up. I don't know why it's supposed to. So I don't know how many thousands of unread emails from people, and they're like, hello, is reaching you? Hello, here's the photos, amazing fire photos and stuff. Just because Gmail glitched. I had to press extra buttons to see, and they were marking them all as red already. So I was like, I'm right now I have 965 unread emails, it says in the general inbox. 101 unread emails from the Amazon Influencer program. Just goes on. But none of that was functional. It was sorting the emails, but making me unable to see them, that they even existed. And I don't know what I've read and what is unread. So.
Orville Engine 64, this will be a malfunctioning HVAC unit. Power's been isolated to the unit. Engine 64's bill response there.
Right, Butte County's still talking. Maybe this will refresh by itself. It's time for a new system. Alright. But I'm always about to fix things, right? When a new massive problem happens. Hey, Grits Kennedy. Hi, Captain. I have a question. How are you so knowledgeable about the fires? Are you a firefighter? No, I never have been one. I had an interest, but my health is frail and I'm tiny. So I didn't really ever want to know much about fire. I hate it. But after almost losing my brother and losing that family friend to the Cascade Fire in 2017, I realized the problems, that like reverse 911 doesn't work. I realized that the official ways of warning people, there's something wrong with their system where they tell people to get out way too late or not at all. And I just saw a need to help. So at first it was very, very humble. I realized I knew more than I thought, just living in the foothills of California. So when we lived there, my father, pretty wise, we invited the local volunteer fire department to a big barbecue at our place, and Dad said, okay, we think we've made the place pretty fireproof as best we can. Any tips? And the fire chief had a lot to say and warned us that of our specific danger. At the top of the hill, there's a dead end. We have no way out if that's blocked. It takes more than 30 minutes to drive down 90 roads to get to the nearest paved road that's a quick exit. We are sitting ducks. Fire races to the top of the hill. That's where we are. We don't have a shelter-in-place option. We don't have any fire breaks. There is a water tank down the road, but we need one in the driveway, and we need to dig 2 ponds. We need to remove this vegetation, create a couple of fire access roads, and all this stuff. So I paid big attention to it, but saw my dad get to work on all the suggestions. And we just kept improving the property until the fire department approved, and they said, that's great. 2 ponds, fire access road, plus dragging the tractor as a elongated fire break around the property. We removed hazard trees, only planted fire-resistant things, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Did all this stuff. So I realized that a lot of people were completely ignorant. So I knew about some things about like the basics, right? Defensible space from those kind of experts. So when disasters struck like Paradise, I became keenly aware that a lot of people know nothing, like absolutely nothing. That we kind of have a little bit of a special education. I was terrified of fire structure and otherwise, and didn't think about it much. But after the shock, we lost our family friend, kind of where we used to live, near enough that I started looking into things. Then the Paradise happened a year later, and I really started looking into things. And so I went live for the first time during Paradise, but it was just I knew mapping skills and tracking things through a historical interest. And I built computers, so I'm not a programmer, but I'm savvy. So I found out that the things I was using every day to find out historical information, like if you go to Orville, I was really into CalTopo. And go to Orville. Like if you zoom out and there's different historic map layers, like Bidwell Bar before the lake, right? There's other fancy buttons like fire activity from satellites, fire history, map layers, like, and there was a lot of overlap. As I began to study ghost towns, just wanting to make documentary films about gold rush and history, not paranormal stuff, but history, I learned that a lot of towns were lost to fire or heavily damaged by fire. They or may not rebuild. And I just started getting an education like that. The Tillamook Burn, for example, the biggest one in Oregon ever in 1933. I read huge library books about it. Fascinated. I mean, it wiped out like 16 towns. So I already had just some knowledge, like book learning kind of thing. So what happened? Yeah, thanks, Grits Kennedy. Yeah, thanks for the virtual hug. When fires kept repeating, I mean, Santa Rosa and Bangor and Loma Rica were 3 separate fires by 3 separate power lines down the same night. When I first started to understand something is wrong here, I began to understand that PG&E and other power companies were neglectful in their maintenance, and knew about that. It was planned, just a money-saving thing. A policy to let lines fail instead of fix them. And this policy has been in place for decades, it seems. So that would explain why like 3 towns burned down on the same night due to PG&E. It's not just PG&E now. We've seen Hawaii Electric do it, and Pacific Corp, Pacific Power, SoCal Edison. I began going, crap, California's super vulnerable, and so are other states like Oregon. Thank you, dear. Thank you for that comment. That you're brilliant. There should be back roads or boxcars or something, and zip lines. Exactly. There's a lot of options. I think communities need a lot more shelters. It's like tornadoes. You can't get in the car to escape one. You go underground. So the old days, like Paradise had lots of fires in the old days. I mean, much of the original gold rush town was destroyed by fire. It's a windswept plateau. It's prone to that. They used to just go into the old mines, dig just little tunnel shelters into hillsides, shut the door. It's way better than traffic jams. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I know Grits Kennedy is. It's just like the Ford Pinto.
Paradise, TC in the area, Freestone Court, Sawmill Road.
Yeah, it's Ford Pinto mentality. They can't see jail time the way you and I could if we started fires with reckless arson or manslaughter, whatever the charges are. So I meekly went live just showing scanner radio because I knew that people like during Paradise should listen to the radio to hear up-to-date info and where they're going to evacuate next, what's at risk next, what's happening live there when everybody was so anxious. So I just went live, couldn't get seen by YouTube anywhere. I had 16 viewers a day sometimes. It was just awful. It dragged on for months. But I had video production skills, wanting to be a documentary filmmaker, right? Like in a small way. So what happened was real firefighters found me. It took me under their wing and I said, look, I'm really nervous. Like, if I see the winds blowing a fire towards a town or towards a neighborhood, am I qualified to tell that neighborhood to leave early before officials say that? Should I? Cogito was the first firefighter here who became a mod. He goes, yes, definitely. I said, really? He goes, yeah, you could save lives that way. I said, but what if I don't understand something about fire and its behavior? He goes, girl, it ain't rocket science. Fire goes where the wind blows. Fire races uphill. You know, the fastest it can spread is through wind tunnels and canyons, high wind and upslope, when winds align with the direction of the canyon. Just really simple rules like that. He goes, look, I'll be here. Other firefighters came too, and other experts, retired and whatnot. People who are experts in weather and the like, they all came in and said, I said, please correct me the moment I say anything wrong. And in between the madness and the chaos of 2020, when I went live and started to really go viral eventually, I mostly passed on the official info and I started getting my wings. I started saying, look, the fire's probably going to impact that place sooner rather than later. You should at least be prepared, guys, because that's the wind direction. Here's the satellites showing the heat progressively going towards you. And even, or I would say, like, look, even though the wind is not blowing your direction, it can reach you because you're uphill, and it will go that way. And so I was like, am I doing good? And they went, good. And then people said, thank you, we got out early. We had way more time, you know. And then neighborhoods started preparing to evacuate. And when they actually did call for evacuations, people were already packed up and leaving at that time the sheriff's office, and others got there to try to knock on doors and tell them to leave. So we got more and more pats on the head and more encouragement. I began to study more, and it turns out it's really not rocket science. The basics of the fire behavior. You just use special sliders to check out terrain. I'm a local. I have the local knowledge growing up everywhere from U.S., Sutter, Butte, Plymouth County. I know those areas, much of them pretty intimately. And then we get the volunteers. We started crowdsourcing info. Oh man, there's a bad car accident. Sounds very serious. I won't unmute that. Okay, cool. Thanks, Beaver. I got your message. Oh, here's Liz's link to. Yeah, units are on scene of the bad traffic accident. Right. Right. Yeah, it's a link to the Oroville Dam crisis that we were talking about. I wish I had. Sorry, I keep listening to radio chatter. Yeah, this would have been a good reference to show people earlier when we were talking about this. But there every once in a while there's an enraged naysayer who comes in here and says, "You're not a firefighter, so you can't talk about it." And I'm like, "What? What do you think?" Oh, okay. Update on the crash. This one guy barged in and started yelling and said, "Oh, why are you teaching firefighting? Get out, firefighter." And I said, "I don't. What the hell are you talking about? It's fire survival and basic, no duh, not rocket science behavior." It's like saying news reporters have no right to report the news. Like, we do say everything that the officials want to pass on, what the officials want you to know, what firefighters want you to do, and then just get out before you're told. And we're very clear to say, hey, such and such could happen. Here's your best case, worst case, and middle ground scenario. Yeah. Yeah, Grits. And how did you find us? And did you sub? Because you won't find us again. We have to restart stream every 12 hours. It goes by. We're at 9 hours and 40 minutes. And it's very hard for people to find us again because we have to fight to go trending again. We have 8,239 views. So if we go all week, streaming all week without a break, we would get huge view numbers and people would find us, but I have to restart the stream every 12 hours and they won't save the videos. And some of the incredible Dixie Fire videos are just unbelievable. Nobody would believe me if I couldn't go back to my archives and show them. So I'd be an excellent documentary writer, producer. Dang. You always stay in a teachable state of mind. That's my way of thinking too. You know, Catherine, my sister, rest in peace. I'm so sorry for your loss. Told me Grits, pros love, share their knowledge. You ask them, hey, what made you get in this field, or what excites you about your business or career choice? It's cool. They light up like a Christmas tree. So happy to share. I want to have lunch with you. That would be great. Where are you located? Exactly, Grits. The more information people have, the more likely they are to comply, cooperate, and trust authorities. But, you know, I think some of their policies are, let's keep people in the dark. They won't panic if they don't know the danger. Well, I know something about video production. That's every good horror writer knows about. Jaws was terrifying because you don't even see the shark for the first 45 minutes of the movie. Steven Spielberg found out on accident because the thing kept breaking down all the time. And all he could show was the dorsal fin. That the human imagination produces the most terror. You can't beat it. There's nothing you can show that beats the fearful imagination. And what fear does is it doesn't make people rational. It makes them the opposite. You want people, there's two ways to make smart people stupid for the moment. You get them fearful or angry. So even if it's bad news, if it's pretty grim, people would rather know. So but officials are treating us like children. And in fact, you shouldn't even treat children like that.
You can cancel with the dying.
Okay, so that's good news. It's not as bad as a car accident is first described. It was a pickup or SUV rollover. The occupants were out of the vehicles. They're checking for injury. Just a moderate. So they're canceling some of the emergency services headed that way. Yeah, Grit says agreed, but sometimes the facts not sugar-coated or terrifying enough, right? But when you know, your imagination is not at work. So even if you have kids, the better parenting is, you know, mommy, this is scary. Are we in danger? And you just say, yeah, this is a scary situation. You acknowledge their emotions and don't pretend you're not a little bit fearful either. You say, but when things become scary, we stick with the plan. And sticking with the plan is the best way to be safe. And so you should give your kids fire drills, you know, and make it fun. Can we shave off 1 minute? We get in the car and get ready to go 1 minute faster than last time. Stopwatch, go. Fire drill. And if we meet the goal, we go out for pizza or treat or whatever. If you drill and know what to do, repeat that. You don't panic at the moment of crisis. You just go back on your training. And then that's what I try to explain to people. You know, if you lie to your kids, it's not like they can't tell you're lying. They can see you're terrified. They can see you're nervous. But you can tell them it's okay to feel like that. But then you don't let it rule you. You put your feelings aside and say, we're going to stick with the plan, no matter what we feel. We know what to do. As long as we do that, things will be right. They'll be all right. Don't tell them not to be afraid and everything's just fine. Okay. They need evidence. They need evidence. You expect somebody to believe you? Kids are not stupid. They're harder to fool than adults. We have an update on our excessive heat watch issued at 1 a.m. It's the 4th of July, friends, right now. So there's an update to the excessive heat watch posted by the National Weather Service, Sacramento. I bet it's just a renewal of it. Wait a second. Beaver. Beaver. Beaver, come in. Beaver. Beaver. Are you there, Beaver? Electric Beaver? You're banning people, Beaver. I thought you went to bed. You just banned people, Beaver. You've gone rogue. Please unban Dr. Elephant and Small World Life. Or I'll find where you are. And the Beaver Mafia will enforce my dictated rule. Yes, what? Now, Big Al, look out. He might take aim at you next. Yeah, Grits Candy, pause our conversation. Sorry. This is why I require the mods to give me their phone number. One time, a child picked up a mod's phone and just began randomly putting it in their mouth and started banning people left and right. Hang on, Small World Life. See, what this does, Beaver, is it deletes their chat forever. Happy Quail says, are you leaving all your videos up so we can listen again at a later time? Yeah, I have an archive. How? What happened, by the way? Did you just put your phone in the back pocket and sit on it or something? Oh, heck. Hang on. I'll fix you guys right up. Stand by. Yeah, we had a butt banning incident where, you know what YouTube does? It doesn't allow you to screen off unless you pay $14 a month for premium, right? There you go. I know, Jeremy, either. I think they're saving the pilots. They can only fly so much during the week, total hours per week, not just total hours per day. So they only have so many pilots that can fly at night. Everything is quiet on all the fires that I can see right now. A relatively peaceful night. So what's going to happen tomorrow? There's going to be chaos. There's going to be lots of fires. Sometimes the FAA allows. I think that's all of the collateral damage that you inflicted. I think it was just the two of them. Goodness gracious. Okay. Now, what will happen though, even though you unbanned them? Speak to me, Dr. Elephant, Small World Life. CPR, engage CPR. Speak to me. Slap, 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 slap. Come back to life. Sorry, I set the tablet face down. Exactly. Unless you pay $14 a month, you can't screen off YouTube and still hear it. So one day, I had this happen several times. People put their phone in their back pocket, they walk around, they do the yard work, they empty the dishes, the mods, and then they sat down on the couch and just started leaning left and right and butt banning people. That was the butt ban scandal. Dr. Elephant is probably in bed. Okay. Well, I think we just gotta call that patient dead. Rest in peace, Dr. Elephant. It was nice knowing you. Thank you for your kind donations. You will be missed. Yeah. See, what happened when the butt bending was happening is I only had that person's email. I couldn't call them and say, dude, get off your phone. So in order to, their chat is all deleted for the entire night. It will never be visible again. I have to quickly save it best I can. So that's okay. I've called off the Mafia hit. Don't worry, Electric Beaver. I was able to reach them in time. Elephant. It was out small with my just banned a donor, man. I'm kidding. I'm just teasing you. Everything's fine. And I'll check on it, see if there's any lasting effect. So here, my archive of video, just in case YouTube decides to delete something again. Oh wow, yeah, everything they typed for the last several hours is hidden. It's okay though. I'll just go unhide it and then do a gosh, you know Twitch, and then I do a copy and paste. Chat history, it'll be okay. Everything's fine. You can go to sleep. It's cool. And it goes scrolling up. Because some of the stuff they said was quite good for the conversation. The conversation will never be the same. Like when they warned me about evacuations in progress. So I just have to click on my end view deleted messages. Now what Twitch does is they have a much better chat moderation system. And twitch.tv. I've thought about simultaneously streaming to Twitch, but it's really juvenile and it's getting almost pornographic. Okay. So they just said on the radio for Butte County that an engine is back in service and available because they did the response to the rollover crash. I didn't feel like I needed to unmute it. I will if they start talking about it. This is the only one and only view. I believe this hillside that we're looking at is mostly the little bay thing just south of the Potter's Ravine hilltop. And I would not be concerned at all about what we're seeing. They're probably thinking, there's a lot of dead stuff on this hillside. The stumps and the downed trees and half dead trees. all they got to do is surround it, contain it, move on. It's right next to the water. If it ever flares up, it could easily just hit it with the copters. And by the way, we were talking about the copters right before I got interrupted. And there's no button to unhide. I have to do it one by one. So they have very few pilots that can have a special training to do the night vision for the nighttime drops. So tomorrow, all hell will probably break loose foreseeably, for obvious reasons. The red flag, the high winds. I have tried to take care of all my family emergencies best I could to be available tomorrow completely and 100%. Knock on wood. Of course. Okay. Is there like a select all chat? There is. Okay. Select all copy. All right. Let me save it to folder real quick. But I think everybody understands the rules now. Why I need the mods to give me a phone number. It doesn't even have to be a real phone number. It could be the Google Voice gives everybody a free phone number. If you have a Gmail account, go to the point where it says Google Voice and activate your free phone number. I just need a way to call you and reach you if something weird is happening. Like the child that put their phone in their mouth was actually deleting contacts and doing all kinds of chaos on one of my mod's phones. And they were like, "Thank you for letting me know." I'm like, yeah, sure thing. But man, it was the weirdest stuff. Like little nonsense words are being typed. People are being banned, timed out. And nonsense words like goofafa show up. Like goofafa. Bidet day. Right, what? Okay. Second, see the chat. Fire Stream 2024. July 3rd. New text document. Paste. See, if we get all the chat timestamped. Got it. I wish there was some sort of a browser extension that would save chat like in real time. I haven't looked into one. I used to have one, and it stopped working. It's really cool. Okay. What did Watch Duty just beep me with? Chat. Lid. Save. He's gonna get a kick out of this in the morning. Okay, and it was small world. Okay. I'll make sure they're able to come back. Both of them. Don't worry about things. Okay. Oh, that white hits my eyes. Okay. Back with what we were saying. Back at the pilots. So FAA rules. C-Probe, the pilot, was explaining this stuff to me. FAA rules are pilots can't fly tired. Flying fatigued is like flying drunk. Same thing as the rule for driving. So you can get a under influence similar charge just by driving fatigued. I don't realize that. So second, nope. medical call. Butte County. It's just a medical thing. So they haven't been talking about fires in a long time, and that's what's good. Grit says, good night, you brilliant brain. Squirrel brain now. But thank you. It's good meeting you, or seeing you again, Grits. From another incessantly curious student to another, if I ever get to the point where I think I know it all in life, it'll lose its color for me. Yeah, there's so much to learn. Wish I could live 500 years or so. Remember, hit the like button and subscribe to find us again. We'll be on a new video tomorrow. It'll be 07/04/2024. Red Flag Day, 4th of July Madness probably will be the title. But here's the thing, the FAA can make an exception and allow pilots to go overboard if they've had a lot of rest the day before. They can sometimes make an exception. 3D Squares' kick is even more insane for the lack of moderation. It's the Wild West. Really? I was really interested in kick. But at least Twitch has some really good options. And hey, Twitch is like the same channel. It's the same link. People don't have to search to find us again. You know, your stage is here. You're on it live or you're not. I wish YouTube was like that. I have a different URL each time, and there's so many people that don't understand YouTube. Most of my audience is beyond the age of 55. That's where they live, in the hills, and they barely know how to even make a YouTube account, let alone click on my icon, go to channel page, refresh, and see if I'm live or not. You know, they don't know how to go into the settings of their phone. They can't even find the phone settings, let alone intricately navigate to the hidden buttons on a notification list and make sure that live streams are enabled. You know, especially with their own ringtone. Like this is advanced stuff. They're terrified of even using their smartphones, let alone doing elaborate setup steps. I know, like my father's going blind. He doesn't even know whenever I'm live. He can't even see the settings on the phone to do that. Yeah, Twitch is too juvenile, and you know what? There's something that infuriates me about Twitch. I'm going to show you because it's after midnight. Okay, if any children are watching, you know, maybe cover their eyes. Nothing pornographic, but it's just on the borderline. I think I saved this little clip and I called it embarrassment. You know, I think that's what I called it. Yeah. Oh, I named it Big Tit Woman Streamer Embarrassment to Twitch, right? She's pretending to game, but it's always what's happening here. This gives you in a nutshell, what Twitch has become. It's not about innocent gaming, but youth are still the audience. People tend to chat spam, lots of, you know, little figurines and stuff. It's okay. That's gaming is not important, right? There's a tradition of that. It would be hard to tell people not to, but I'm just going to show you that. Resize this window. This starts to dominate Twitch. She just sits there, jiggles. Sorry, I didn't realize I zoomed out. I'm not trying to show her name or anything. Not even speaking. Okay, there's a place called OnlyFans for that, right? This is what dominates Twitch anymore. And if you notice in the chat over there, yeah, try not to look at the coconuts. But you see, people just, yeah, I even say, oh man, this is what Twitch has become. There needs to be a different section for this, right? So if I tell my audience, why don't you come to Twitch and watch me there? A lot of parents like won't even allow this on their kids' phone. You know, This is what it's become. In a nutshell, 1,000 words. I know. Look, I'm not judgmental. A person can make their living any way that they can, right? There's worse things to do for money, but I don't have to respect it. I'm not judging the situation or the person, but I don't have to like it or respect it. I find it hard as a woman to be taken seriously when others are doing that. It's not their fault, but it's reality, right? I don't know, some people will say, but it's art. Okay. It's just that I think there needs to be a separate section for that. I think Amazon needs to go to an adult section so that the kids don't wander into that. Just for obvious reasons, you know. So when I say, hey, watch me on Twitch, a lot of men are going to expect that. I'm going to get solicited for, hey, like there's a lot of pub girls live in bikinis and hot tubs. If men make a big enough donation, they write their name in permanent marker on their own body. Back to fires. You see, people will just turn off. A lot of the older generation will just be like, what the hell?
Yeah, I got lines and hose all the way around that swap. 100% locked up.
All right, fire input. Finally.
Division Alpha, Branch 1 training, come in.
There's a lot of conservatives and liberals in the audience, but when they go to Twitch, the reason I found that was it was shown in my face. It was the promoted video of the day. You know, I went, what? Like, so anybody on Twitch would have seen that as the big promoted video. So I can imagine a lot of people just going here and like, what kind of porn site am I on? And just they delete it off their phone. You know, it's the issue I have with it. But Twitch does live stream better. It was designed for live stream. YouTube was designed for people uploading videos. But you know, they didn't. What YouTube all they have to do is put something called a stage, which is your link where you're live or you're not. Instead of restarting anything or bothering with it, every 12 hours, YouTube cuts and then it saves the last 12 hours. So I don't have to worry. You know, I have to get woken up sometimes with a phone call. Your stream's going over 12 hours. Get out of your bed, go over your computer, turn it off, instruct people how to find your new one, restart the stream, go back to bed. I can't handle it. Look, it's not a generational thing. So I don't try to allow too much harsh judgment on, say, next generation. That's always something that others are doing. Like porn and body selling and or avant-garde art, whatever you want to call that, is not new. Every generation's participated. You should see the pornographic graffiti at Pompeii that I saw. A lot of Pompeii is off limits to what people film. There are penises everywhere. Everywhere. And naked people. I mean, generally, there's a lot more comfort with showing the human body in its full frontal glory. You know, in Europe, even today, you could just walk down the beach and a woman could just take her shirt off and shake the sand off and put it back on, or you just walk topless down the beach. It's not a big deal. But then there's hardcore graffiti and special rooms where rich people had their frescoes, and it's clear that what they did in those rooms. There's wine jugs over here. There's your hardcore stuff on the wall. And then there's the trays for probably the grapes and stuff. You know what kind of toga party that is. So every generation has that, but it should be in its, like even in ancient times, it's in its own place. It's not where the kids can see it, right? So I can only imagine how difficult. Excuse me, I have to go get some drink. I can only imagine how difficult it would be if I'd have to have a separate set of mods policing what people come to expect from Twitch, right? And the youth in there. I hear some are successful. Some of the tornado chasers simultaneously broadcast to Twitch and Kick and YouTube at the same time, but the tornado people get perhaps even millions of dollars. Some of the most successful do. Oh, I have a donut. Yes. C Pro, you're so awesome. He brought me a donut. Oh, happy day. Happy day. Oh, it's a Safeway one too. They surprisingly have some of the best donuts. Oh yeah, we're getting milk. I was thinking what? Oh, wait a second. Oh, I have leftover barbecue pizza though. Am I really ready for a donut? Or do I want... Oh, I kind of want barbecue pizza. White chicken breast, sweet barbecue sauce, pineapple. Yeah, okay, we're gonna tie that donut back up. Okay. We're not gonna be online forever tonight. We gotta get some sleep. We gotta be ready for 24 hours a day, not sleeping tomorrow if duty calls. We, you know, not just you and me here, but the royal we. Okay, so I'm gonna compromise. We're gonna have a mini can of real sugar Pepsi for the blood sugar. And we're gonna heat up a large slice of barbecue pizza. Yes. And we'll continue to monitor the last bit of info on the fires. I can't really go to sleep hungry. I don't know about you guys. It's not possible. I'm sorry. These kitchen noises are overwhelming. Don't mean them to be. Let me pause for a second. I'm gonna mute. Alright, yeah, that quick bio break. You see my overall hesitation with doing anything with Twitch, right? Ah, I'm refreshed. Of course, the radio's dead silent when I go off to refresh myself. Ah well, I can say something. I'm in the kitchen. Anything. To let people know the broadcast is not over. It's amazing. You watch the viewer count, though? It used to give me complete panic anxiety. I just simply go off and take a quick break, come back. Man, you can lose 25% of viewers if there's even 30 seconds of silence. By the time there's a minute, you lost like 42% sometimes. I definitely do need to get the "we'll be right back," some sort of a compelling image thing. All these things I have on the to-do list to set up, but life chaos. If fire season had truly ended with late September or mid-September, that would have been great. But fire season went to mid-December in Ventura County. Their last wildfire was ended around December 15th, and the next week was the torrential flooding. I tried to cover some of that. Then I realized, oh God, I'm 6 or 7 months behind in all my personal affairs. I have 4 months of mail I haven't opened. I have needed secretaries, like a team of them. I haven't opened all the emails from 2021. Okay, I muted. I'm sure you didn't want to hear garbage disposal. Be right back. All right. I hate to microwave a pizza, but it has to do. There's no time for the toaster oven. You know what they used to do in the South for a variety of reasons? They practiced the fine art of having detached kitchens. Kitchen was a separate building away from the house. You know, a good 20 feet away. So I said, why is that? Because I'd seen only one example of that in Oregon. And it was a very southern looking house, so it must have been a southerner who is reminiscent of that. It was a very old one too, late 1800s. And there's a couple very good reasons. And it is, it's too damn hot in the South to heat up your room, to heat up your house with cooking. Okay, Small World Life says, welcome back from your exile. Grits Kennedy says, gonna go grab a donut and coffee and come back. I'll be up at 6:45. But I have your channel sub, notifications on, yay. Tell your friends. Share the stream with your own social media. Tag people. I hit the share button on the channel page. I hit the purple K, you go to the channel page. You text that to the people you think might need this info. Much obliged. See you soon. Small World Life says, if this is the Crowther fire, it shows progress stop. No, this is Orville. Yeah, Small World Life, while you were gone, a couple things happened. City Square says, I admit I work with developers on Twitch and mod a lot on streams. It's still a jungle. Yeah, I do some Twitch modding. It's pretty chill. True gamers. It's better than here. Like, oh, there's a Basin fire video update. Hey, thanks, Big Al. Pub for Nerd. This is a panorama mode. This is the only camera that keeps looking at the fire at Orville. This is, it went to, or it's the, I'll show you. It's the camera that went down because of the fire, the loss of power. It's the one to the east of the dam. So it's, when it's in panorama mode, it's constantly turning around to make the 360-degree view. So what you do is you click on it. For some reason, there's chunks missing. And then you can then click on a corner, and this will eventually update. It's quite slow. So you can see the dam lights, and this is the water in front. And this is the dam and the road. And it's looking to the northwest. So I interpret what we see on fire there is the little bay thing. Like this is this big hillside that's glowing is Potter's Ravine. We saw a lot of heat activity there, a lot of brightness last night. So people are wondering, like, why don't they go put that out? Oh no, as long as they got a dozer line on the other side, let it burn. Because I don't have a clear memory of when last time it did burn. We cover Oroville fires pretty frequently. It happened a lot. And so part of the ferocity here is that the portion where they're having battles is where the brush and stuff is not burned off in a while. It's also nobody lives there. It's like a recreational park type thing. So as long as it's at the water's edge and just sitting there, best to reduce the fuels there so the next time fire hits, it's going to be nice and mild. They have their work cut out for them, running around the places where it still could spread, like top of Table Mountain, and extinguishing the hot spots all around Canyon Drive, north-south, and whatnot. Hey, Michael Keith, welcome. Since I could smell that smoke at Paradise, yeah. They had another big fire to the south that was threatening to get big today, and then one to the east of Orville. Just crazy red flag. Did you realize you were banned, Small World? You got banned on accident not too long ago. Thanks, Big Al, for the link. I'll check it out. Yeah, let's watch that update on the Basin fire while I eat. Then what we'll do is we'll shut down. So I gotta get as much sleep as possible. I'm still sleep deficit, pretty crazy. But they've got a legion of people around here. This is where the helicopter was dipping, right here, this left corner. We saw in the not only on Flight Radar 24, but on the videos. I totally approve. It's not like you don't want to see them extinguish everything, you know. All they need to do is surround it and move on to the next deal. If the wind picks up on Table Mountain, you can have some pretty crazy rate of spread because it's a big flat windswept plateau. It's mostly just grass in the bushes and actually some very rare wildflowers, excuse me. So they got to really increase their dozer lines up there on the top, and then they keep an eye on this, but there's no real reason to babysit it. Mind you, it's out of focus. So what looks like really big patches of ground on fire will be like one tree laying on the ground. It really won't look this bad at all. If you walked up to it, you'd be like, oh, serious? There's a couple skinny trees laying against each other on fire, and it looks like half the mountainside. It's because it's not calibrated, it's not in focus. Larry Green, thanks again for your kind donation. Now let's watch an update on the Basin fire, which we don't want to have as a forgotten fire here. Let's go to the Facebook. And I'm going to stuff my face here. Thank you for your kind donations. You keep me fed. Okay. Remember, we have a serious day ahead of us. So, the Fresno tab group. Going through my millions of tabs up here. Forest Service. Got some pictures. Fresno County. Wow. Where is this? Why don't you explain? Oh my goodness. Oh, gorgeous. California is a unique treasure of the world. It's a paradise ruined by management. Quote me. When people say, California sounds like a crappy place to live, look at it. Tell me where you see this anywhere else. Look at it. Mark. Save this. Everybody save post? Yeah. Save it. Good collection. 3, 4, 5. Big Al says the Sierras is by far my favorite place I've ever been. Yeah, you can't even describe it to anyone. I had a friend in England who was like, I'm going to Florida. Oh. I'm going to Disney World. Should go to Disneyland, man. And go see the sequoias. Oh god, look at these dead trees. Put all the living ones at risk. Too many dead trees, man. Lightning strikes a living one, it's fine. Strikes one of these, not fine. As soon as they burn, they shatter to the ground and like the ground on fires. Alas. I said, come out to California. Yosemite, is it that cool? Yes, it is, dear. Oh God, just look at all the dead stuff everywhere. Little wonder. It's so bad. This is not a healthy forest. This is not good. This is not natural. The Indians used to take care of stuff like this. They saw the danger. Leaving a forest alone is not helping it. It's helping it die. Everything alive is going to be destroyed by what's dead. And you can see a previous fire destroy this stuff. You can see the burn scars. The charred bark and stuff in the background. He never did a good cleanup. God knows how many years prior. Why is that important? Because if this burns fiercely, it'll go all the way.
Orville, water tender 45, in quarters. I have the staffing for the North Division tonight.
If you make it so fire prone over here, then it'll become a mega fire and make it all the way to Sequoias. You can't get in front of it. A largely preventable tragedy. I can't wait for the natives to take more control. It's just ridiculous. All right, let's go to our meeting so I can eat. Try to adjust volume. I'm going to mute Butte County for the moment.
Go ahead and ask that.
Like 30. They muted themselves. The volume was actually on. Look at her. She's like, is my microphone working?
Good evening. My name is Amanda Muncie, and I'm a Public Information Officer with California Interagency Incident Management Team 11. We're here at the Basin Fire to provide you with an update on what's been going on here. I want to start by thanking everyone for all of the kind, supportive comments and posts that you've shared with us on Facebook. All the well wishes have been really appreciated by the firefighters. We've been trying to share those with them when we can at our morning and evening briefs. And it really goes a long way with the morale. So we really appreciate all those kind words of support. We're going to go ahead and ask that you put your questions in the comment field, and we'll try to get to those at the end after our speakers have had a chance to talk. And we will, if we do not get to those questions, we will answer them, and we'll give you a way to contact us at the end of this update. Our first speaker is from the ops section. It's Dan Muncie.
Good evening. Starting over here near the Winfrey campground in the Kings River and moving along the south aspect of our fire. The fire is cold. We haven't seen a lot of activity. Over the first couple of days of the fire, we saw a lot of rollout activity. We were worried about spot fires. That's all been completely mitigated, so the base of the fire is secured. You can see the black line starts over here at Winfrey, comes all the way up, and then turns the corner. Today, crews have been working on Cicada Ridge. They placed dozer line there, they placed hose there, we've worked with aircraft, we've made sure that the fire's east of Cicada Ridge, and now crews are going direct on the fire line, working through some very rough territory as they're moving north. Tomorrow, this section right here, if you've been watching the fire, you've seen smoke coming up, a little bit of smoke projection. It's been from this little piece right here. It's put up a lot of smoke, but it's nothing to be concerned about. We've used aircraft, we've put retardant lines in, we've been using helicopters to keep the fire suppressed. Tomorrow, crews will be coming in and flying by helicopter, and they will be doing direct line control all around the top of this fire. As we move back towards the east, the Balch Camp area, crews have been working very hard in that area. They've been going direct on the fire using hand tools. They've been using the helicopters to keep the fire cool, and they've worked up into the Dinky Creek area. Now, good news on the Rogers Ridge area, what we call Division Mike. Crews have been working on Division Mike for 4 days. They've been up there, supported by helicopters. Today we started bringing those crews down because we've been effectively able to control the fire on Rogers Ridge. And then on the eastern aspect of the fire, good news there too. Where there had once been a lot of activity and the fire had been moving east, we haven't seen it move east in 4 days. So now we're patrolling these two areas with aircraft and keeping this fire in check. Now, just like you, we always want to make sure that we have a backup plan. So crews have been out here ahead of the fire and been constructing dozer line and working on opening existing roads, tying in natural features like big rock outcroppings to make sure we create a big catcher's mitt. Just in case this fire were to start moving north, we have another control line that can effectively fight this fire. Thank you.
Next up, we have our very own incident meteorologist, Pete Curran.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Today, firefighters are working in very hot and dry conditions over the entire fire. We've had temperatures in the upper 100, 107, 108 degree range in the lower elevations, and in the 90, 95 degree range in the upper elevations, along with some very dry conditions. Relative humidity is near 18, 22%, so very hot and dry conditions. We've had that for the last couple of days, and the big concern is we're going to continue to have that for the next week, well into the beginning of next week. Firefighters are working under an excessive heat warning that's been in effect since yesterday morning, and they continue to extend that excessive heat warning now into Thursday, the 11th of July, so 8 days from now. So the cumulative effect of that heat stress, the high temperatures during the day, and also our overnight low temperatures will only be in the mid 70s. So firefighters are going to have a hard time getting cool. So we've implemented some measures to make sure that they can maintain some cool conditions in an environment where they can recover a little bit. What you're seeing here on this weather map is an area of high pressure that's sitting right off of the California coast. That area of high pressure is moving closer to California, and in the next 36 hours will actually be right over the Bay Area, and it will sit there and continue to increase our temperature. So we're actually looking for 2 to 3 degrees warming over the next 3 or 4 days, with the hottest days being over the weekend. And as I mentioned, that relative humidity will continue to decrease over time, and we'll be seeing relative humidities around 15% by the 4th of July and on Friday. And as we continue to go through the weekend and into early next week, that high pressure will start to exit, but we'll maintain our very warm and dry conditions, like I said. So those are the big weather concerns. One of the last things I'd like to point out, if you look at the far right-hand side of the screen, you'll see Hurricane Beryl that's been very active in the Atlantic for the last several days. Hurricane Beryl was a Category 5 storm. It is now down to a Category 4, and it's making its way westbound. It will go through the Gulf of Mexico, and we expect that Beryl and the moisture from Beryl will interact with Mexico over the weekend, and then we'll have to see what happens with that moisture from Beryl as we get into the beginning of next week. That may bring some showers, may bring some thunderstorms to the region. We'll have to see as we get closer to the first part of the week. So that's the current weather situation on the Basin fire. Thanks.
Thank you, Pete. Next up, we have from Air Operations, Ted Visser.
Hello. I'm an Air Operations Branch Director, and I work for Operations, and my job is to support all these troops on the ground with their airborne needs. As far as what I have to do that right now for today's fire is 2 air tactical platforms, which are fixed-wing aircraft that fly high above, and they control all the airspace. They help coordinate things with the aircraft, mostly, so that they don't bump into each other. And second, they coordinate with the needs directly with the ground to support exactly what they need on the ground. So we have 2 of those, and they rotate and cover the airspace pretty much when they can see the ground and there's enough smoke, and during daylight hours. In addition to that, we have 2 Hilcos, we call them, and they're observation helicopters, smaller ones, that have directors in them, the coordinators that coordinate the low-level, tight, confined areas when all these larger helicopters will go in and work. And they coordinate paths and routes for the helicopters to come in, drop water, and then go back out to the water, or go back out to retrieve retardant. And then in addition to that, we have 2 reconnaissance aircrafts that are available for the ground folks if they need them, or the planning folks, so that they can give them a flight around the fire and show them their area of interest at a close level. And that works fairly well. And they can also move passengers. We have 4 medium helicopters is what we call them, but they're our workhorse, the utility knife of the helicopter force. They haul in our troops up and down to helipad, back into these spots like this, and all along here we flew all the people up here with our mediums, and we flew them off with the mediums. We can use them to support them with supplies, and sometimes we sling that supply in, and sometimes we put it internal and go land at the helipad and give it to them. If the troops aren't near a helipad, we can drop the supply loads right next to the troops. And then we have our workhorses, which are Type 1 helicopters, we call them, but they're large, and they can carry water either by a long cable below them with a bucket, or they can be tanked, is what we call them, more like a fixed-wing air tanker, but they have a tank. And they fill that tank by snorkeling it up, so they can hover over a lake and suck the water up out of the lake into the helicopter. And in this case, we have a mobile retardant base, which is very helpful. Water's a suppressant. Retardant helps hold the fire for long-term periods and stops the fire or slows it way down when the fire gets to a retardant line. So that retardant was very necessary to have on this fire. So that's what we use as far as our big workhorse to distribute water, and we have distributed millions of gallons of water, and we have distributed, I think, about 500,000 gallons of retardant with the helicopters. In addition to that, we have air tankers upon request from all the local air tanker bases, and they have been very useful. We use them somewhat almost every day I've been here, and we've used them again today. So the air tankers are the ones who can put a lot of retardant in on the higher ridges, but the big helicopters can put the retardant in the tight ridges, tight areas, and that's a real useful tool. So that's it for air operations, and that's how we're supporting the fire.
Thank you so much, Ted. Next up, we have Air Resource Advisor Mark Strutwolf.
Good afternoon. As this fire started, it was off to the races, and it was gaining a couple to 3,000 acres a day, putting up a lot of smoke. My job is to determine where is that smoke going to go. Under the conditions that we had initially, most of the smoke was transported towards the Sierra Crest, and then at nighttime, under cooling conditions, the smoke transferred back down through the valleys into the main valley, San Joaquin Valley. I have a chart here showing 4 different sites. Yosemite actually got some of the smoke as the smoke drifted towards the north during the day and up towards the crest, and then at nighttime it would filter back down out of the valley. The main point I want to show here is over the last 6 days, we started off with Pinehurst having the worst conditions, but you can see a vast improvement, and that is contributed to the fact that the firefighters have really got a hold on this fire quickly, and in the last 24 hours, it's only gained 300 acres or less. And with that trend, we're improving our air quality day after day. And so these 4 different sites are just 4 of 12 that I'm monitoring in the valley here. And the trend is positive, and we hope to continue that with the weather being cooperative as far as light winds, daytime going up slope, nighttime coming down. And with no strong winds in the forecast, it looks like we'll be able to wrap our troops around this fire, and we'll be in good conditions in the next several days. End of report.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have from Fresno County Sheriff's Office, Lieutenant Kathy Curtis.
Good afternoon. Since the Basin fire started last week, the Fresno County Sheriff's Office has been involved with the implementation of some evacuation orders and also some evacuation warnings within the fire area. Currently, much of the area south of McKinley Grove Road and north of Pine Flat Lake and also the Upper Kings River is currently in an evacuation order. That means that there is no access that is allowed into that area while the crews are doing the firefighting in that area. In addition to the orders, we also have a couple of zones to the west of our fire that are currently in a warning status. And what the warnings mean is just that. There's a warning that evacuations are possible, but there are no restrictions in place. We understand that this is a major impact to everybody during the holiday week. We recognize that, we're sympathetic to that. We're really trying to do our best to minimize the impact to everybody. And if everybody could just be patient with us while we, hold that area safe for the firefighting crews, we would appreciate it. And know that every day, multiple times a day, we are in constant communication with the incident management team and with the fire operations crews, assessing the need for those orders and for those warnings. So we're assessing it constantly, and just as soon as we possibly can change and reduce some of those, we will. Anybody who wants to get real-time updates as far as evacuation and warning statuses can go to fresnosheriff.org and click on the link there for the evacuation maps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant. Next up from the Sierra National Forest, we have Forest Supervisor Dean Gold.
Well, good evening. First, I have to start off by thanking you. Once again, the support from the community has been absolutely fantastic. Your resilience has also been phenomenal. So once again, thank you. We're getting through this together. When we have incidents like this, really like to look at the trends. And first, nature has thrown us a couple trends here that are making it a little more challenging. As you heard, temperatures are going up, relative humidity is coming down a little bit, so that does make it certainly more difficult for us out here. That being said, for the trends that are within our control, across the board, we've got very positive news. You've heard it, I just want to kind of string it together just to paint a little bit more complete picture for you. So first of all, on the incident, the number of personnel assigned continues to grow. We're up to over 1,100 now. And we have 73 engines, 23 crews, 13 aircraft. The amount of containment on the incident continues to go up. The incident itself, going forward, it's really going to be in this section now. The amount of perimeter that is really the most active and demanding the most of our attention, that's getting much smaller, so we can concentrate our resources and really get to it that much more quickly. As far as the interaction with some of the permittees and so forth on the force, the coordination with the sheriff has gone fantastic. So a lot of really positive trends out there. Very good safety record, and the rate of growth, as was mentioned, again, I just want to emphasize that. We were at a point where it was going a couple thousand acres a day, and now we're down to just 200-300. So very positive trend there in terms of the rate of growth. So I think overall good news. No one would have wished for this fire, certainly, but with where we're at and how quickly this team was able to get around it and how successful they and all 1,118 of the personnel assigned to it have been, I really want to give a shout out to them. And just so you know, of those 1,100, that's people not just from local, but that's federal, state, county, local, contractors, and they come from literally across the country, as far as D.C., from a total of 15 states plus D.C., Wisconsin, Michigan. We have personnel here. So know that folks from across the country have come here to be here during the holiday week in triple-digit temperatures to take care of this for you. So you should be very proud of what the team and all the resources assigned have done, and we're proud to do it. We're delighted to be here to do this on your behalf. Just transitioning real quick to the holiday week and the events coming up, if I could just offer a couple quick tips. First, if you're going to be going out to the forest, be mindful, even for recreating, it's going to be hot. Be prepared. Second, wherever that ideal campsite is, please make sure that it's absent of hazard trees. There's still a lot of hazard trees on the forest, so please make sure you're outside of the falling distance of any of those. As far as the the closure orders that the forest has put out, we very deliberately coordinated that with Fresno County to make sure that where they have evacuation orders in place, that matched up very closely with our forest closure order, which is temporary. We're going to get it reopened as quick as we can. And then lastly, campfires. Campfire restrictions or fire restrictions are in place on the forest, limited just to the developed campgrounds. So if you could please be mindful of that and not have campfires anywhere but developed campsites, with an exception or two, which is listed in the order on our website. We'd really appreciate that. So thank you again for your resilience and support.
Thank you so much for Supervisor Gold. Next up, and our final speaker before we get to some of the questions, is our Incident Commander, James Courtwright.
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank the community for having us. We're here to serve you. We received a call on the 27th of June from the Forest Supervisor Gould, and on the 28th we started mobilizing here to the forest. We took command of the fire on the 29th. So all the hard work you've seen that we've done has happened over a course of 6 days. And the marching order we got from the forest was to keep the fire as small as possible. And I think right now we're meeting that goal. We're at 13,000 acres, 26% contained in 6 days. And I think you're going to see the containment go up here pretty rapidly here in the next few days. So a lot of hard work is going on out there under some really tough conditions. It's hot. It's tough on the firefighters. It's also tough on you. We understand the impact of large fires on communities, and we're sympathetic to that. And we want to get this fire put out so you folks can get back to your normal lives. So with that, you can help us by being safe, not creating any more fires, and working with us and just supporting the team when you see them out there. They're working hard for you, they're working hard for us, and they're working hard for the forest supervisor. So I know you all love the firefighters. They're a great bunch of people. So I'm looking forward to the questions that folks might have, and we hope to leave this place better than we found it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So we did receive your questions, and we're going to try to address as many as we can in the little bit of time we have. We are going to have to, we're going to get to the ones that we can, the ones that seem to be kind of the most asked, and the rest we'll get to later on with the information we provide for you. We do have an operational briefing that's coming up for our firefighters that work the night shift. So we'll get to a few of them while we have the time. We have Dan Muncie again in the ops section.
The question is, Rogers Ridge, this particular area here, deer mitigation path, what will it look like after the fire? Well, a couple of things. The crews are used to working to restore the forest to its much of natural state as it can. So they used minimal suppression techniques all along this ridge, so they avoided a lot of disturbance. Sure, there is fire right up to the ridge. On the other side of the ridge, they kept the fire on top. There's a little bit of a slop over. For the most part, though, this whole other aspect still has the vegetation. Remember, too, that after a fire, there's a lot of grasses that come back and young shrubs, so the deer population likely thrives after that because there'll be new food habitat for it. Do you expect any containment during the next 6 days of heat? Yes, I do. It is hot, and our crews are working really hard, and this is a fire. There's always things that can happen. Not only do we have our fire, but there's other fires that are starting across California. That does a couple of things. One, we now start sharing aircraft to a level that we haven't before. Two, we may not get as many resources that we have. The good news is, though, is that we've already used the aircraft. We've hemmed this in pretty good. Two, we have the resources that we need right now to put our plan into place. So what you're going to see over the next couple of days, though, is Rogers Ridge and then coming down this eastern side. As it's gone into patrol status, you're going to see more containment on this side of the fire. Where you're not going to see it contained for a little while is on this northern aspect where it's been burning.
Thank you. We're going to have Lieutenant Kathy Curtis answer a question.
Okay, we did have a couple of questions come in, and the first one is in regards to a specific zone, Zone K29. There was an inquiry as to whether or not that zone could be downgraded from an order to a warning, And the reason for the question was because it seems like the fire is a fair distance away or a good distance away from some areas in that zone. And I think it's worth explaining that when we implement these orders, these area closures, we're looking at more than just the distance. We're actually looking at the topography, and we're looking at the amount of time that it would take those fire resources to get all the way up and around in order to protect, you know, the other areas that could come under fire. So it's more than just the distance right now with a fire, it's the potential time that it could take to extract those firefighters, get them moved. And part of our job, again, like I mentioned earlier, is to keep them protected and to make sure that we minimize the number of other people that are out there that are going to be, you know, moving about in that emergency area. So it is for right now going to stay in an order, and that's based on the terrain, and it's based on the topography, and it's based on the fuel loads in that area and the rate that that fire could spread if it did happen to move in that direction. The second question that I had is probably one that a lot of people have been wondering, and it is in regards as to whether or not the fireworks event is still going to take place this weekend at Shaver Lake. And I can tell you, just like assessing the zones daily, we have been assessing this very question. And everybody that's been involved with this today, including, you know, our forest supervisor and the incident management team, have agreed that the Basin fire right now will probably not impact Shaver Lake on the 6th of July. And for that reason, our intent is to still allow the fireworks event to take place. Now, we could have another incident, we could have something else come up that could change it, but as of this time, we are intending to hold that firework event at Shaver Lake, and we hope that everybody enjoys that event. But we would like to ask for everybody's cooperation in making sure that it is a safe event. We are very, very sensitive to the fact that we do not want another fire to start. So we would ask everybody to please remember that all fireworks are prohibited on the mountain. And if you see any other people around you in neighboring campsites or along the roadways or any place else doing any kind of unsafe behavior with fire or fireworks, to please make sure to report it right away. We do want to hold the event. We do intend to hold the event, but we want to make sure that it happens safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Again, we're going to have our incident commander, James Courtwright.
Okay, so I got the question, what is the real estimate to stop the spread to the northwest? So there, like operations alluded to, there's a lot of folks out there, and we're deploying a lot of folks out on that northwest corner. We've got a lot of dozer line out there. We've been working aircraft continually for the last 6 days, and right now we're putting all of our effort into that side of the fire. The rest of it's looking pretty good, and so I would say an estimate on that would be by the end of the weekend, probably. I think we'll be looking good there. Obviously, no promises. It's fire. It's a dynamic situation. New fires can take things away from us, as in aircraft and people. And so I think it's looking pretty good, and I think you'll be happy in the end. So thanks.
Thank you, sir. That concludes our update for tonight. We need to get ready to change this space into the evening ops briefing for our firefighters who are going out on the line. I want to thank all of you for joining us, and again, thank you so much for your support. The signs that we've seen out on the side of the roads, some people have brought signs here for us to put up in camp. Firefighters really appreciate it. They're doing their best to work for you, and we're just really appreciative of all the love that you're showing to them. We're going to answer the questions that you've left in the comments. We'll get to them. We have a whole team of public information officers like myself will be answering those questions. We're also going to leave a slide up for you, and we'll put it in the comments as well. It's going to be our email address, which is 2024.basin@firenet.gov. You can leave us questions there, and we'll respond. You can leave them in the comments on Facebook, or between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m., you can call us at 559-468-6809. Thank you so much for joining us.
Trying to highlight some of the comments. Some were quite poignant, and some of them were like bitter, but really true. I don't want to be angry right now. We got to gear up for tomorrow. But it was a bit infuriating, just astonishing, really. Like, me and Big Al were just commenting, like, seriously? Where they're trying to hold the fire on the ridge in the northeast portion, we carefully explained that we didn't make the line very big, basically, or very, very powerful or strong. We tried to sensitively not disturb the deer trail. Deer mitigation trail. I'm astonished. It's like, well, you know, when I went to film the Caldor's aftermath, it took me a while, but when I went to the place where the Caldor first went up and over a ridge, the deer ran for their lives uphill. Of course, you cannot outrun fire uphill. I found this animal graveyard. It's disturbing. I did film some of it that I had composure enough to do. And I didn't make it. Deer die en masse because of these fires. You have to do whatever you need to make the lines. Don't make the lines after the fire breaks out. Fire behaves the same way because of geography. Every time the fire breaks out in the same region, it pretty much does the same thing. And it did before. It depends on like two other factors basically. Where's the fuel this time and where's the wind blowing from this time? But once you make fire access roads and lines, you need to keep them. And what the Forest Service does, destroy them oftentimes to try to please extremists. So every time a fire breaks out, the fire can get much bigger than normal because they have to redo all the work they already had done. And they screw it up. I've been astonished. They take all the dead trees and stuff and put them on top of the road they made. And they say, oh, it's fixed now. No, you just created, I'm not saying they're going to do this here, but we saw this in Oregon. No, you just created a path for fire to run in a straight line. You made dead stuff in a straight line. That's going to promote fire the next time. And before the fire hits, it's just going to be a smorgasbord for all kinds of fungus, which will then attack the living trees after it explodes and feasts on the dead. It's unreal. So if you actually care about the wildlife, they shouldn't sensitively make a very weak hand line that resembles a deer trail through the woods. For God's sake, build a road, make it robust so that they could stop it with actual fire engines. Every little white pile around me I found was cremated bones on the ridge in that. When the Caldor fire first exploded and poured up the canyon, and it took out the town of Grizzly Flats, the deer were exhausted, made it to the top, and then they were killed there. And so were the raccoons and all these squirrels and birds dropping dead out of the trees. They can't fully escape because the gases, the carbon monoxide and stuff, it makes you fatigued. So even birds that stop to rest, their lungs being 20 times more efficient than ours, they can't go on. So there is mass death. So if you want to prevent that, you got to prevent mega fires from starting. If you have a bunch of fire access roads, you have very good options. You can, like people were saying in chat, don't let all these bushes grow so thick like that, the crazy fire promoting bushes and oily weeds. You get options too, because you have fire access, you have actual water trucks. You can burn off the hillsides relatively safely year after year, control burns like the Indians did, fertilize the land. The reason that we have these massive problems is we told the Indians, you don't know nothing. We know better than you. We're taking over. We're doing what we want. We're going to stop all fire. Ignorant savages. Boy, who's ignorant now? But sanity is in the center. They just need to stop tiptoeing around the extremists who are so worried about the deer trail not looking normal anymore. It's like, well, do you care about the deer? themselves. There were still deer, burned victim deer that were walking around. That when I was there a year later, 2022, after the Caldor, we fed them as best we could because they were survivors that didn't have any food. The landscape was just bare of food for miles. A little wild animal sanctuary outpost thing. It was heartbreaking. They just looked normal on one side, and he turned around, and they were burn victims on the other. And some of them were pregnant and had little fawns. Life goes on, but they said how much of the wildlife is being affected. If they had an uncomfortable look in one of the earlier meetings for this Basin fire, they said, well, most wildlife has the keen sense to get out of the way of fire. Well, I'm telling it to you straight. That is true sometimes, but also animals are dumb. They just don't think. They just run. And they don't have the wherewithal to understand things like you can't outrun a fire uphill. They'll just do it. Just panic. And they could have been okay if they ran upstream and stayed down low to the canyon. Those that made that choice lived, and those that ran up the hill died. So a lot of them will make the wrong choice. They'll eventually come back, deer, when the winners of wildfires in general, as long as it's not a mega fire and it doesn't burn all seeds. Nothing was growing back in the El Dorado wilderness except literally a couple of weeds by streams. There was nothing. All the seeds would turn to ash. So it's going to be a long time to rehabilitate that. But if the fire is less intense than a mega fire, then pretty quickly birds will take craps all over the landscape and deposit seeds that way. There's an explosion of brush and wildflowers, and deer actually don't eat anything in the woods. Of course they do. That's where they live. They don't really. I mean, they hide in the forest from predators and man and stuff, but they eat grass and flowers, and that's only in meadows primarily. So they need meadows. And when forest disappears and is replaced by bushes and open meadows, their population can explode, but it takes a while. It really takes a while. And at first there's a crash because of the mass death event. And oftentimes the repopulation is done by the wandering deer from elsewhere who come in. So just goes to show, if you care about the actual, oftentimes not unmentioned and uncounted fire victims called animals, we have to think of them as much as we want. Oh, wilderness without roads. Okay. That fantasy and that idealistic dream has real deadly consequences. So that's all I'm going to say about that part. Yeah, it's this is a lightning strike fire, but we allowed these conditions to allow a mega fire to start. Mega fires are the ones with the giant mushroom clouds, and they obliterate the landscape instead of renew it. They are our fault 90-something% of the time. It's because we screwed up. But we can learn. We can learn. Places, all the other places we had good access, the 17 other lightning strike places where they reached it in time, and were put out immediately. The time to actually do control burns is when it's nice and damp, wet seasons. And in case they get out of hand, you have fallback positions, other roads to fall back to defend the line. And like I keep saying, it is way too late to build city walls when the Huns are on the horizon. You prepare because you just know it's going to happen. July, August is traditional lightning season. There will be more than 8,000 lightning strikes coming this month and the next. That's normal. hundreds of fires will start. That's normal. They will race against time to put out the very small lightning strike fires. Some will be rained out on their own, but the others they'll run out there and quickly try to extinguish before the next big wind event. And anything that's not extinguished before the next big wind event will become really big fires. That's normal. For many years, many decades, that's been a result of fires that are bad sometimes, but nothing crazy like this. We haven't seen mega fires like this really since the 30s. So what's a natural reason why they let some of them go and some of them got crazy out of control is power companies start so many fires by themselves. They're extra fires. California doesn't have the budget, the resources, the manpower, the extra planes for these extra fires. So there are many different ways we can help restore the forests and prevent these mega destructive things from happening. We better do it because not that much of California is left. And it's a very sobering, true image. The red is basically all the fires in just the last couple of years. And that's green here is where most of California's forests are. There's very few that haven't kind of been obliterated. We lost more than, 35% of the sequoias, all of them on Earth, the entire species, in the last couple of years, just because power company fires pulled away all the resources. The only reason the K&P and the Sequoia Kings National Park and Sequoia National Park fire happened last year because the Dixie Fire. Oh wait, I zoomed in too much. You have to zoom out. Dixie Fire doesn't fit in this frame. Zoom out and it does. That's it. This whole thing right here. This, all of that. 5 different counties. 52% of Plumas County, Plumas National Forest destroyed, obliterated. No seeds, no pine cones, no seedlings, no regrowth, no nothing. Have to replant everything. It just reached old growth status. Whoops, gotta start over. Won't be old growth by the end of my own lifespan. Maybe some of the kids being born today, perhaps. It'll just become old growth again, and PG&E. Another power line fire. Oh, they caught it. It was only in the canyon. Great. Then another PG&E power line down, and it spread, and it got out of control. 35% of the nation's firefighters on it, including ones who were supposed to be guarding the sequoias. All the king's horses, all the king's men could not stop the Dixie Fire, only the rains of late October. It wasn't containable, period, by human effort. So yes, we need fire access roads. There's untold thousands and thousands of victims will never be counted. The wildlife is unimaginable. You gotta get serious. So screw the deer trail, really. Make fire access road and just don't listen to anybody who's gonna whine about that. They're out of their minds. This. Sequoias. So who's gonna save California? It's up to you. You demand change. What we currently have, no roads policies, and let's destroy fire lines after we make them, and let's be reactive instead of proactive. Let's let them grow out of control when there's dead trees all over the landscape. That's fine. Lightning will strike them and start fires, but we'll deal with it at that moment. No. The wisdom that we learned in the 30s is dead trees standing up in the landscape are ready to murder the forest. Have a couple, that's fine. Eagles only need a couple to nest in, that's okay, but don't have hundreds. That's a death trap for everything that continues to be alive. Some of these photos are just downright disturbing. Unless you could see them with an educated eye, you just don't know. Wow, what is that? And they take risks. It's unnecessarily putting our firefighters at risk. There's unbreathable air. All of Southern California right now, all those 911 calls, trouble difficulty breathing. We lose them sometimes. We got to protect them by sane policies. We got to get serious now. Man, I can't even imagine working in these circumstances. But who will save California? It's up to you. We're going to unite and stop bickering. That's right. Who cares? We are all affected. But nothing will happen if we don't unite on this particular topic. We don't have to like each other, but we do have to work together. And we can go back to bickering once everything's fixed. And a period of time when these didn't happen, we can return to that. At least we have a blank slate, a tabula rasa. Erase these. I think in the foreground, these are some of the fire-promoting non-native grasses, if I'm not mistaken, sticker bushes. We can prevent this. This is a danger on the landscape that's not normal. A little bit of proactive. This is previous fire damage that they never cleared. You just wood chipper this, create mulch, help the forest regrow. Nothing is making use of this except the bark beetles thrive. You know that once they kill a tree, they still ransack it for everything they got, reproduce in it. If you wood chipper it though, you kill a lot of them, including grinding the stump. I just learned this. So you help protect the rest of the forest. The failure to do so is part of what the problem is. City Square says exactly, just maintain the barriers with constant upkeep. Exactly, you build the city walls and you maintain them. A lot of the roads out there, like badly, where they could have made lines and stopped the fire sooner, or it destroyed more of the landscape. Locals told me, oh, that line, that road hasn't been maintained in like 60 years. It's not returning things to nature. It's a fake notion that the Indians were just victims of wildfire and dodged it, and that they were too stupid to manage their landscape. They were experts at it. They would cry looking at this, like, white man, what are you freaking doing? They depended on nature, so they took care of it. Let it be wild. No, that means let it be destroyed. The reason we have thousands of year old trees is they protected them year after year. Actively. They worship them, they have spirits. They didn't just walk around fearing lightning and stuff. They saw dangerous situations like this. They took care of the situation. They depended on the land to provide their food. Didn't need no agriculture, just provided everything for them. They knew about it. They were like, well, that's a whole lot of work for no reason. But there's just food abundantly around us. If we take care of nature, it takes care of us. They weren't ignorant of it. They didn't like, oh, what a new idea, agriculture. They're like, well, it's such an abundant land. It's more effort than it's worth. Remember, they didn't have beast of burden and whatnot. They didn't need it. But we'll learn one day. We'll learn. Well, I don't think the Native Americans invented it. Actually, they just did. I was surprised. There's evidence that Neanderthals actually used fire in the landscape to maintain and groom areas for maximum yield of big game. And it's very compelling evidence. It's looking at pollen samples in certain areas. So what happens is you have to protect the deer meadows, and you have to put fire in the ground. Places like California, the forest would have taken over all the valley. And these pine trees, which are parasitic and evil and try to kill oaks. Oaks provide acorns that feed the animals. They're like weeds. And so you gotta, as they're only vulnerable, they're most vulnerable, I should say, whenever you little seedlings. They try to spread. So not only the Willamette Valley in Oregon for at least 11,000 years, then California Valley too, the Indians put fire in the landscape if lightning didn't occur to protect the oaks, to protect the grasslands, which megafauna need. They need grassland. The mammoths, the bison, whatever it is, the biggest animals are supported by grasslands. If you look at the rainforest, there's no big animals in there. The elk don't live in the forest, and neither really do the deer. They pass through it between meadow and grassland and grassland. So the Indians had to protect the grassland with fire, or it overgrew with the trees. Elephants today in the savannas of Africa, they see trees and they just try to destroy them. They just automatically do. Nature programmed them to protect their own grassland, which is what they eat. The mammoths theoretically did that too, same behavior. When the mammoths went extinct, the Indians kept on the tradition. They had gigantic, huge, managed herds of elk and deer. And when the first pioneers came with the Astoria Fur Company, early 1800s, Lewis and Clark came around in 1806, they witnessed that and wrote about it. It's not made up here. Go read. You can read it. My sources are diaries of the first fur traders, such as Adventures of the First Oregon Settlers by Alexander Ross. Cute, awesome book. Go read it. And it was funny. The Willamette Valley was so plentiful with the gigantic herds of elk roaming around and the oak savanna habitat, just west of Portland, that they said, hey, we'll make you rich. You want to trade us some beaver pelts and stuff? Nah. Wait, but we got all kinds of cool stuff. Bling you might want. Nah. We got everything we want. What are you tempting us with? I thought that was a funny part of the book. There was a fire. Cool. But they put line around it and extinguished it already. Brewer Road, north of Phillip Road, Pleasant Grove. Cool. So you learn a lot studying ghost towns, because I was studying the ghost town of Astoria, the fur trade fort, and later the cannery town. It's revitalizing, but man, was it a ghost town for a long time. Yeah. Underestimating Indian intelligence is just a racist thing that needs to die. It really does. But the fascinating studies right now is they dig down, the way they can verify this, they dig down and they look at pollen. Throughout the years, pollen will tell you which kinds of trees and plants are growing. We got verified 10, 11,000 plus years since the Missoula floods came of purposeful burning off of the landscape to keep the plains and the meadows of the Willamette Valley free of trees. Otherwise, the Douglas firs would have taken over. And I see people planting Douglas firs and thinking they're cool in the Willamette Valley. No, they're not. They belong in the Tillamook Forest. They belong in the Cascades. They don't belong in the oak savanna habitat that's now disappearing to development and really bad choices with urban growth boundaries. That's not normal. But as soon as the Indians disappear, terrible death toll to disease and removal, pollen count starts changing, the Douglas firs start encroaching, and what's fascinating is we've verified that for much of the United States, but Neanderthals were the only ones around in certain parts of Europe, and so they did the same pollen tests. They found out that fire was applied again and again and again, methodically, yearly, for thousands of years, like 100,000 years ago in Europe. As soon as the Neanderthals leave the area, there's no more record of that. Pollen changes drastically, and the forest takes over. They understood that when the forest takes over, the big animals move away or die out. It's really not rocket science if you think about it. Neanderthals weren't stupid either, but who knows? Who knows how long humans have been helping out animals and maintaining ideal habitats for ideal population sizes, enhancing and being good caretakers and shepherds of the earth. This is mind-blowing, breaking news, cutting-edge science with verifiable hard data. Amazing, huh? Maybe I can find the article right now. Neanderthal use of fire to maintain habitat. No, not their cooking. There's some really dumb articles, like, did Neanderthals learn to use fire before we did? What the heck? Homo erectus used fire, so seriously, get an education. At least the stupidity of some articles. No, not their tools for starting campfires. To maintain plane. I'll have to dig up this article. I saved it. Google search is just not right. There we go. Fine. Remember when it actually gave you relevant results? Well, there's actually been a recent change, and now the Google algorithm is heavily, seems to be AI influenced. Mostly it's about rumor and speculation and returns mostly Reddit posts instead of like real articles. There we go. The New Scientist. For your further reading, if you want to verify what I'm talking about, it's just one of the articles. Neanderthals may have cleared European forests with fire or tools. When Neanderthals lived at a site called Neumarkt Nord in Germany, the region had far fewer trees than the surrounding areas, suggesting they cleared the forest on purpose. And no, it wasn't with axes and stuff, because, remember, it's hard to chop down a tree with a rock. There's no metal. Keep that in mind. When idiots think that the Maya destroyed the rainforest by cutting it down. Seriously, do you think they did mass tree felling with rocks attached to sticks? Are you out of your mind? Just reality check that. I've seen these really brain dead articles saying the Maya did themselves in by deforestation. They destroyed their own environment. No, there was a gigantic volcanic eruption that destroyed many of their cities outright, caused a mass death event, caused a nuclear winter event around 536 AD. They never recovered because many of their cities were covered in 48 feet deep of ash. So were all of their crops. Many of them outright died. There was no summer for a couple of years. Reduced sunlight. No plants around the northern hemisphere even grew for several years in a row. The light was dim like twilight for years. This also went to Europe and caused the plague of Justinian, and Black Death shows up. 536 AD was a rough time. They finally figured it out. Very large volcanic eruptions up civilization. Okay, but go ahead and read this. Fascinating. The indications come from the Neanderthals kept forests away with fire, meaning maintained the plains. The indications come from Neumarkt Nord in Germany. About 130,000 years ago, great ice sheets retreated, making Neumarkt Nord livable until the ice advanced again 115,000 years ago. So during that 15,000 year warm spell, they must have caused global warming driving around their cars, right? Oil drilling. I'm kidding. I had to make that joke. But for some reason, there's a 15,000 year warm spell. The Neanderthals moved into the area, perhaps attracted by a series of lakes in the region. Neanderthals lived throughout Europe for hundreds of thousands of years, so it seems likely that they had impacts on their environment. Says Catherine McDonald of Leiden University in the Netherlands. We knew that they were effective hunters, so they were clearly occupying a niche where they could compete with other carnivores quite effectively. McDonald and her colleagues compiled data from the warm period on different plant species preserved at the site, as well as charcoal deposits left by fires. Compared with the neighboring sites where the Neanderthals did not live, the team found a decrease in the tree cover. While neighboring areas were densely forested, Neumarkt Nord would have been a lot more light and open and much more varied as well. Because fire fertilizes the news when you keep it low key year after year. And it prevents mega fires because you don't have the tremendous fuel load. Mega fires tend to, cause mass death of the animals you depend on. So this is pretty compelling evidence that humans have been using fire in a nice, low-key, restorative way, taking cues from what nature already does herself and just imitating for the benefit of man and beast. When you take care of nature, it takes care of you. They were utterly dependent upon this, and so were the Native Americans here. It's quite a matter of concern to them. Something they studied and passed on to new generations. Who knows just how long this has been going? Did Neanderthals teach us about this when we came into contact with them? It's tantalizing ideas here. Neanderthals invented things like ceremonial burial before we had the idea. Maybe they taught us to be a lot more humane than we were. Maybe we were a bit savage and feral, and they tamed us and taught us things. They took care of even their severely disabled children who were born helpless. Anybody who was grievously wounded, they patched them up and healed them and nursed them back to health. On indications where they were pretty caring. At a time when there's not much of an indication that we were anything like that. But hopefully we'll find out more about ourselves. For a time, they seem to have been alone without us for a very long time. So we knew it's them and not us. Plus, we see their tools, so they're quite distinctive. So, modern humans have altered landscapes in similar ways, but the evidence is largely limited to the past 50,000 years. So for this, it's the first case where it's been shown for Neanderthal. There's a general, maybe it might change, but there's a general belief that humans first entered Europe around 30 to 40,000 years ago. It's unclear. And now DNA evidence shows that we just merged with them. We didn't like fight them or whatever. We carry huge amounts of their female line DNA in our own bodies. It means that we settled down with them and kept interbreeding with them for many thousands of years. So they gradually disappeared, not suddenly. And when people wonder, hey, why do we only have the female DNA of Neanderthals? Why don't we have a male? Like it was assumed, did we arrive in Europe and kill all the males and just take all their females? No, that wouldn't have left much of a genetic impact, not to this present day. They finally figured out in Portugal in the last refuge where the last pure Neanderthals were hanging out before they started meeting and merging with us. They had a genetic quirk where male Neanderthals could not have male children with us. Maybe they were a bit more of a different species than we thought. They would have all stillbirths and miscarriages when a male Neanderthal mated with a human woman. But it was not the same. We could have viable offspring of any sex was their female. So over time, there were just fewer and fewer male Neanderthals. They had no idea what the problem was. It's probably heartbreakingly sad for them to not understand. We can't have boys with our females. So yeah, 3D square. Maybe making some funny jokes here. This is all like, wow, mind-blowing stuff. The rest of the article, anyway, it's proof that we didn't go and kill them all. We just over time, if you know, for obvious reasons, a man can have a lot more children than a woman. Yeah, I don't have to explain that. They had fewer and fewer males, so they had to find females with a high percentage of Neanderthal DNA to produce more males, and over time that would just stop. So we don't have the male lineage with us. We just have the female DNA. Mind-blowing, huh? But we obviously didn't just go kill them all. I bet, we have to think about world population being extremely low of any kind of human, hominid, whatever the kids call it these days. It was us against the world with terrifying beasts everywhere who saw us as food. Whenever we met each other, we were just like, oh, thank God, more of our kind. Let's help each other. If we had arguments and disagreements, we just split apart. It's a big world. There's no evidence of war whatsoever before the megafauna extinction. It's just a land of plenty. But quite dangerous with some pretty savage weather. So it isn't clear how all this happened. There is a peak in charcoal around when Neanderthals arrive, so it's really tempting to imagine it might be Neanderthals burning the vegetation, says the scientist McDonald, but she says the dates can't be resolved precisely enough. So it could be that natural wildfire first opened up the vegetation, and Neanderthals arrived in the aftermath. Pretty logical. And it would have been alarming if over time the forest tried to destroy this perfect habitat for megafauna, plains. We also know Neanderthals made advanced stone tools and that they used them to chop wood. Really, stone. That's pretty hard to fell a tree with a rock. No, that would not have been much of a thing. So we know Neanderthals made advanced stone tools and they used them to chop wood, but we don't know if there's any direct evidence for actually cutting down a tree. Yeah, you're not going to find one. That'd be pretty rare. Yeah, there's a debate 3D square about how much Neanderthals could anticipate the results of their own actions because it's part of the front of the brain, the prefrontal cortex and prefrontal lobes. That's about thinking ahead. But if you think about a Neanderthal skull, their brains were much larger than ours. And because their skull was elongated, it had more of it. It was wider. It's very possible that they still had those parts of the brain. They were just located more centrally. This doesn't mean that they did not have those parts of the brain. Now that we know that they made art, remember they're so much older than us by hundreds of thousands of years. It's much more difficult to find anything that survives that they ever made. The cave paintings, most of them have all been disappeared. 99.9% are gone because microbes and sunlight in front of caves, bats and stuff, ruin them. We only have some cave paintings that humans did because they went super deep into caves. Places like Font-de-Gaume in France and Lascaux. Humans seem to figure out that the art didn't last. You had to go so deep in there to put their masterpieces. And those are like the Sistine Chapel artworks. Well, one day we could find something deep enough for Neanderthal artwork to survive, but just over time, all the natural paints will eventually fade away. Time will destroy. It's very rare to find it. Wooden things, but we just found a few, like wooden javelins. Extremely old, so it means that Neanderthals had throwing weapons. We didn't invent that. We have a fire to look at. And I thought I was wrapping it up with a bedtime story. I should have a YouTube series called Allow Me to Blow Your Mind. Open your mind and check out what's new. Pretty much everything we ever knew about primitive man has been completely wrong. Have you ever seen an evolution textbook from the 60s? Oh, awesome. So entertaining. Got a few. I want to buy more off eBay. Oh, it's so laughable. But hey, we got to go with what we find, right? So, we also know Neanderthals could have cut down trees, but look, you can't cut down a forest with rocks. It's not possible. Go ahead and try it. Let me know what your results are. Compared with other Neanderthal sites, New Macedon seems to have been settled relatively permanently, perhaps all year round. Neanderthals aren't known for doing that, says MacDonald. They often are seen as being quite mobile. This is quite an unusual sight. I disagree. Neanderthals were not very mobile. I have no idea if she's smoking crack or what. We just need to dig deeper to prove they kind of stayed in one spot mostly. There's a couple of physical realities with Neanderthal body shape and anatomy. They had very easy pregnancies. They had pretty painless labor. They had very few of their females die in childbirth. It wasn't a hideous affair. It was oh, it's time. Everybody gather around me and hold my hand. Let's sing Kumbaya and have a baby. It was celebratory. It wasn't a terrifying experience. We were 50-50 chance the woman dies like until modern medicine for us. That's because they had really wide hips. And they did have brains that were like, what, 20 or 25% larger than ours. So their caloric needs were insane. Their locomotion, their walking, burned way more calories than did ours. We are meant to be mobile. We are meant to be Swiss Army knives. We can quickly move away from a bad situation, migrate out of a wasteland, adapt to totally new food sources, be vegetarian for a while, be carnivorous for a while. We are very adaptable, but we are very, very good at endurance, running and jogging and walking. We have more endurance capacity than a horse. If you just keep jogging and a horse is trying to keep pace with you, the horse will flop over dead, and we can keep on going. Look it up, it's true. Horses are sprinting and stopping, really. We can go like the Energizer Bunny, but there is a cost. We have narrow hips. Babies get stuck. It's a big coin toss. The number one killer of women was childbirth until very recently. Yeah. Product Domain says, are you going to be joining the Hunger Games? May it ever be in your favor. Yeah, I think they definitely could anticipate the future. I would win Hunger Games, man. I'm not so good at archery anymore, but I can use a crossbow. When I say, well, here we are. That's a Hunger Games quote. I've been waiting for somebody to notice that. Remember the lady with the pink lipstick? And here we are. Got up on stage. So people said that it wasn't like I was objecting to the idea that Native Americans invented fire management and landscape. It's actually much older than that. Europeans forgot, I guess. I don't know. I don't think that Europeans really forgot because plenty of slash and burn agriculture occurred. I guess doing it for big game management was a bit forgotten. The rich people came to own all the hunting preserves, and so the common people were just like peasants and just had to do what they were told, not really allowed to think for themselves. And they only knew about managing fields. So when they were told to burn the fields to refertilize the fields, they just did it. They knew it caused fertilizer, but the average European being a serf or merchant with the small percentage of the nobility at the top, preserving what little wild land there was as game and hunting preserves. And it wasn't always for hunting. Sometimes it was to preserve endangered species. It blew my mind to find out just how long hunters have been trying to save endangered species. They tried very hard to save the aurochs, which is the animal that keeps showing up in the cave paintings of places like Lascaux. The ancestor of today's cattle, the wild ancestor, which is extinct. He really tried to preserve it. It's this creature. Much fiercer than today's cattle. And they had females that were red, or the males were gray, I think. They had harp-like horns. Can't remember which one's which. So here's one of the last aurochs, unfortunately getting poached by some jerk. But they had fewer and fewer aurochs, and it's probably because of rinderpest, which is cattle plague. People don't realize that cattle used to die by the millions when rinderpest came along. And we have helped nature in many ways, such as rabies vaccines and eliminating rabies in some places. We eliminated off the face of the earth rinderpest, cattle plague. But it used to kill like every ox and cow and bison for miles and miles by the millions. It's probably why we suddenly had to use horses to pull plows when we never did that ever before. Sometime in medieval times. There's only one explanation for that. Horses eat more and they're not as good at pulling things. And they're not as efficient pulling a load. They're not made for that. They don't have the hump on their back, which pulls a load efficiently. They mostly get choked by trying to pull something. So two things were invented: the horseshoe and the horse collar. Suddenly allow them to inefficiently push around plows. There's only one thing that explains that. It's if most of the cattle are dead and you're in an emergency. Necessity is the mother of invention. So theoretically, the last remaining wild cattle, the aurochs, they desperately try to save them. Different kings set up hunting preserves and let them be. Land just for them. But people went and poached, probably starving peasants or who knows. And so unfortunately that's some of the last being poached and killed. But we've tried to save species for a long time. Just they're probably too small a number to be genetically viable. They're fading out. Too bad we didn't invent the vaccine for rinderpest sooner, right? But this was the 1600s. I believe it's the late 1700s when the first vaccine or inoculation technically for smallpox happens, based on cowpox. You notice you can't get smallpox if you're a milkmaid and you got cowpox prior. Oh, so technically an inoculation is not a vaccine. It's you start giving people cowpox on purpose, then turning them into nurses for the smallpox victims to see if they would get affected, and they were not. And then thus the whole miracle vaccine era was born. But technically, aurochs aren't completely gone. Some weird pictures. Ironically, the Nazis actually tried to make an experiment, see if they could breed them back. Concentrate more primitive features so they looked more like they did in the cave paintings, and rebreed the ones that look like in the cave paintings back with each other to try to breed them back from extinction. It's an interesting experiment, but embarrassingly a project of Nazi Germany. Anyway, they're called heck cattle, and the project still exists technically. Heck cattle, H-E-C-K. I wonder if that's a herd of them. Prehistoric aurochs are back from extinction, spreading across Europe. They could be heading to the UK. I think they've got a while to go with the project, but they don't quite look the same. But the idea of why do we want to bring aurochs back is restore the ecosystem. They are important to Europe's ecosystem. True. It's true. Yeah. You make sure you don't have any fire too. Or whenever I say I'm about to go to bed, this happens. It's been named. Okay. Big Al says it's 6 a.m. here, and he's headed to bed. Night, everyone's too far. 80 squares is a classic hunting technique, was to follow prey and wear them out. Yes, you're very educated. They still do that in Africa. Some tribes still practice endurance hunting. And it's relay racing basically is our tradition now. And that's somebody jogs at a faster pace. The others follow behind at a nice leisurely pace. The idea is you follow whatever you want to kill, the zebra, canoe, gemsbok, whatever you need to eat. And you make them run. And as you need to rest, you tag team the next guy who keeps up the pace. As soon as the animal lays down, you go scare it, and it has to run more. So you exhaust it completely and utterly. Your teamwork.